And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be normal.
RCPA chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roll, Atlantis.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Echo down to nominal.
Flighting down to SC off. Bring in SC off. It's orange!
R45! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
Look at this!
Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
Flare, correct?
Yikes. We don't need any more of these.
Welcome in, everyone, to another Stakeout of Starship Flight 7. And as you can see, we have a fully stacked ship still on the OLM. Good morning from Starbase. I'm Gene Rowley for NSF, and we're going to be talking about all things Starship and Flight 7 today, and maybe some other things as we get into this morning. Joining me this morning to answer all of your questions at NASASpaceflight in chat is the one and only Ryan Weber. Good morning, Ryan. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, Gene. I mean, we've already had a really, really exciting day to start the day. It's something we'll talk about a little bit. We got some time to talk about it, but we got a lovely rocket right in front of us, and the weather looks a lot better today for getting this thing off the ground. I mean, I'm already looking at around 4 p.m. and we could be somewhere in the realm of only 20% cloud coverage in the sky when they launch it. So I guess really the only thing SpaceX has got to look for is upper level winds and whatnot. So we're just kind of, I can't wait. I hope we get another super heavy lift launch vehicle launching off today.
Yeah, we have a lot to talk about, and I'm looking forward to all of your optimism this morning. So let's just make that happen, Ryan. Also joining us today is EJ. Everybody knows and loves EJ. It has been a long night for folks. And I'm just going to say, how are we doing, EJ? Did you get some sleep?
Coffee. I mean, hi. Good morning. Morning, Gene. Morning, everybody. How are you? Yeah, no, I'm here. I'm actually just going to grab some coffee here. No, it's, yeah, I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right. You can hear by my voice. It's going to warm up here, but I'm excited for today. The weather looks a whole lot better, and we'll bring some folks in. In fact, that folks is named Adam Suker. We'll bring him in later on in Stakeout this morning. But yeah, it's been a long night for rocket fans, but a fun and exciting night if you're watching the events overnight. Should we do it like a recap, or should we just dive right into this ship that's on the OLM? There's a lot of people behind the scenes getting stuff, but if you missed what happened overnight, you can always hit our socials. You can jump out on X. You can check it out Instagram, Facebook, and of course here on YouTube. Be sure to like, subscribe, and be sure to get all of that glorious rocket news from your friends here at NSF. As Ryan was saying, the weather today for today's potential liftoff looks much better than it has. Yesterday, if you were here watching, and I'm sure you were, was kind of nasty. It was not the warmest day. It was not the driest day. I'm being kind, guys. There was rain. You could see rain falling on our camera lenses. But today completely looks different from what the weather is telling me. And this is not official or anything, guys. This is like air fingers quote Gene's weather. The 0% chance of rain today, and the clouds are going to be dissipating throughout the day. So sunrise today is going to be around 7:20, and we should see when the sun rises what the sky's looking at. But again, today's launch window is at 4 p.m. this afternoon here in Starbase. And so we've got a lot of stuff to cover before we get there, and then we will be on the air at noon for our launch coverage, and hopefully see Flight 7 do its launch today. Get your questions in now, because they tend to fill up. So get them in, and we'll get them over to EJ and Ryan. But again, you guys have been super generous. Just starting out this morning, I mean, there's a lot of folks that are already hitting that thumbs up button and sending in their questions and joining us and stuff like that. So on the pad right now, this rocket has had an interesting ride, but they're already talking about the next rocket. It went over to Massey's for some testing, Ship 34. But we've all been sitting and waiting in anticipation for 33 and Booster 14 to lift off. And the Ryan has really, really, really been the problem. Ryan, what do you think is going to happen today with the weather improving and our chances for liftoff?
I think we got a much better chance of liftoff today. I have not taken a look at the upper level winds and whatnot. Again, we can wait for Adam on that. He's a lot more versed at it than I am. I'm one of those basic people who can kind of read it and understand it a little bit, but he's much better at it. Looking at the dropson forecasts, it's the NOAA is saying mostly cloudy, then gradually becoming sunny, high near 62, north wind 10 to 16 miles an hour, gusts as high as 23. I guess the only other time SpaceX has ever tried to catch a booster has been on a near zero wind day. So I know they want to eventually try to push this thing to the limits. But it was the Starship director of engineering, I think it was, who said on X, kind of talked about how they want to get a lot more flights in before they really, really get to that point. Like, they want to understand their vehicle a lot more before, they really, really start pushing the limits. So I wouldn't expect them to try to push limits today if they don't want to. But obviously, the weather's looking better, so we'll see what SpaceX decides to do. I'm hoping for a launch. I want this thing to go.
Oh, we all want it to go. More rockets, more better. EJ, what are your thoughts? I'm throwing it out there. Pick up where Ryan left off. What are your thoughts today?
Are we talking about the events from last night?
No, I mean, everybody was watching New Glenn go, and it was fun to watch. And congratulations on orbit, etc. I'm talking Starship this morning, brother.
Yeah. Okay. With Flight 7, yeah, I think she'll go. I mean, I can see that thing. I'm looking out the window right now, Gene. I can see it, and I haven't been able to see that thing for the past couple of days. So the weather actually looks pretty good. I'm hoping we see it fly.
I'm hoping we see it fly as well, and so does everybody who's watching, obviously. So thank you guys for joining us early this morning or late at night, wherever you are. No, this is not Mike Rowe. This is Gene. It's okay. I get that a lot. So speaking of Mike Alpha Tango Sierra, Mats, thank you so much for gifting Red Team memberships early this morning. We appreciate it right off the bat. That's how we started. Chaos 4, thank you for that super chat. Good morning for the coffee. Yes, definitely a coffee morning. we go through a lot of coffee in this hotel room, let me tell you. And then also Patrick Jordan, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. You guys are awesome. Last night, yeah, it was interesting. I did not watch. I went to sleep because this is what I'm focused on. Starship is where I'm here today, and we're watching this. I was here for Flight 6. I'm looking forward to watching Flight 7, hopefully today with the weather being good. So, as you said, Ryan, earlier, all of the catches have been on zero wind days. I don't think today's going to be that, but do you think that we're looking okay? Because Flight 6 looked really good. The weather was beautiful for Flight 6, and they had that communication anomaly. Of course, none of us can tell the future, but how are you feeling for a catch today? This is a question from Mr. Kyron this morning.
I think they'll do it. Yeah, of course, they've only been able to do it 50% of the time. They got one, and then one got missed. I think they fixed it, whatever issues they came across with the tower or sticks or whatever issue they had. Mm-hmm. And I think they'll do it. They kind of need to catch Booster 14, to be honest.
Yeah. If
they want any kind of flight cadence this year, they have to catch these boosters and then refly them. Otherwise, they're going to run through their boosters that they've got really, really quickly. Like, 14's on the pad right now. 15 is getting its engines. And 16, well, they just finished stacking that, a couple weeks ago. So, and that's going to be a couple months away from cryo. Because usually between finished stacking and cryoing is like 4 months for a booster. So it's like the earliest that 16 might be ready, if you go by the timeline that it took them to get the booster that's on the pad ready, would be August. Which is not ideal. So if they want to fly a couple of times over the first half of this year, they have to reuse 14 and they have to catch and reuse 14 and 15. So I think they'll do it. They may be a little bit more pushing to do it, but we'll see.
That's a really good point. Their goal was 25. Here we are coming middle of January, and we're in the first one. They're going to have to speed that cadence up, like you said. EJ, what are your thoughts about a potential catch today?
I kind of agree with Ryan. I think you're gonna have to start launching and catching these things. But Gene, you were talking when we did the stakeout yesterday. We were talking about how you're gonna eventually have to test this thing. Like testing in these weird adverse weather conditions would be it's good data for the engineers, right? So you're gonna eventually have to send this thing in wind at some point. So I think they'll send it today to keep that flight cadence and get that good data on trying to land with a crosswind potentially. Yeah.
Vehicle controllability on, I guess we call it landing, not really landing, but vehicle controllability on catch. We had a long conversation yesterday when the team was out in the dunes setting cameras about where is the booster going to be when it ignites for catch. And I mean, it was a very, very interesting conversation. Obviously, we didn't broadcast it, but people were drawing charts, and there were graphics and diagrams, because we have a camera that one of these cameras, that one, I believe, that is in the perfect position. And some of the comments yesterday were hilarious, but we'll see what happens today, and just knock on wood, cross fingers, to do whatever, throw some bones, whatever it is you do, that they do come in for a catch attempt. And our camera is going to be right there, hopefully still standing straight up, and catch it when it comes over. Because that's the thing. This thing is right in line. If you look at it, it's in the danger zone. Ryan?
Yeah, because this vehicle is not like Falcon 9. When they do an RTLS, they have an ability to abort to the ocean. With where they ignite their landing burn and their failsafe. Super Heavy doesn't do that. It glides back in, and the glide trajectory is just short of the OLM. When I mean just short of the OLM, I'm talking on this camera right here. It's the space right in front of it. Literally right in front of it, in the dunes and in the wetlands, is the abort area. If the engines did not relight or had issues relighting as it was coming back in, it would have slammed straight into the wetlands and the dunes. They don't really have any other way to abort, not with that vehicle. It's just the nature of the way they're bringing it back. Now, of course, they could change the trajectory on this one. This will be their second attempt to bring it back, if they do end up bringing it back. I would assume they would refine the trajectory a little bit, but for all intents and purposes, the abort is the dunes. So, yeah, it's always fun.
And we'll see this afternoon. Our launch coverage starts at 12 local time. Currently, it's 6:14. I saw some folks in chat asking what time it was here at Starbase. Currently 6:14 in the morning. You can tell by all of our voices we've been up for at least 45 minutes, let's say. So you talk about booster reusability, and we all know they need to start catching and reusing these boosters. But let's go back a flight. Let's talk about, two technically. Let's talk about 12. They rolled it into the high bay, right? Or is it Mega Bay 1, or they moved into the high bay? Mega Bay 1, okay. Yeah. EJ, what do you think they're doing? Because don't. There's one word you can't say.
I will
Ryan,
say
you know the
this.
answer to this. Okay, go
No,
ahead.
I will say this. It's already rolled back to the rocket garden, just so you know.
Oh, it has. Okay.
Yes.
Because there was some speculation that they were going to, unfortunately, they were going to scrap it, or were they doing engine checks? Do you think they're going to try to refly that one first, or if they catch 14, they'll try that one first? Ryan, I'll go back to you for this one.
They removed whatever engines were left on that, and they put it on the last old booster stand that they had, which was carrying booster 14.1, which got scrapped in high bay. So they removed all the old engines, and they went back to park it out in the rocket garden. So it seems their plan is to keep it for a while. We don't know what they'll do. I think down the line, if they really want to keep it like B-1019, I think what they'll do is they'll finish the construction of office building and everything like that. This is my hope, anyways. They finish construction of the office building, they finish building Block 1 boosters, and they stop using R2s. And then once they switch over to R3 and Block 2 on both vehicles, R3 on both Block 2s, they then take all of the old R2s they've got. I bet they've got 33 sitting somewhere, maybe an old set of shielding. They put a bunch of older engines on it with a bunch of shielding, kind of paint it up like they did with B-1019, make it look nice, and park it. Park it and show it off right in front of the office building. That's
Ryan,
what I want.
This is a question for some viewers. What is an R2 and an R3?
Sorry. Yeah, it's need to explain acronyms of mine. Raptor 2 and Raptor 3. Yep.
Thank you.
So yeah, currently they use Raptor 2 on all their vehicles, or it's like Raptor 2.5 is kind of what it is. But once they switch over to Raptor 3, I think they'll have a little bit left to be able to stick it on Booster 12 and make it like B-1019. Now, B-1019 is the first booster SpaceX ever landed. It's the first one that ever landed. First Falcon 9 booster. It is currently on its landing legs in front of their Hawthorne headquarters in California. If you're landing in LAX going to the west, like you're landing towards the west, and you're on the left side of the airplane, you can look out the window and you can see it. It's clear as day, sticking right next to their headquarters. I want them to do that next to their Starship headquarters here in Boca, and just park that one there. They may need to spruce up that transport stand a little bit or find another way to do it, but that's what I want to do. Yeah.
Replace the aero cover on a chine. Have they done that yet?
They did.
Oh, they did already. Yes. Yeah. Cool. Well, thank you for, every now and then someone has to say, we use a lot of acronyms here, and sometimes we need to define that. So, EJ, let's find a question for you. Talk us through Planetary 3 Arth wants to know the significant improvements of the particular V2 Starship compared to its predecessor V1. I'll probably bring Ryan in on this as well. This will be kind of let's do a little round robin conversation here. Mm-hmm. We know some of the differences in these vehicles, but talk us through some of the major ones.
Okay, so Ryan, I'll get a good bit of it, and then I'm sure I'll inevitably miss something, so I'll pass it over to you. So one of the biggest differences with this ship that we got right there, if you could see right on your screen, if you look at the top forward flaps, the forward flaps that are at the top of your screen, they're actually set more towards what's called the leeward side of the vehicle. So we'll have to go glossary of terms here again. So the leeward side of a vehicle refers to something that re-enters and comes back down. Obviously, when you re-enter and come back down, one side of the vehicle gets really, really hot due to compression heating, and the other side doesn't. The side that doesn't get hot is the leeward side. The side that does get hot is the windward side. Those forward flaps are more towards the leeward side of the vehicle. So they would be, from where we are standing here in the dunes, right? They would be further away from us, more towards the build site in the second tower. Now, the reason why SpaceX did that is because on past flights, they've had the flaps closer. They were clocked closer to the windward side of the vehicle, and they had some pretty bad burn through And I still can't believe some of those starships actually landed, despite having one of their forward flaps get completely obliterated by reentry heating. So what SpaceX did was they moved the hinge mechanism and the flap more towards the leeward side to get them out of the flow of plasma, which is that's actually a pretty smart idea. Very, very kind of ingenious, quick solution to that problem that kind of fixes it. I mean, it's not going to be totally mitigated, right? But that is like at a first glance, that's one of the biggest changes between this and the block kind of quote unquote block 1 versions of Starship. Now, SpaceX had a whole bunch of changes to this vehicle. The flaps being the biggest change, right? But there's also changes in the avionics systems. There's changes in the power system. This Starship has more cameras. They've redone the tiles. They've actually put less tiles on there. And I think I got most of it. But Ryan, I think I may have missed one or two things, dude. Which one did I miss?
So when it comes to the heat shield itself, in theory, there's either about the same amount of tiles or more. And that's because they're using smaller tiles in some locations. So the forward flaps that you were talking about, they switched to using smaller pin tiles rather than adhesive tiles. So the tiles are going to stay on a lot better. Now, if you go down the fuselage of the vehicle, the tank section, SpaceX used to have a lot of seams between the tiles. So you'd have basically hexagonal tiles that were kind of cut in half, and you'd have a seam that went around it. Now, they did this because in the past, when they would weld the different ring sections together, which would be 3 or 4 rings, they would just use adhesive to cover that area. Well, now, in Mega Bay 2, they have 2 welding robots. They have one that will weld the sections together, and the second one will apply tile pins. So now they can pin those sections. Basically, they have eliminated tile seams across the entirety of the fuselage. The nose cone still has them because, well, the geometry of the nose cone kind of makes it impossible to just bring it up. You have to reset your tile setup every couple of rows as you go up. But the biggest thing is the seams won't be there anymore for heat, for like plasma to get in. And they're able to use smaller tiles on the dome welds, which and those have gap filler in them. So like it's a gigantically upgraded heat shield over the not-upgraded Starship or Block 1, if you want to call it that. So that's a huge thing with the heat shield. Overall, though, the ship, it's got extended tanks. It's 1 ring taller, so it's 21 rings instead of 20 rings. It looks even taller than it does because, well, they moved the lift points down. Moved those down to the payload bay, which will help to cover for future ships all over. They're testing non-structural catch pins, which we were kind of always wondering how they were going to do it, whether it's going to be fixed or extending or everything, but it's too complicated to make the telescoping or extending ones, so they're going to be fixed. We'll see how it survives re-entry. And then the biggest overall thing is it's far more the structural integrity has been increased. They've added stringers to the methane tank that weren't there. There weren't any there before. They've added some to the LOX tank. The nose cone is completely redesigned so that they can actually put payload into the nose cone. And I could keep going. There's just a whole laundry list of items that they have improved upon and optimized on this vehicle. It's much more closer to what an operational like vehicle might be after testing everything that they have.
And we're going to see a ton more changes as they go into future vehicles based on the data they get from this launch today. No earlier than 9 hours to launch. Our coverage will begin at noon here local time. And they have a 1 hour window today because that's what they had yesterday. It's a 1 hour window from 4 p.m. local to 5 p.m. local. So we should see here in about an hour the sunrise, and those views are going to get really spectacular. So stay there with us. Astro Knucklehead, thank you for that $10 Canadian super chat. And I like I say, I don't take requests, but sometimes I do. So Kevin, I apologize in advance. Here we go. In a world of disposable rockets, imagine, if you will, a booster caught on this episode of The Hardest Catch. There you go. Astro Knucklehead. That one's for you. It's early in the morning, so it sounds fun. How's that? Was that good? Did I pass 3.5 stars?
My worldview has changed after that.
Yeah.
Hal 9000 wants to know at NASASpaceflight. Be sure to keep those questions coming in, guys. Awesome. But I'm probably going to get sued for that, by the way. So thanks, Astro Knucklehead, for putting me on the spot for that one. Let's see. I can't see the questions. There we go. Any chance the 20-minute holds to the ISS can watch? I believe transit is at 4:20 p.m. CST over Starbase. It's not technically over Starbase. Need Pizza in the background did some amazing work, as they always do. And it is offshore. They're going to be able to see. I mean, they're kind of high up. I don't know if you know that, but the ISS is in space. So they might have to wait to do some, avoidance. But I don't know. It's not exactly over Starbase, but it should be an amazing view. And if they do, the guys on the ISS, they typically have their cameras ready to go when they have a launch like this. So it should be interesting, and hopefully we do see something and they see something. So thanks for that question. Jack Bartlett is working in Perth International Airport and says, I want to double check that, but he says the N95FA is looking good. Crews have been out there in and out. So there's some unofficial, official, non-official information from Australia. Jack, thanks for watching. Go ahead.
That plane is the it's N95NA, the NASA 5. But maybe just put an F instead of an N. But it is the NASA 5 Gulfstream, which is set to be taking pictures of the ship as it re-enters and it goes through the belly flop to try to take a look at that Block 2 heat shield as it comes down. So.
Yeah, I may have misunderstood that question as well, but we know they've got the plane. Aren't they flying? We were talking about it last night. They said that they made the request to fly without lights, so they can just stick a camera on the window and catch peak heating and re-entry. And if they do that, those should be pretty cool coming in as well. Let's talk about. So I'm not gonna put that question out. That's a question for after. We'll talk about that later. Thank you for joining our Stakeout. We're going to be here for a couple more hours. So at NASASpaceflight is where you want your questions to be. And if you haven't already, go check out all of our socials. NSF is everywhere. Anywhere you are, we're going to be bringing you all the spaceflight news. I like going out to the forums on NASASpaceflight.com, checking out the questions and the great articles from folks. But if you're in a real quick and you're an X user, these guys, I don't spend a lot of time on X, but I know a lot of the team do, and they put a lot of information out on X. Ryan, you're putting stuff out on X, right?
I don't actually post that much. If anyone ever follows me, a lot of my retweets will be space stuff, and then Taylor. So yeah.
Oh yeah, we could go down that rabbit hole. I do mostly Facebook, so I follow NSF on Facebook, and then EJ, where are you?
Well, I stream on Twitch, and actually, we're streaming on Twitch right now. Hi, Twitch. I'm watching the chat, and I'm watching the YouTube
Twitch.
chat. That's what we do. But I do post from time to time on X, and it's usually not. I mean, it's useful to somebody. What I post on there, I'm sure it's useful to somebody.
There is a ton of information on X, and if you go out there right now, you can actually find out that, the N95NA flight tracking, the history, where it's going, go to FlightAware, you find all that information. And that's kind of what the team at NSF does. They get in there, they get the data, and when we can put it out, we're putting out that space news. And it's a lot of fun to kind of piece together a lot of stuff. But again, we're not going to put anything that's not official. I actually had a talk last night with some folks. Where, like, a lot of people just find something and throw it out there. Not us. We're going to verify it. We're going to make sure it's official and get it out there. So again, you're watching Stakeout this morning at 6:30 a.m. On your screen, you see a beautiful Ship 33, Booster 14. And this should catch the sunrise as it comes up at about 7:18 this morning. My name is Gene. I've got Ryan Weber here, also EJ. We're answering your questions. Drop those in chat at NASASpaceflight. And for those of you just joining us, our coverage today is going to go pretty much all day until launch window at 4 p.m. local here in Starbase. Our main launch coverage begins at noon. So just stay right here with NSF and you're going to get like all the rocket information you could possibly stand. Speaking of rocket information, we know with the iterative design worldview, I don't know what else to call it, but the process that SpaceX goes through, we know we've seen Block 1 ships. We are now flying Block 1 boosters. We now have a Block 2 ship on top of that. And as they get taller, the question then becomes, are they going to have to redesign the towers? So I'm going to read this question. I'm going to send it over to Ryan. Ben Fryer asked the question, will they have to make the towers taller for Block 3? If so, here's your crystal ball question. How long would that take? Ryan, I'm going to come to you first on this one. What do you think?
Well, I will say they shouldn't have to make them taller for Block 3. They should just be able to keep the catch, not the catch points, but at least the lift points on the ship low enough to be able to stack it. Because the OLM is not going to be as high it is right now. It's like a solid 15, 20. I think it's like 15 meters high. It's been a bit since I've looked to see what the height of the OLM is, but
No, that's right, dude. 15. It's up
15.
there.
Yeah, and the new one is only going to be like 6 meters off the ground, because you remember there's a trench now. So the biggest thing with that is, well, with the OLM being lower, so it means the booster's lower. So once you have an extended booster and you put the ship QD on, and then the ship, well, you don't really need a taller tower. As much as a taller tower would be cooler, honestly, they can kind of just make this tower and make it this way going forward. And just kind of keep it that way. Now, say they wanted to, let's just posit the whole thing of, if they wanted to make the tower taller. Well, one, they have to disconnect they have to unreeve or disconnect all the cabling for the chopsticks. So basically, they have to sit at the bottom of the tower, unreeve it all, and disconnect it all. They would have to break apart the concrete that's inside the columns. They then would have to go in with a cutter torch and slice off the top. And then they would have to build a section, place it on top, and build it back up, add whatever they want to, put the cap back on, fill it back up with concrete, weld it all back together, and then reeve the cabling back through. While possible, good luck.
Ryan, that I wanted to chime in right there. It speaks volumes that SpaceX is trying to make a flame trench in a high water table area. They see that as less complex than trying to move or like raise one of these towers. It's like no. We'll just dig a hole. It's fine, you know.
So speaking of digging a hole, that was where I was going to go with the answer to this question. Once they have Tower 2, they've got the flame trench. They're going to be redesigning Tower 3. Tower 1. Tower 3. That would be awesome. Tower 1, when they go to the larger ships, why not just, raising the tower up would be a pain. Why not just make the OLM lower? And if they're going to do a flame trench, like you said, dig a hole, they could knock down the OLM on Tower 1, which stands, ready to go for Block 2s and obviously maybe Block 2 boosters as well, because they can reposition. Why don't they just knock down the OLM? They've already dug a hole there once. Let's remember, and then put a flame trench there that lowers the whole stack down. Now they've got a little bit of margin for Block 3. What do you think about that, Ryan?
I would say we don't have the confirmation of it, but based off of the issues that they are still they have stopgap solutions right now with Block 1 booster. So they are still using breakaway hoses for engine chill on Block 1 booster. That goes all the way back to Booster 7, the spin boom. Because what they're trying to do is they're piping away all the locks to the engine chill basically pond that's over to the left of this image. So they're still using breakaway hoses, and they need to stop doing that. Reusability wise, they have got to stop doing that. That needs to get piped through the main QD. They can't really retrofit that to the pad, because they also have to retrofit that to the booster, because they basically have to add a manifold into the booster and then pipe that through the QD, and then have that QD be able to take it and go back. They haven't retrofitted that at all to this pad. I don't think they want to do that. It would take a while. Plus, they have to do it to the vehicles as well. So they've just kept with the stopgap solution for now. That needs to be fixed on Block 2 of booster. That is one of the big and not only that, based off what we can see from the new pad, there is no longer going to be the outer 20 QDs. It looks like all of that is gone. It's going to be gone, which means a Block 1 booster should not be compatible with the new pad, and Block 2 booster would not be compatible with the pad you're looking at right now.
Yep.
Which means this pad is going to get blowtorched as soon as they're done flying Block 1s.
Yep.
It's going to get cut down. It's going to get taken out. They're going to take out the steel plate, and they're going to dig a hole and probably dig a trench. I would assume that would take like a year at least to do all that. One to knock it down and then dig it. So
some folks think you're saying QD, and other folks think you're saying QT. So can you explain what a QD is for some folks?
A quick disconnect. Sorry. You know, it's early in the morning.
It's early.
Still getting our coffee kicked in. Still waking up. I've probably been awake for about an hour at this point. But QD as in quick disconnect. So quick disconnect. So basically there's two plates. One's on the vehicle side, one's on the ground side, and they mate together. And that's how you can transfer power, gases, cryofuels, all that kind of stuff between the vehicle and ground side. So currently, there are 20 quick disconnects that run around that attach to all 20 outer engines on the OLM plus the main. So there's 21 quick disconnects that attach to Super Heavy right now. That's a lot of failure points, and they kind of had issues in the past with those. So it's kind of something they want to get rid of, which we don't even know how many quick disconnects are going to be on the new pad. It could be one. It might even be two. We don't really know. It's kind of hard to tell right now until we see, them actually get the plates or build or actually see a booster 2 aft section. So, yeah, we're just kind of waiting on that. But that's what a quick disconnect is, QD.
There you go. And there's two. There's the what we call the BQD at the bottom, which is that you'll see a little doghouse on top of the OLM with a big heavy shield, because that thing just gets absolutely roasted at launch. And then there's the SQD, which is the arm you see on the left-hand side about halfway up the tower, which swings away, and that is the ship quick disconnect, which also gets roasted because they can't get it out of the way fast enough. It's got a little door on there, a little doghouse door.
That thing is so janky right now.
It is.
Oh, I can't wait for Pad B's ship quick disconnect arm.
It's gonna articulate in the middle. It's gonna have two hinges, right, instead of just the one.
It's looking like
plan?
It's gonna be the same build as what they currently have, but instead of having the actual ship quick disconnect raised up and having to do what it does right now, because it's raised up a couple of rings, because Starship has raised height. The ship quick disconnect has raised height 3 times. So the first time, it was originally with ship 20, and the ship quick disconnect there was a little bit farther down in the aft section. Then between 20 and 24, they raised it up a ring, and then they raised it up a ring again So no, wait, only 2. Then they raised it up a ring again when they added the hot stage ring on. So it's been raised up almost 4 meters. So that's why it looks so janky right now, because it wasn't really built to be this way. So
That's the word of the day, kids. So on Tower 2, I'm going to stay with this for a minute, and then I'm going to get back to your questions at NASASpaceflight. We love getting your questions. Send them in. I'm going to stay with this conversation for a minute. On Tower 2, didn't they build in the option of moving the ship disconnect to the connections in the tower? I thought as we were watching it being built, and I guess this was months and months ago, they have a connection point on one section of the tower, and then just above it they have another connection point. So theoretically, there's the ship quick disconnect. And as you're sitting out there at Starbase, you can actually see people walking around with their flashlights at night and so on. Theoretically, on Tower 2, they have the ability to just grab it and then raise it up to the other connection point and put it back in. You'd think that would be for a Block 3 ship on a Block 3 booster, potentially. I'm totally out of bounds here, but am I wrong in thinking that they had those 2 connection points on Tower 2?
So there's 4 connection points on Tower 2. The lower is going to cause me to try to remember here. I think it's the lower set that's the same height as what's currently on. But the issue with that is they do not have an actuator hookup for the actuator to move it. Like, they only have one actuator hookup up there. So while in theory they could probably move it up, they don't have an actuator hookup on the tower itself, so that's something they'd have to add on, which they probably could, but it's not there at the moment.
Yeah, it'll be interesting as we all watch Starbase Live what they do with Tower 2 and our continuous coverage of it. A lot of people are asking if we're going to go for launch today. The answer is potentially. We don't know. We're here with you watching it live. We are just over 9 hours from that potential, the opening of that window. That's what net means, no earlier than 4 p.m. local here in Starbase. Here in about 45 minutes, the sun should come up and we should start seeing what the sky looks like. But overall, for those of you asking in chat, I see a lot of it, the weather today looks much better than it did yesterday. Obviously, yes, you were watching yesterday. There was rain hitting our lenses. We were talking about that early in the morning. Some people were asking if it was ice and snow. No, it was not. It was just rain. But on a camera lens, it does look like that. I want to thank some folks. Matt PD, €5. We're going to switch over and talk about the thermal protection tiles. And this question is kind of leading into it because I just love the name Thermadillos. Can we call the TPS team the Thermadillos? I like that. I think that's a lot of fun. We need to pass the time. Yeah, that's our job. We got that covered. Thanks from Ireland, Matt. Thanks for watching from Ireland and all of our international folks. We appreciate you being there for us. EJ is rocking the coffee. Yes, more propellant, my friend. Coffee loading is complete.
Yeah, I'd like to.
I'm gonna ask you a question, then I'll go reload, and then you can ask me a question, and then I'll go reload.
Just like to let everybody know that coffee propellant loading is complete on the EJ. We are ready to answer questions.
He is ready to go. Steve with a store message. Go Flight 7. Thank you very much for hitting out. Shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Let's see what Steve got. I pre-ordered my Flight 7 patch just the other day, so potentially it's a Flight 7 patch. But there's a lot of great merch that they just put out there. I'm not going to go into all that stuff, but you can go check it out for yourself. And yes, I was the first one to buy a New Glenn. I just want to put that out. I own New Glenn reentry shirt number 1. Even though, I'm just kidding, ... If you were watching last night, you know what happened. Yeah, you made the Minecraft villager sound. Let's see. Regarding catch winds, earlier in here in Stakeout, we were talking about the winds. I'm going to go to EJ on this one. He loves talking about winds and shear and those types of words. Let's see. Sod the Give Me a Beer. That's a great name. At NASASpaceflight, regarding catch winds, Do we know what wind conditions the sea landings were done in? Were they calm seas? I don't know about the calm seas part. I assume you might be talking about New Glenn last night or Falcon 9 or what have you. Let's use this question to roll into there's a good shot with the sun coming up. Let's use this to roll in EJ. Talking about winds here locally, how much does the wind affect that booster when it's coming back in for a potential catch?
Gene, the short answer to this question is that if it flies through the air, the wind's affecting it.
Yeah.
It really depends at this point, guys. It really depends on where that wind is coming from. Now, yesterday, when they I'm not going to say the word, when they decided to launch later in the week, we're not saying that word, okay? We're not saying it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
all right? The winds were, I believe, 18 knots sustained, gusting to 20, which is that probably is too much for, at least right now where SpaceX is with the the maturity of this vehicle. The winds today, I mean, we'll talk to Adam about this later, like you said, but the winds today are 9 knots. That's okay. That is a lot less, right? And now when that booster's coming into land, if there's a crosswind, it's going to affect it. Now, I would assume that SpaceX has probably gotten pretty good at dealing with crosswinds during landings because, they do that landing thing a lot, right? There's a lot of info and, flight data on Falcon 9s coming back down and landing. So they probably know a thing or two about this. I would probably go ahead and kind of logically extrapolate that some of that is carried over into Super Heavy, So I think this thing will land in the wind. It could do it. It's definitely going to be a little bit of a challenge. Whether they want to do it today or not, 9 knots is not too bad. It's not the gale that we had yesterday. It's pretty good. I think that they will be able to do this. But then you got to also take into account where that wind's coming from. If I'm looking at the METAR right, and once again, guys, Adam will come in here and he will tell us all about the weather. It probably to the point where it's like, what I'm explaining to you right now sounds like, hey, the wind is blowing, he will come in here and make me look stupid. And I'm more than happy to have that happen. The winds it is a crosswind. The wind is coming out of basically the north at 9 knots. Now, obviously the coastline is going north-south. When the booster comes back in, it's coming from the east, going west. You have a pretty bad, not a pretty bad crosswind, but a crosswind nonetheless. That's definitely going to affect it. Super Heavy has a lot of surface area. That is a big vehicle, right? So it's definitely going to affect it. Now, to what extent? Ryan, I'll kind of pass it off to you here. Those Raptors on Super Heavy have 15 degrees of thrust vector control, right? It should be able to compensate for that.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I'm trying to remember the exact. I think it's like 14 or something like that. It's been a minute since I've looked, but
no, it's wild, right?
Let's just put it this way: it's got a decent amount of thrust vector control range. Thrust vector control being, the actuators that are on board the Raptors that allow them to gimbal and move, so they can basically direct the thrust coming out of them. That's hence the name. But I was thinking about it. I think it was like 2 days ago, but when they did end up pushing a day, it was yesterday actually. Man, time blends together.
Yeah.
I know what
we're
you're
thinking about when those 13 engines ignite, even if they're at half power, say they're even at 50% when they ignite, you're talking about a thrust to weight ratio of like 3.4 for the booster, give or take. That's a lot. That's a lot of control it has when it's coming back. And of course it down selects to 3 pretty quickly. But that's still a lot of control that it has. And not only that, having a vehicle of this size helps you against wind. This size and this heavy can definitely help you against the wind not affecting it as much. So It's kind of one of those things. So I think it'll be fine. Like especially even down the line when they start pushing the limits of what wind limits can be for catch, but it's definitely got margins in it.
Yeah.
I mean, the other thing you got to think about here, Gene, hold on one second. The other thing you got to think about here is like, you're not going to want to, I mean, we're still in iterative test flights, right? There, a catch is still a very new thing. Do you really want to push the envelope with the weather here? I mean, you could, Gene, like what you were saying, right? You were saying a little, I think it was yesterday, and Ryan, you're absolutely right about the days blending together. That's like, you could push the envelope now, but you would want to get clean test data before you start doing that. So they might, want to send it, but I think you'd want to wait for ideal conditions. But I mean, with this week, you might not get those ideal conditions, so they might just, dare I say it, they might do what they did with SN11 and just go, yep, all right, fly,
Yeah, and we all remember that it landed in little bitty pieces.
Really hope that doesn't happen this time.
No,
yeah.
no. So
I hope in about, 9 hours and 20 minutes or so. It'd be about 9 hours and 20 minutes from now. A little under that. We have booster 14 hanging from those sticks.
Yep. Hanging from the chopsticks.
I hope.
We'll see. We'll see with everybody else here in real time. We'll see what happens. There was a question that came in while we were talking about wind speeds. Stephen Lewis says, what's a knot? And I can answer this question. Hey guys, it's one I can answer. It's nautical miles per hour is what we talk about when we're talking about knots. It actually equals 1.15 miles per hour. Not that you're ever going to need to do the math, but when a ship is moving, and we've been using it since like the 17th century or something like that, that ships moving through the water move in nautical miles, and that's what we use for wind speeds as well. It's about 1.8 something kilometers per hour. So when we say the wind is blowing at 9 knots, you can just kind of assume it's close to 9.5 to 10 miles per hour, something like that. So hopefully that clears that up. But if you want to do the math, a knot is 1.15 miles per hour, and I can even hear Ryan's keys on the keyboard double checking me.
No, I'm not actually checking. I assume you know it. No, you should know that. Considering what you've done, you should know that. Yeah,
my dad taught me how to sail when I was a kid, and that's actually where I first learned it. But yeah, considering what I've done in my life, we've used meters and knots in my entire life.
I mean, It just kind of, it's one of those things. It's like, okay, miles per hour, kilometers per hour, knots. It's like, I wish we would just pick one. Keep it there.
I'm with you, my friend.
Like,
let's see. Will they attempt to catch today? Yeah, Randbeer. Yeah, we all think they will attempt one. Whether they execute one is whether they complete the catch is really the question. Will they attempt it? Yeah. I'm 100% sure they're going to attempt. If they launch, they will 100% try to attempt it today. And when we go back to Flight 5, which was my first rocket launch ever, and my first, obviously, Starship launch, people say, oh, it went into the Gulf, it failed, it was blah, blah, blah. And I disagree 100%. There are so many conditions that have to be met so that the booster is aligned and the tower's ready. The ship is on its way. The booster's like, I'm ready to be caught, and the tower's like, I'm ready to catch. And I can imagine this laundry list of check marks that happen in a split second with these flight computers. And if one of them, I assume, gets ticked over and says, nope, I'm not ready to go, then the ship decides to divert, or somebody at mission control says, I've got a red line, nothing, I'm not green across the board, and they hit the divert button. So last flight, when it went into the Gulf, it worked as expected. They build that in. As Ryan was talking earlier about, it's aiming for the dunes, and if they get past that ability where they're able to divert into the Gulf, it's gonna lawn dart into the dunes. Would we like to see that? No. Would it be amazing to see one time? Maybe. I mean, just once. I mean,
Like-
it's like watching a NASCAR crash. You're like, I don't want it to happen, but if it does, I want to be there. Right?
Waiting for the big one.
We haven't had a RUD, like a true RUD we can see in the Starship program in a while. Like the last really big one that we've been able to see with our own eyes was Booster 9 blowing up during boost back, which was a solid, what? At this point, it is solid like 14 months ago. We're actually coming up on the 2-year anniversary of Flight 1, which will be in April. It'll be the 2-year anniversary of it. And
What?
But by that point, they may have caught a ship. If this goes well,
Wow.
we can talk about Ship 34 here. Why not? It's out at Massey's getting cryo tested.
Sure.
If this goes well, that's a big if everything goes right, SpaceX may try to go to orbit and try to catch that one. Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. Elon had talked about wanting to catch on Flight 8. That's assuming they hit their mark, everything goes well, which I honestly think it will. The biggest question mark for me is the catch points, how it'll work in reentry. But that ship might be the third next thing to be in between those sticks. By that I mean after 14 and 15, and then that one. Caught, I mean, not raised, but like caught between the sticks. So, I fingers crossed for the future of this program. They could have reusability for both vehicles nailed down by the summer.
Yeah. And speaking of the future of the program,
optimism.
it's on the screen. There's the future of the program right there at Massey's, getting ready for test at Ship 34. EJ, you were going to say something?
Reckless optimism coming from Ryan. What did we do to this guy?
That's what I'm saying. I'm the
yeah,
optimist.
no, we're good.
He's usually a little black rain cloud, like, it's going to blow up. You're like, no, it's not, Ryan. It's not. But I'm glad I love the optimism. Let's
I'm here for
thank
it.
him for let's thank
Turn
him
over
for
a new
that.
leaf. Let's do it. Why not? I don't know.
It's a new year. Your New Year's resolution is like, I'm going to be a little more optimistic. Yay. No, it's realism, because Ryan knows these vehicles so well and knows the science behind them in engineering. He's like, yeah, guys, I don't think this is going to work. I'm over here like, please work. Please work. You look pretty. Please work.
You look pretty, please. I mean, to say, because we were all kind of curious how a stacked Block 2 would look. It looks better than Block 1, hands down.
It does.
That ship
Yeah.
looks way better. I mean, not only because it was mostly built in the factory and inside of a closed high bay, so it's cleaner, but just I think in general, the flaps look better.
Yeah, I
It
do. I
just
agree.
does. It
What you're
looks better.
What you're seeing now is actually our view. EJ and I are at the Margaritaville Resort on South Padre Island. So that's actually what we see right now out the window. And so we're in a really, really good place for the launch. And if you want to watch the launch, you can do so right here from the Margaritaville. Now, coming up, 9 hours to the opening of their window, our coverage here at NSF, EJ, Doss, and I, and everybody else will be ready to go at noon here local in Starbase. And if you're listening in the background, you might be able to hear some folks. They're starting to make some noise because this morning they're allowing media out there in the dunes to check their cameras, recharge, change batteries, do what they're going to do. So potentially here in the next hour or so, you're going to see, as we switch cameras and give you some more of these amazing views, folks walking around doing their thing. You might see Doss, you might see Jack, you might see some of the other folks that are behind the scenes working on the cameras, the technical team. So be sure to say hello. They only have a limited amount of time because they usually put the Cameron County Sheriff's vehicle up about 30, 35 minutes before they start the roadblock. So we should start to see, guys getting out there. There's some cars going down Highway 4, checking their cameras, getting everything ready. So be sure to say hi in chat when you see people walking by our cameras. You can hear them laughing. And if you listen real close, you can hear them laughing. This right here is my favorite shot. This is what I want to see. And I know the guys in the control room, Kevin and Carson, Jay and Andrew and everybody else in the control room, they've got their plan for these cameras. But if you have one called the Gene Plan, it has to do with this camera right here. I can't wait to see what this camera picks up. It's going to be spectacular. As Elon says, excitement guaranteed. As we cross the top of the hour, and if you're just joining us, welcome to our Stakeout coverage of Flight 7 here on NSF. We've got Ryan Weber and EJ answering your questions at NASASpaceflight. And guys, understand, I can't get to all of them. The chat goes by so fast. You can send in your questions. I promise I try to get to all of them, but I fail every time. We all do. It's really difficult. And we want to thank you guys for joining us and making all of this possible. When you see someone walk by the camera down at Starbase, when you watch the coverage, you have to understand that everything you guys do make it possible. And that's why we say thanks to so many folks. The support in the background is amazing. Like Cullen Dan's, a new Red Team member, joining us to watch the coverage for today. Edward with a store message. Thank you so much for the great coverage. Keep it up. We appreciate that. Jensen, Starship Flight 7. Oh, I don't know about that one. Is greater than New Glenn. I don't know. I'm a rocket guy, and I'm all about New Glenn. I'm all about Starship. I want all launch providers to be successful because I'm a Jack Byer fan too. And I know Ryan and EJ will agree. More rockets, more better. Right, guys?
Oh, yeah.
100%.
I cannot wait to see the day, the LC, like not LC-39, but at least the Cape in general. Like, we're going to have so many large and medium-sized rockets out of there within the next couple of years. I cannot wait to see them all. I want like that missile row shot where you've got like 5 or 6 different rockets just vertical. I mean, you got Nova, you've got SLS, you've got Starship, you've got Falcon 9, you've got New Glenn, you've got Terran R,
Alpha.
Alpha. Like,
it's hard to remember all of them off the top of your head, dude. I think you're doing good.
I want to see them all vertical. Let's do it now. I want it now.
Yeah.
Me too, man. Me too.
So one of the things that we saw, I'm going to switch over. We were going to talk about TPS, and we went way off the rails there. But the thermal protection system, we've seen a lot of changes, and this is one of the things that they've been struggling with. But I think we talked about the pins instead of glue and so on. But I want to get into them stripping it off the sides. We saw on Flight 6, they decided they were going to take, 4 rows of tiles off both sides. I'm going to go to EJ on this one. They stripped it down, but we did see some, I don't know I can't remember what the name of when you heat stainless steel and it starts changing colors and so on and maybe buckling a little bit. I thought we saw some of that more pronounced on Flight 6 because they removed those tiles. This thing is, and again, I reiterate, everything you see on your screen is research and development. This ship has those stripped off, obviously for the catch pins, but it also has a ton of test tiles on there. Why are we still testing these, is my question.
Okay. So, we're still testing these because the tiles, like everything else, are iterative. You just said it. It's R&D, man. This is all iterative. They're really no one has ever built a stainless steel reentry vehicle, right? No one's ever done that. This is completely uncharted territory. So they're really trying to figure out how these tiles jive with the rest of the system, right? And you got to take into account that if they want to catch that Starship with the tower, like what you see on the screen right there, on the right-hand side of your screen, you can't really put tiles where you want to put your catching paraphernalia, right? So they're really trying to see how much they can get away with. And we did see on Ship 31 how tempered that stainless got, right? It got scorched, and it was all kinds of crazy cool colors. I mean, it looked amazing. But, I think when they first started flying the Starship, at least I thought, like, I was 100% wrong on this, and I'm really happy to be wrong on this one. Like, that's fine. I was like, if it's missing 1 or 2 tiles, that's game over. That's game over. That's game over. Right? It's like the shuttle. You thought it was just, if it loses a tile, that's it. Mm-hmm. It's done. Like, no. This thing just pops tiles off like Pogs. It just pops them. It's fine. Just tank it right through. So I think that was even a surprise to SpaceX. I think that's why they were just all of a sudden they're like, get rid of like 1,000 of these. Yeah.
And
just
Ryan, You're right. I thought it's going to lose one tile. We're done, right? We're not even going to see it. When it lost half a wing, it still came in. So, Ryan, this shot right here, you can see these test tiles, and I'm assuming those are test tiles, right?
Well, they're removed tiles. If you were actually to really, really zoom all the way in, you can see where the pins used to be. So there's not actually a tile really in place there. I think what they've done is they've removed a ton of... It's like 54 something separate locations they've removed tiles on to test on the new ship. Because as I said before, the actual structure of this ship is different from the older one, the unupgraded one, the Block 1. It's got more stringers, it's got so much more structural integrity. So I think SpaceX is going to use this suborbital flight to test how the new ship design interacts with losing tiles in certain locations. So basically, they've got sensors all around, they've got cameras to see for burn through, but they want to see how this ship handles in those locations if they were to lose a tile there. So it's just gathering data is really all it is. They did talk about active cooling tiles. I have not seen where those are. I actually don't know where they are in the vehicle. I haven't seen any hardware that points to where those active cooling tiles would be. At least I haven't seen it. I don't remember it off the top of my head if they have been spotted. But usually just removing these, and they're somewhat symmetrical in a lot of ways, is just to kind of see how the vehicle interacts during reentry. So I can't wait to see how this thing performs. They still do have... It's not like they've got bare metal. I think they're still... I think it's an ablative coating that they've placed on the stainless steel in there, because there's no felt, or I think of the Pyron, that material that they have there, or whatever their ablative that they're using is. I think it's just like a ablative coating that they've kind of painted on it for some of those missing areas.
Yeah, there are a lot of questions about the TPS system on this flight, and one of them is, are we going to see them continue to remove tiles? I'm going to answer that. I'm going to say yes, because the best part's no part in the Elon theory. And if they don't need a tile in a specific location, they're going to get rid of that tile, because every kilogram that's mass to orbit. And they still have to outfit this thing with a lot of stuff. Again, everything here is R&D, but it's interesting to see the tests they do. And they updated the website saying that they're testing this. They're going to do the on-orbit relight. We're going to put some dummy Starlink deployment in the payload bay, and there are 10 in there right now. Hopefully we see some really nice shots of that during the coast phase. But one of the things, I want to talk about the catch hardware a little bit. And if you guys could just pan down, I think you can actually see just a little bit of those. We were all talking, I guess, weeks and months ago about how's that going to work. And we saw some pictures from, I think, Jack and Mary about these holes in the side of the ship. I think EJ and I had a long conversation about, are they going to retract? I guess you can just see them. Well, with the arms closed, it's really difficult because they're actually right above the arms. You can just see one there. But no, these are non-structural, by the way. I want to point that out. These are non-structural. They want to see what happens during reentry. And you can see more of those tiles specifically removed, as Ryan just said, from a testing perspective. But it looks like they're just going to be fixed. And EJ, I'm going to come to you. These are just bolted on. But on the next ship, for Flight 8, I guess we assume 34, they're going to be structurally attached, unlike these. And one of the things that I saw was on the booster, the actual pin itself that interacts with the rails, you could just barely see the rails there on the chopsticks, looks a lot taller than what we have simulated on Ship 33. That little pin piece, I'm trying to get to the question, sorry.
No, it's all good.
Can't be shielded. They shield the structural parts, but to me, it doesn't look like it's got enough clearance to get over the little lip. What do you think?
Okay, so the chopsticks do have a mechanism that can actually move up and in. It's like it's like a bumper bar. You can see it on the left-hand side. Those actually can move up. They move up and down, Gene.
Yeah.
Once again, I'm pointing at it on the screen like you guys can actually see me. It's, okay, about midway, camera left, right? Like you can see that there's a bumper that's just kind of below where the pin is. That bumper is actually on, I want to say like a screw jack, right? But it's hydraulics, and it can actually move up and into position. I know there's not a lot of clearance there though, Gene, between where the pin and the catch bar, like that bumper bar is supposed to be. Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Fancy graphics. Look at these fancy graphics.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, that's the landing rail. With the set of bumpers on it. Yeah.
Yep. And they are bumpers, guys. Like, it scrapes up the side of the vehicle, which is another reason why you can't put tiles in that area. Because if they want to catch this ship and those tiles are on the side and the bumper bar hits them, Ryan, like it's going to be like a cheese grater just grading off all the tiles, right?
Yeah, so that's why they had to strip the tiles off. So that landing rail just moves up, is all it does. It moves up, and then if you can see, there's two little, like, not really actuators, they're basically dampers. They've got a couple of them that run along it that damp it as the vehicle hits the weight on. You can see them in action on booster 12 when it actually lands on it, and it just dampens the impact, so that not all the weight goes onto the sticks all at once, and you get some kind of spring dampening effect. So that's what the landing rails do.
Yeah. These, again, guys, these are just these are simulated. They're not structural. They're probably just bolted on there to see what happens during the re-entry. And as you can see, there's a lot, as Ryan said, there's a lot of these tiles missing. They're testing a lot. But as I was saying, on their website, they said that this is going to be a steeper re-entry. They're really, really, really want to stress this ship. And that's why yesterday, if the winds were in tolerance, they would have launched. They want to get as much data out of this ship as possible to see where those left and right limits, if you will, are for this vehicle, and they keep pushing and pushing and pushing, trying to stress the vehicle as much as possible, then recover it. Hopefully, everybody's quote, knock on wood, whatever you do, and then pull all that data, but that telemetry data, and then they pour through it, saying, where do we speed up? Where do we make it stronger? Where do we remove the weight? Because they want to get as many kilograms, as much mass to orbit as possible. The picture on your screen right now is coming from, I believe, either River or Outpost, one of the many cameras we have out there at Starbase. And this is River, what we call River camera. And there's an entire team out there right now. They are working on several of the cameras, cleaning the lenses, changing the batteries, and it's just part of the team, part of the background that you don't see on stream, you don't hear on stream. And I'll say it right now, EJ, Ryan, and I, we have the easy job. We get to sit with two other rocket nerds talking rocket nerd stuff because we're rocket nerds. We have the easy job. I was out there, and EJ and I were out there trying to help them the other day, and EJ, you can confirm, these guys work. There is no doubt they put in the hours so they can bring you the views like this.
Gene, I think I spent about 2 days out there helping, Jack, and helping, all the background NSF crew. I don't know if they want to shout out or not, but shout out to those guys. Helping them with all the equipment, changing batteries, moving cameras around. You have to lug this stuff through the sand dunes. It's like walking in glue. It is. Yeah. I gained a ton of respect for the people on the back end of this down at Starbase, maintaining all this equipment. Guys, there's no power out there. It's not like SpaceX is like, here, you can use this extension cable. Go ahead. Yeah, no, nice. Yeah, right? That would be great. Right. SpaceX, help us out. No, I mean, all this stuff is all remotely operated. It is all on a closed grid system. Like, it's not connected to a power grid. It's all solar power. It's all batteries. I mean, there's guys that are constantly lugging batteries out there. Like Jack is doing it. Like, I gained a ton of respect for him. And Chad, this is going to sound a little ridiculous coming from me. I can even spare Jack for the condition that the Land Rover is in, because Boca Chica is not nice to cars. It is not nice to any mechanical equipment. So I gained a ton of respect for what Jack is doing, coming out here, taking pictures, swapping batteries, moving solar panels, moving cameras. Like, It is a Herculean effort. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and it really is. And the reason they do that is so that we can have amazing camera shots for these excitement guaranteed rocket launches. And that's why we take time to thank you guys for all of your support, showing up this morning with us, watching these rockets launch, and then helping us out so we can keep doing more. Like Frederick, who just became a Capcom member. You are awesome. Thank you so much. In my book, you're a rock star, just like everybody else. Giving us those questions at NASASpaceflight, going out and checking out the stuff on our store and everything. Like, if you haven't pre-ordered your Flight 7 patch, now would be the time to do it. Jason's sending this in from the store. Thanks, NSF. Fingers crossed for, I'm not going to say it, no delays. How about that? No delays. We'll put that in there. I'm going to edit you there, Jason. Can't get with these. We can't get with those sorts of guys. Smiley face. Look, NSF's the place to be for all your rocket coverage because Brian's here, and EJ's here, and Jack is here, and Doss is here, and all of the guys in the background, Kevin and Carson and Jay and Andrew, doing what they do to bring these amazing rockets to life. Telstar86, thank you so much for gifting a Red Team membership. And again, if you're a recipient of one of these gifts, subscriptions, these memberships, say thank you in chat. I got one. It's the funniest thing in the world. I got somebody gifted me. I was like, thanks, man. Appreciate it. It's a lot of fun. It's a good community to be part of. Ryan, I'm going to come to you for this next question. This is a really good one. We talk about Ship 34 potentially being the first ship to catch. We know it's going this ship today, if it launches this afternoon within the window, beginning at 4 p.m. Central here in Starbase. Why is it going to the Indian Ocean? And Isaac Chapman wants to know, I'm going to kind of double up this question, why isn't this flight, Ship 33, landing in the Gulf for preparation for the next flight? So two-part question. Why did they decide to go straight to the Indian Ocean again? We've already done that a couple times. And why aren't they targeting the Gulf for this one? I know the answer, but I want you to answer this one and teach me something.
Well, there's a few layers to that. First off, it's a lot harder to get all the approvals for an orbital flight. And in order to get back to the Gulf, it would have to do a couple orbits. Depending on the inclination they launch to. If they wanted to go to the inclination that they want to deploy Starlinks and things like that, if I remember correctly, I think it's like a solid 16 hours before they'd be able to get back to the Gulf or something along those lines. I don't remember that. Trying to remember the inclination off the top of my head. That's an Alex who might remember that one off the top of his head. But the other part to that is it would take a while to approve to get to orbit. Right now, they have the approval to do this suborbital track. Okay, that's what's in the license. They have the approval to land in the Indian Ocean, and basically to perform the trajectory that they're currently on. So if they want to launch quickly, might as well just use that. It's a brand new ship. There's a lot of things to test in it. They still want to test. They're still doing our in-space Raptor relight. So they're going to fire the Raptor in space. So they're going to test that on a new ship with the new plumbing and make sure all the systems are verified. Then they can try to go for orbit. The other thing they're also trying to do is they're doing a deploy demo. So they're going to deploy 10 dummy Starlinks in a suborbital track, so they'll re-enter and burn up along with the ship. Basically, if the deploy demo works, the Raptor demo works, and the ship is fine and survives, SpaceX, in theory, SpaceX could get the approval to then re-enter towards the Gulf or back towards the launch site, launch in an inclination for Starlinks, and do a deorbit burn. So they could, in theory, next flight, do an operational Starlink mission and try to bring the ship back.
Mm-hmm.
So if they complete everything in this one shot, they could do that. Now, if they wanted to go to orbit right away, right now with this ship, they wouldn't be launching right now. I just want to tell you that right now. They would probably there's still a lot of paperwork to do, along with approving this vehicle to fly over land while it's re-entering. Yes, the shuttle did that a lot. Yes, Dragon does that a lot. But this is a much bigger vehicle than even the shuttle. So they want to be sure this thing can survive all manners of things during re-entry so that it's fine and doesn't break up over land and have an issue. So that's why they're not doing it right now.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. My only problem is that now that they've extended the ship a little bit, but made it slightly taller, etc., moved the flaps, when it's fully full of fuel, is that a thing? When it's full of fuel, it's not going to look as much like a Penguin as the Block 1 ships. So we'll have to come up with another animal for this one. But I can't wait to see it fly. And again, our launch coverage, and I'm sorry if I've repeated this 1,000 times, but we have people joining and they want to know, our launch coverage here at NSF begins at 12 noon Central Time. But don't go anywhere because we've got Stakeout all the way up until then. Sawyer is going to take over here in a couple of hours and talk all about the ship. So just stay right where you are. Coming up, the launch window opens this afternoon at 4 p.m. Central Time here in Starbase. So we are just under, no earlier than for that window, 8 hours and 40 minutes. Right now, the crews are out there from NSF swapping batteries and cleaning lenses, making sure everything is, as they say, 5x5. The chat's going to explode now with 5x5s. Everything is good to go. Everything's 5x5 with all the cameras and communication and everything that we have out there in the dunes. I got a lot of good questions, so let's get to some of those. We talked about, there go the fives. Thanks, guys. We talked about, you can see on your screen, we've got Tower 1, Pad A. I don't know why we call it that, but okay. And then in the background, we've got Tower 2, and they've made so many crazy modifications with Tower 2. But let's talk about Florida for a second. I'm probably going to get yelled at in the background for switching from Starbase to Florida, but there's a tower there too. And Jan was asking about any news, any updates. So I'm kind of teeing you guys up for these. About 39A. Yes. Okay. I knew there was going to be someone. Go ahead, Ryan.
I was going to say DSS.
Oh, yeah. The DSS,
suppression system test. So
yeah, they just tested that. You can see it on the screen there.
For those who don't know, a DSS stands for Detonation Suppression System. Is the system they installed after what we call the spin boom happened, or Booster 7's kablooey. It didn't blow up the booster. It just, SpaceX thought it was a fantastic idea to do engine chill and other things all at the same time, while also trying to spin prime all 33 engines without trying to do any smaller sets. They want to do 33 first time off the bat, and, well, it didn't exactly end well. RAP White Hose. But in terms of the question for what's the update on Pad 39A, is they just started drilling CFA piles, so continuous flight auger piles. So basically what they do is they drill a hole into the ground, and while they're drilling, they fill up with concrete, and once the drill bit is out, they then lower a rebar cage in, and that solidifies, and boom, you have a piling that goes into the ground. They did that a ton over on Pad A after Flight 1, and they did it a ton over on Pad B. So with that starting over at 39A, that is a really good sign. They're starting for orbital pad stuff after that tower's been built for like 2.5 years, and it's been built for a while. So that's kind of the update on that. It's going to be a while before that pad's operational. The environmental impact statement is still undergoing. I think October is the earliest date for that thing to be finished. Rarely do those things finish on early time. I would expect that pad to be operational early 2026. So that's it for 39A.
EJ.
Yeah. Guys, I see a lot of people in chat asking, like, oh man, why, it's gonna launch in 8 hours. It's 8 hours and 30 minutes away. What are we doing streaming? Well, did you guys see that detonation suppressor test? That's why we're streaming right now. You're always going to catch a glimpse of something that you wouldn't have caught if we had gone live like a couple hours before Starship launched. And, looking at this stuff, and this is the reason why Starbase Live exists in the first place, looking at this stuff is the reason why we know all about this vehicle. It's not like we got SpaceX whispering in our ear here. We Ryan, Alex, me, Gene, we all observe this, and we try to extrapolate what the heck they're doing. And people, you're asking why we're here 8 hours at the very, very crack of dawn. Why we're here watching Starship? It's going to launch later in the day. That's why. That's why we're here. That's why we look for this stuff. That's why we're here trying to get you entertainment and trying to learn as much as we can about this vehicle so you guys can learn. We're trying to pay it forward.
Plus, we just love hanging out and talking rockets with you guys.
Yep. We do that all day.
I was going to say that.
I mean,
this is not, we didn't have a production meeting this morning. It's not like, okay, EJ, I'm going to come to you for this. And Ryan, no, here's what happens. Gene looks and reads the chat and then waits for Ryan to go, ooh. And then I'm like, okay, what just happened? And EJ says, ooh. And I'm like, okay, well, that's literally what we do.
Yep.
We're just three rocket nerds talking about rockets. And we're in a team of rocket nerds talking about rockets. It's a lot of fun. And we do this because, like I say this over and over and over, we're like you guys. Last year, I would have been sitting in Alabama watching NSF at 8 hours and 34 minutes before the window opens for launch, waiting for Ryan to say, ooh, and I'm paying attention to the DS. It's the same thing. Nothing changed, except now I'm in Starbase doing exactly what I would have been doing back home.
I'm right there with you. My boss doesn't like me, Gene. My boss doesn't like it, but I watch Starbase Live at work all the time.
Yeah. They're like, why are you taking so many days off? Like, well, rockets. Hello. And of course, luckily, my boss is like, oh, that's cool. That's cool. You can do that. And her name, that's my wife, by the way. We do this because we love it and we love hanging out with you guys. Unfortunately, we don't get to press the big red button yet.
As much as I would want to.
Yeah, I know. I'm with Elon. Just reach out to us, man. We're always here. We know you're watching. I want to press the big red button. How cool would it be if they rotated out launch directors? Be like, Ryan Weber, our guest launch director today. You could be like,
I was about to say, who would get the first out of NSF? Who should get the? Okay, actually, you know what? I already answered that question off the top of my head. No, who? I was gonna ask the question, and then I answered it in my head already because there's only one option at who'd get the first chance to do it, and that would be NASASpaceflight actual. Chris B should be the first one to be able to press the big red button.
Yes.
It should be Chris B first. After that, I mean, everyone could fight over it. Maybe DOS for second, but okay, Chris B, DOS, Jack. Maybe in that order. Start.
I'm 100%. I'm 100% fine with that.
Okay.
100%.
Yeah.
You know what? Something else. This is where that
Kevin.
professional.
Then Kevin. Can't forget.
Then Kevin. Kevin's going to be like, Chris who? Get out of the way. No. Chris B is definitely top of the list. Right now, Marco, and I'm going to get this name right the first time. Here we go. Nuehuis. I got it, right? Nailed it. Thank you for that. Let's see, 25 euros. Wow, super generous. Yesterday, I couldn't get my workflow until you guys started streaming. I put the stream on, and just hearing you guys talk got me fully focused for 4 hours straight. Today, it happened again. Thank you so much. Go NSF, go Starship. Well, we appreciate you supporting us, but also being here with us. Mainly, it's just being here with us, hanging out, waiting for this thing to go. As Elon says, excitement guaranteed. Brett with a store message, watched last night while fighting sleep. Can't wait to see SN7. Is that? It's Flight 7 launch. SN7. Yeah. Flight 7.
There was never an SN7.
No.
Well, there was. But,
Got a new Glenn? Sure. I got the first one. I'm never going to. You can't take that away from me. I finally, in my entire life, I was first at something. Ship 33 and booster 14. Yes, we're going to try to catch the booster and practice landing the ship. Absolutely, Brett. We agree with you 100%. Now, I'm being told that you got to replay. Do we want? Is that a thing? Okay, so what we've got right now is you're going to see, look at the bottom of the screen, the OLM is going to start to do that DSS. This is where Ryan says, ooh.
Yeah, got to replay the DSS, guys. Let's go.
Yeah. We're waiting. I got to reload. Yeah. So he explained, there it is on the left-hand side, explaining that, and now that's an inert gas they're pushing at. Is that nitrogen?
Mm-hmm. Nitrogen and water.
And they do that also in the engine compartment of the booster and the ship. So later today, if they launch, hopefully they do, they use nitrogen because obviously it's inert, and they can clear out all of the things that are not inert, all of the propellants within both of the engine bells. You'll see it as the booster's coming back in to be caught. They're constantly flooding that with nitrogen from a peak heating. That's why it turns red at the bottom from coming back in. But on the ship, before they light any of those engines, they flood it with nitrogen to clear those engine compartments out. You can see, go ahead, Ryan.
They don't use nitrogen. They use
They
CO2.
don't.
So
Okay.
the two chines, or the strikes, if you want to call them chines, whatever, on the quick disconnect side of the booster have large CO2 tanks in them, and they are basically loaded with either it could be even liquid CO2, but they're loaded with very cold CO2, because you can see them vent and frost up. Eventually, you'll see those things vent. But basically, it's a large fire extinguisher, more or less. So whenever they shut down the Raptor engines on booster, they purge the engine compartment with CO2, basically using it as a large fire extinguisher, and then vent it out after engine shutdown. Ship is more of a passive vent rather than an active vent. I don't know if they actually load CO2 on board the ship. It's kind of hard to. I don't think they have the COPVs to do that. They may have changed that with Block 2. That is something we will have to see. But the vents on that are right around the ship QD itself, and they basically are between the false ceiling, which is the engine shielding above the nozzles that protect the power heads from hot staging, and then there's the aft dome, which the power heads hook to. So there's the power heads for the Raptors are in there. Power heads are the turbo pumps, valves, and all that other fun jazz that's on that are on the engines itself. Basically, that's a passive system. So as altitude goes up, the pressure outside decreases, and you have a higher pressure inside because, well, you have sea level atmosphere inside there. And you're also venting gases out of those power heads, so your pressure is staying higher inside there, and the pressure is lowering outside. So, well, high pressure to low pressure, it just passively vents out and basically goes to nothing. So it's kind of how the two fire extinguishing system or just clean out vent systems work on both vehicles.
And guys, I don't know everything. So I'm today years old when I learned that. And I have no problem with Ryan, EJ, Adrian, Alex, anybody correcting me because I want to know too. We're in this together. And I thought it was nitrogen, and it's CO2. So Ryan, I appreciate you jumping in there and correcting me, which is awesome. So now we know there's no problem with that. So nobody freak out. 8 hours, 27 minutes to our no earlier than time, which is 4 p.m. local here in Starbase. EJ, I want to bring you in on this one. I want you to bring out your crystal ball because we all know how much you like your Magic 8 ball. Justin Byram wants to know, fast forward 1 year. Fast forward 1 year, where will the Starship program be?
That's a good question.
There's that villager again.
Well, let's think about this for a second. So that second tower is obviously going to be operational a year from now. Like I think it's going to be a lot sooner than that, but that'll be operational. So that will make it so you can handle a higher cadence. Like we know that one for sure. You have two pads to launch more rockets, right? Now, we'll probably have Starbase, like the production site, hitting a much higher capacity than what we see right now. So that also supports a higher frequency of flights here. I think SpaceX will have orbital refilling down by then. I think booster catches will be pretty much good to go. And I think SpaceX will really be a year from now, SpaceX will really be working on trying to make Starship as reusable as possible. Particular like Starship. When I say Starship, I mean that second stage. I mean the part with the winglings on the sides. They'll be really working to get that running on a regular schedule. I think that's where we'll be. I think the filling will be ready to go. Super heavy. I'm pretty sure all the kinks with that thing should be, ironed out, like major design changes. And they'll really be going ham on trying to get the ship to be like 100% good to go. And we might even start seeing variants of Starship by then instead of the letterbox like Starlink deployer. Hopefully we got HLS coming down the production site, production lines, right? And then like the depot ship and all the different variants that we've talked about. That's where I think we're going to be in a year. Gene?
Yeah, I agree with all of that. I want to know what Ryan thinks in 1 year. Where are we going to be with Starship in 1 year, Ryan?
It's hard to say whether or not Pad A will still be operational by then. There's a solid chance that they may be in the refit phase for that pad. At least Pad B will be operational, hopefully flying Block 2 boosters and whatnot. I would hope a Block 2 booster is ready by then. Let's put it that way. 39A will be either operational or really close to operational. The problem is with that is where are you going to get your vehicles from? Because they're just starting to finish up clearing land out at the north part of Roberts Road, where SpaceX does a lot of their Falcon refurbishment and whatnot, and it's going to take a bit to build up the factory in Bays there. It's going to take a few years to build it up and then kit it out with tooling. Man. I think they'll be catching boosters on the regular. I think ship catches will be somewhat regular. I think they'll still be expending them here and there depending on the mission. It'd be kind of hard to tell though. But I think they'll have the tanker. I think they'll have a tanker version by then. Maybe a prototype HLS version. There's a lot of unknowns by that point. I could say even beyond that, it's hopefully they'll have a setup to where they can do a rendezvous maybe with Artemis 2 when it flies, because I know they talked about that. So maybe they have a ship and a booster set aside for a Artemis 2 rendezvous or something for testing comms and stuff like that, which would be really, really cool. I want that a lot. That'd be, especially if they do it around the moon. Let's go. I think they'd have a depot by then too. So if they have a depot by then they'd have a tanker version. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing that pop up by the end of this year. Because they need to once they start bringing stuff back, they need to get going on their other variants. Because Starlink is one thing, but there's a lot more that goes along with it. So yeah, I can't wait to see what they have in a year from now.
Just as long as they're still using the term winglings a year from now, we'll all be happy.
Agreed.
Telstar86, thank you so much for supporting us. Here's a great question. Is Danger Van still in use? Is it still recovering from the rock tornado of Flight 1? And you just have the trailer now. So Danger Van's still out there. It's at River, what you see on your screen. It's right there. Every time I go and pay tribute and homage to Danger Van when I get to Starbase, and when I bring friends or one of the NSF crew that's been here for the first time, and I'm going to go to EJ on this one, you got to see Danger Van.
I did for the first time. It is not in use. It's kind of broken. Yeah, I think that's a very, very nice way of describing what happened to that vehicle.
Yeah, she got broke by a rock tornado, concrete tornado. Joshua for the store message. Let's light this candle. Absolutely, and thank you, Joshua, for going out to the store. Probably grabbed a Flight 7 pre-order patch. There you go, pre-order Flight 7 patch. Shop.NASASpaceflight.com. As soon as they come out, grab those. Adrian said when we were doing our countdown to launch that, supplies were like halfway through. So if you want one, get out there and pre-order it. Caroline, Tyler RC, thank you for your £5. Blue Origin should have bought some Starlinks to improve their. Yeah, we're gonna agree, and then we're gonna move on. We're talking Starship today, but yes, we absolutely agree. Telstar86 again says Alex could press the red button, but he'd give a long-winded introduction before. And I don't know if long-winded is the right term. I say in-depth. Alex would give an in-depth introduction and miss the launch window.
Gene,
That's
I'll
pretty
say
good.
he would know exactly how that button works and describe what the button does in extreme detail.
Yes.
And you know what? I'd be here for it. Let me put it that way.
Yes, 100% agreed. He would do that. I love watching Alex on the NSF streams because I know I'm going to learn something. Same with Ryan. Getting these two guys talking in a room, and I'm a fly on the wall, and I'm like, what? Like, I thought I knew a lot, and I did not, and I have no problem admitting that. So learning along with the rest of the NSF team and the rest of the NSF community is fun for me. So I'm going to switch gears. We'll talk about weather as we're no earlier than 8 hours, 19 minutes from the opening of the window, which is at 4 p.m. local time, Central Time here in Texas. You can see on your screen, it's a whole lot better than it was yesterday. Let's just get that out of the way. Yes, we've got some clouds, but you can actually see some blue in there. We can see the launch pad from the, there's our shot right there from the Margaritaville Resort on South Padre Island. A great viewing platform, by the way, to see Starship launches from Starbase. Right now, the teams are still out there in the dunes running around, getting all the batteries refreshed, but the weather looks so much better. And yes, later on in Stakeout, we can probably expect Adam Suker to come in, talk to us about the weather. But right off the bat, no rain. That's the biggest one over yesterday. We had rain on all the cameras, rain on the lenses, and they made that early weather call there at SpaceX. Are they going to launch today? I don't know. I fully expect yes. None of us know. Only SpaceX knows. But if the weather stopped them yesterday, the winds look much better today. The skies are expected to clear throughout the day. This is all unofficial, by the way. I'm not a meteorologist, but the clouds are expected to clear throughout the day, and we're expecting a good launch window this afternoon. And our coverage starts at 12 noon with EJ, Doss, and myself. And then during launch, we're going to be up on the roof of the Margaritaville with some tracking cameras and some amazing camera work, as always, from NSF. So, six-string simpleton, I answered your question. Yes, the weather's looking much better today for this launch. It's nice to see the sunrise come up. We're about 20 minutes after sunrise this morning, and not to see rain and to see those clouds beginning to dissipate. Very, very exciting, very good chance for a launch this afternoon. Supersonic Retro Propulsion has the question, Ryan, I'm going to come to you first. What year do you think we'll see two launches from the same pad in the same day?
Ooh. Two launches in the same pad in the same day.
That's a tough one.
Get an actual year. I think it's going to be a while before we see that. Maybe either end of this decade at like 2029, 2030, or into the 2030s. I don't know if I can give a year for that. That is an Alex answer, I know, but yeah, that's what I'm giving. It's going to be a while.
So here's the thing. The trick with that question is same pad, same day, which means ship booster launch, booster catch, ship load, like booster safe, ship load, ship booster launch. Is that same pad, same day is same booster, two different ships, right?
Or it could be the same booster, same ship. The only time they would do same ship right after catch would be a tanker, because anything else is going to need a payload. Is going to need to redo payload, and I highly doubt they would just straight refly a crewed one. Not for a long time, anyways. Those are going to require extra scrutiny on the heat shield and refurbishment and everything else. The only one that really makes sense to catch and put right back on a booster for reflight would be a tanker. So Yeah, and I don't even like looking at the logistics of the tower. I don't even know how they would do that. Like, okay, the booster's back on the pad, but how are you catching the ship with the booster still on? You can do it off to the side, I guess. That'd be your only way to do it. So
Yeah.
which just
Yeah,
kind
you
of
gotta get
presents its own problems.
You got to get the booster out of the way. You safe the booster, get out of the way, catch the ship, and then because you're not setting the ship down on the OLM. It's not designed for that. You have to set the ship on a transport stand at this current time in their launch pad development. These are very specialized. They're gigantic. They're enormous. That's a 5-story building. The OLM itself, or how many stories is it? It's gigantic.
Yeah.
You lose scale. We were sitting yesterday in the parking lot, right in what's called the danger lot. We've had that danger van question earlier. Under Starhopper, it's like literally right there. And watching the Starhopper flight way back in 2018, 2019, I can't remember. But on the screen, it's this tiny little thing. It looks like a Lego piece. It comes up, translates over, flies down, comes down, and it is an enormous vehicle. I could put several of my trucks in it. It's gigantic. So you lose the scale of how big this rocket is. And I'm going to come to EJ because this was the first trip where he actually got to come down here and see it with his own eyes, not on the screen, not with a camera. EJ, tell us what was going through when you saw this for yourself, how overwhelmingly big it is.
The first time I drove out there this week, the thing that immediately popped into my mind is that pictures do not do this justice. They do not do it justice. Gene, I've been explaining to people how big Starship is, here on NSF and over on my Twitch stream. I've been explaining to people how big this is for years. I've been watching since they started building a concrete jig over where the production site is now and started putting together a water tower that looked like a rocket, right? I know how big these vehicles are. With that being said, nothing replaces seeing them up close and in person. They are gigantic. I can't say that enough. The pictures just don't do it justice. And fortunately, Starbase is on Highway 4. That's the road you see in the foreground of this shot here, with cars going up and down. You can drive up that road, no problem. Now, SpaceX has signs everywhere where you can and can't go, and you should absolutely listen to them because it is a privilege being able to do this. You can get very close to this thing. I'm talking maybe 200 yards away from the OLM, and you just don't. That's the one thing that kept popping into my head. I can't believe how big that thing actually is. I know how big it is. I've seen many NSF films and NSF videos saying how tall it is, saying how wide it is. You go and see it, and you're just dumbstruck. I'm like, that's not small. Like, that's all I could process.
Yeah. And for rocket nerds, the first time you come out here and you see it, you just stand there in awe. A little tear runs down your face because it's so big. And we try to give you all the different angles, and we tell you that it's 404 feet from rocket to tip, from base to tip, the nose cone, and you lose the perception, you lose that concept. Your brain can't make the connection between what I see on the screen here, to me looks 2.5 inches tall, but yet out the window there's a 404 foot stack that they're gonna launch with 33 Raptor engines underneath it, lifting this many ton vehicle after loading. Ryan, real quick question, just after they load the propellant, the total liftoff weight.
Total liftoff weight of this thing, if they were to load booster to the fully and ship fully, total liftoff weight would be in the realm of, because they added 300 tons. They basically added 300 tons to it. You're talking, I would say 5,600 metric tons.
It's mind-boggling. Approximately 5,500 metric tons.
I'm adding in I'm adding in the vehicle weights there too, or at least what we think the vehicle weights might be. So you're probably talking, the 5,500 metric ton range for full weight.
Yeah, and here how the conversations go. You drive out there, you park your car along Highway 4, or maybe out near the dunes, and then you get out, and the first thing you do is you look up at this gigantic rocket, and if you're not driving, you're already seeing it, and then the conversations go like this. They walk up and they're like, "Hey, how you doing? I'm good," and then it's like, "Well, that's big," and then everybody stops talking because they're just standing there looking at it. And you can walk out, you can take pictures, and we are really, really privileged to be at a time in rocketry and in SpaceX R&D development here at Starbase where that's still possible. There might be a time in the future where that's not possible, and we don't even want to think about that because right now we can and get these cameras out there. On the screen, there's some previous video from SpaceX on X. That's what we're going to be seeing. This was the wet dress, I assume, because that is a Block 2 ship.
Yeah, that's the wet.
I can't see what it says.
Dress right there.
Yeah,
it's a they said a nearly 11 million pounds of propellant, but if you were to add it up, on their website they say it's about 1,500. So ship was about 1,200 metric tons total. Now it's 15 because they added 300. Due to the extended tanks on Block 2. But overall, it's about 5,000 tons of propellant total, and then you add 400 tons, give or take, on dry mass or alone. It's somewhere around there. It's hard to know what the exact dry mass on is. I mean, Block 2 even though it's bigger, it might actually be lighter than Block 1. It's kind of hard to tell, though. But it weighs a lot. That's a lot of mass, and it's kind of nuts that their thrust to weight ratio is still like 1.4. It's with that much mass. It just goes to show how powerful Raptor is.
Those engines are insane. We were talking about watching the launch last night, how slowly the rocket took off. Like, whoa, that's a really low thrust to weight ratio. Even though this thing is over 5,000 metric tons, those 33 Raptor engines, and eventually 35 on future blocks of the booster, this thing, it moves, and it's got a really good, I think they're trying to get it to a 1 to 1.5. Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong, but right now you're saying it's like 1 to 1.4. It moves. It pops off the pad, not as fast as solid rockets, but it does get going. Michael Rogulo, thank you so much for that super chat. At NASASpaceflight, what would SpaceX do with the booster if during the next flight they decide to catch the Starship? We talked about this a little bit. The question went away. We talked about this a little bit, that you can't really catch the ship in its current state. You can't really catch the ship. EJ, I'm going to come to you for this. They've got to safe the booster as fast as possible if they're going to catch the ship on the same tower. But at this point, the ship is in orbit, so they've got time, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Because of the north latitude of Texas, I mean, Texas is where this is basically one of the southernmost points of the lower 48 U.S. But where they launch from still means that Starship is going to go into what's called an inclined orbit. So what is an inclined orbit? It's an orbit that is tilted relative to Earth's equator. So the higher the inclination, the more tilt your orbit's going to have. And if you go past 90, you're going against the way the Earth spins. But that's just a side note. 90-degree inclined would be going over the North and South Pole constantly, right? And then after that, you're going against the way the Earth spins. That's called a retrograde orbit. But with the inclined orbit that this thing is going to go into and ultimately come back from, after it does one orbit, because Earth is spinning underneath this, the orbital track of this, it'll basically, the next orbit once around will not go over your launch site. And, past reusable launch vehicles like the space shuttle have these big wings to compensate for that problem, so the space shuttle can turn going hypersonic and have what's called cross-range capability. Now, there's no doubt in my mind that Starship has cross-range capability, but not even the space shuttle tested cross-range capability on its first. I mean, to an extent, it did it on its first flight on STS-1, right? Yes, I mentioned the shuttle. Yep, Chris B somewhere is like, shuttle, shuttle. So the point is that, Gene, they're going to have some time. You're going to have some time. I think it was, I did the math out once on stream. I think it's 8 to 12 orbits. It really depends on the cross-range capability, right? So it depends on how much Starship can actually turn while going like Mach 25. That's not an easy feat to do. I don't know if anybody put that together. When you're going, 17,000 miles an hour in one direction, it's hard to change that direction, right? So they will have some time. So in terms of like what your concept of operations could be for a future ship catch, they have time to safe that booster, maybe even put it on a transport stand if they're quick, and get it away to prepare for a Starship catch. The other thing that you could do, well, I don't know if you guys noticed, there's 2 big towers on your screen there, and I know that this is like not a popular opinion, but they could catch the booster on one and the ship on the other. It's totally possible. I know people are like, oh, catch tower. No, but I mean, that would be probably the safest way to do it, because Ryan, you were talking about a little bit earlier, you don't know how that's going to work. I mean, you could turn those chopsticks to one side, right? But if you turn them, you're still risking the ship coming down right next to the booster. And if it misses, you could lose the entire stack and a pad. So like, you probably want to minimize risk, right?
Yeah, that's why I've always thought if they were to do it back to back, and this does not go for them trying the first ship catch at all, I think down the line they would catch a booster on one pad and a ship on the other, or something along those lines.
Yep.
Exactly. And just keep it separate, and they would just have another ship ready to go on the booster they just brought back, rather than use the same ship. As much as that was the original goal of the program, to catch a booster, put it back on, then catch that same ship and put it back on, and refly that same pair, I don't really think that'll happen. Unless they catch it on another pad and then roll it to that pad and then lift it again, which is also possible. But I think the I don't think the refurbishment is going to get down to airline-like levels. You're dealing with a heat shield. It's not like a 737 or an 87 or an A320 has to re-enter Earth's atmosphere at 17,000 miles an hour and get through temperatures in the thousands of degrees centigrade. They don't have to do that. There's a slight difference there in what one vehicle has to endure compared to the other. I don't think they ever get, and I will say this, I don't think they ever get to that airline-like operation. What I think will happen is they more or less just have a ship ready to go back on that booster and fly it right again. I think they will need to do some kind of refurbishment. It'll be like some kind of inspections. It may take only a day or two to do, but I don't think they get to that time where they turn around in an hour. I don't think that happens. But that's just me.
I was going to say, swapping ships out and mass producing ships really does. That would probably be a good, at least interim way to do it. I mean, Ryan, you never know what you're going to know, right? Like you never know what you're going to learn, right? Yep, that's somebody's going to quote me on that one. You never know what you're going to learn. I think eventually they could probably get it to that point, but I think we're ways off from airline-like travel. I think that is a good way to supplement that in the meantime, for sure. Absolutely.
I think everything you say, Jay, needs to be on a T-shirt. Like, it's got wingalings, and just let people ask.
It's got a little wingaling, and it permeates the countryside.
Guys, we're coming up. We're about to pass 8 hours, no earlier than for Starship Flight 7. The weather is looking really good. These camera views are really nice. I start to see blue, and that's what we want to see. As the clouds dissipate. We're going to talk about more weather later on in the Stakeout. And thank you guys for joining us this morning. Ryan Weber, EJ, myself, we're sitting here talking about this thing that is going to go potentially this afternoon And we're going to start to see a lot of activity ramp up here at Starbase as we get closer to that. And I just want to say I'm overwhelmed by the folks in chat asking questions and saying, who are the guys on chat? Well, my name's Gene. The voices you hear in the other background are Ryan Weber, super smart, knowledgeable about all things rocketry. EJ, of course, Twitch streamer, also super knowledgeable, part of the NSF team. We got up early this morning so we could talk rocket stuff for you guys, with you guys, because like you, we just want to see more rockets, more better. We want to see rockets fly. Just like Lauren Scott, I think it's Scott Harp, who became a Pad Rep member. Thank you so much, Lauren, for joining us. We want to see you on all the streams now as part of it. Jonas with a storm message. Thanks for the great coverage. Jonas, you're welcome. We were going to be here. We would be here watching. And I guarantee you the guys that are taking over for us here in about an hour, they're watching. Because we want to watch. We're space nerds. Thank you for picking up that Flight 7 patch, pre-ordering that from shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Matthew Dahl, super generous, $10 super chat. Here you go. Thank you so much, NSF team, for the many hours of coverage this week. Again, Matthew, thank you. You're making it possible for all the cameras to be out there, all the guys walking around, who, by the way, are being kicked out right now. There's the road closures, so they're being kicked out. We should start to see them wrapping things up, moving out down Highway 4. Here, probably in about 30 minutes, you'll see the Cameron County Sheriff kind of move in with a soft roadblock as we get closer. Most of the questions in chat that we see are, when is this going to launch? What time is it going to launch? They recycled from yesterday because the weather was not optimal. Like how I did that? Not optimal. It was raining and cloudy and cold. It was terrible. Today's much nicer. No rain. Clouds are going to be dissipating throughout the day. We'll have more precise weather later on as we continue through the broadcast. Methane Subcooler, thank you for that super chat. Ship 33. I got to get this right. Ship 33 is so skibbity. Thank you, NSF, for the amazing content. Okay, I'm old. I need one of you guys to explain what skibbity means. We're not doing that here. On.
I'm good.
Okay. Does that mean cool? Is that the new word for cool? I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
Jeremy Barter, thank you for becoming launch director. Wow, man. Jeremy, you have no idea. I think you probably do have idea, but for those that don't know, all of the back end stuff, like the member only stuff, exclusive things, launch directors have access to over on NASASpaceflight.com, the forums and so on, and then all of the member videos, the member chats. Launch director, man, thank you so much, Jeremy. Your world's about to go crazy. Excitement guaranteed. Samantha, tell my husband to stop nagging. His patch is on the way. Storm message. Samantha, that's hilarious. All right, Samantha's husband, it's a pre-order. It's on the way. It's official. Gene has said it. It's a thing that's happening. Noah, thank you. Noah, thank you for that super chat. How's the weather looking for today's launch? Thank you all for the incredible coverage. We talked about it. Noah, you can see it on your screen. Believe it or not, you can look. You see sun. There's the long shot. This is where we are. This is where EJ and I are, and Doss will be here for our main launch coverage at 12 noon today. This is going to be, oh my gosh. This is the shot, and you can see like big patches of blue start to come up, and the clouds are going to be dissipating. The weather looks so much better, Noah, and we are ready. We are ready for when they press that big red button. I assume it's a big red button, right, guys? We all want it to be a big red, like they have the to space button in the elevator for Falcon. I say Falcon because I'm a Scott Manley fan. He says Falcon. I said Falcon. It's the Falcon. With the Falcon 9 launches that to space. Maybe they do have a big red button like full send. How cool would it be if it was this big red button that said full send? That'd be a lot of fun.
I mean, the buttons are nice, but I'm kind of more of a turn the key kind of guy. Like, oh, you gotta start it up, turn it over.
Turn the key, flip open a guarded switch, and flick the switch. There you go.
Yep.
And I would be remiss. I did get a little excited for Samantha's question. The patches are pre-orders. So just relax. When the patches are on the way, we'll let you know. So I said the patches are on the way. Technically, it's a pre-order. I pre-ordered mine. I'm sure these guys have pre-ordered theirs. So just remember, it's a pre-order, and we will get them out as fast as we possibly can. But currently, you're still pre-ordering the patch. So we appreciate all of that. All right, let's get to some of these questions. The questions are lining up. As you can see, gorgeous shots. Kick the camera guys out. Let's clear the pad and get this thing loaded and ready to go. Let's see. Oh, here's a good one. This is just, I love these Magic 8-Ball questions. GMFDP wants to know, at NASASpaceflight, when will the first NSF CubeSat launch to get good orbital shots? I think that's a question for DOS. We'll just sort of hold that one. What do you guys think about putting a CubeSat on a rideshare mission? Ryan.
That'd be really, really cool. You just have to find a way to get it timed right for the launches.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
Yeah.
EJ, what do you think?
I think with all the support that we get here, we'd be crazy not to. I mean, everybody here is very, very supportive of what we do, and I'm gonna have to go. You know what? I'm gonna earworm DOS this one. I think.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea.
I'd give some American dollars for that. I think that would be fun to have a CubeSat up there. Paul Woolley wants to know how long before we see 2 fully stacked ships on both OLMs. EJ, you're first. Magic 8-Ball.
Let's see. Here, let me shake the Magic 8-Ball. It says soon. No, I mean, that second pad's got to get operational sooner rather than later. And then SpaceX is going to have to work on their next generation booster. Ryan, you were talking about all the quick disconnects on the booster, how the OLM-A has 20 umbilicals for the spin start system for the Raptors. I mean, amongst other things, right? Pad B is going to be very different, and that's going to represent a lot of changes to Super Heavy. So not only like that, and I think that needs to happen sooner rather than later. So I think we're going to potentially see 2 starships on 2 pads. I'd say the end of this year at some point. But the crazy thing is, Gene, is that they might be different versions of starships on 2 different pads. Ryan, what do you think?
Yeah, one pad might have a Block 2 booster. The other one will have a Block 1 booster. There's no way. I don't think there's any way for this year to have 2 Block 2 boosters on both pads. Mm-hmm. I think the earliest for that would be, honestly, either end of 2026 or early 2027 to have 2 Block 2 boosters with 2 Block 2 ships stacked at Starbase, because they have to redo Pad A, which kind of stinks it's going to take that long. But, the OLM started as a booster test stand for all intents and purposes, and then was turned into an orbital launch pad. Let's be honest here. That's kind of how it turned out. They learned how to build it as they were testing Booster 4 and Booster 7. And here they are on their 7th flight, or about to have their 7th flight, hopefully in the next 7 hours, 52 minutes, and 40 seconds, give or take. So, yeah, they've learned a lot, but I think it'll have to be a Block 1 and Block 2 by the end of the year. So,
yeah, and the old Ryan's back. Everybody, welcome back, Ryan. We missed the overly optimistic.
That's not. Oh, come on. How is that not optimistic? Hey, all I'm looking at, and this is directed towards Kevin. I was going to be directed towards Kevin here. That's all I'm going to say is be directed towards Kevin. By the end of the year, we're going to have a Block 2 booster and a Block 1 booster possibly on the pad, depending on where they are at with Block 1. But then they have to redo the pad, and that takes time. I don't know how long that's going to take. I think it'll take like a year, because before they even dig a hole, that's a big steel plate they have to remove, and that's a lot of steel they have to cut up on that pad and remove. That's a lot. And then they have to dig a trench and convert it, and then build the new pad. So they have to make another one of what they're making over at Sanchez, and then put it in. I think that'll take like a year. Which, if you go through that, then 2027 for Block 2 on Pad A with the new pad. Is that... I don't think that's not optimism. I don't know.
Yeah, get Ryan, Kevin. Now what?
Yeah. LSR, man, LSR, we love you. Here's a great question. Do we know if the B-12 engine that is flying on B-14, it's engine 314, is an outer ring or an inner ring engine will be used for landing? You can find a lot of information on the socials. He says that. But EJ, I'm going to come to you first on this one. Ryan, I'm going to let you answer as well. EJ, go.
Actually, you know what, Gene? I'm going to default to Ryan because I know that Booster 12 got a little cooked on those outer engines. But then again, we wouldn't have gotten a picture of Raptor 314 if it wasn't on the outside. Ryan, which one is it?
Oh.
So SpaceX has said they are reflying a Raptor on this flight. They have not said which one they are flying. All there has been was a tweet by someone who said, "Oh, it's 314 flying on this flight," and Elon responded with "good observation" or whatever. That is it. There is no confirmation from SpaceX saying that it is 314. All there is Elon making that tweet. I'm not going to take that as full confirmation until SpaceX either tells us which engine it is, or either during launch or catch, we see it.
Yeah.
That's how I'm going to approach it, but that's just me.
That's actually really smart, and that kind of brings me into another subject of we really don't know. We find out a lot of stuff when you guys find out all the stuff. So when we talk about a lot of speculation, we joke about a magic 8-ball, and you look into your crystal ball and tell the future. You guys are asking us, and we're just speculating. Until we get confirmation of these things, it's us speculating. Sometimes it's educated guesses. Sometimes it's experience, like Ryan and EJ, Alex, Sawyer, Adrian, all this experience that they have with these vehicles. But a lot of times we're like, well, we think it's this. We don't know why they painted a black square on the side of the ship. But we don't know. Like, a lot of times it's just speculation. So keep the questions coming. We're especially for me, I'm learning at the exact same time. Why can't Starship land without a tower like SN-15 and SN-10 suborbital? This is a question from Morel LaRouge and a $5 super chat. Ryan, I'm definitely coming to this one because go. Why can't the Starship land without a tower?
It doesn't have landing legs. Kind of hard to land without landing legs.
But it's going to. It has to for different variants.
It's going to have them for HLS, and it's going to have them to go to Mars. What those look like is... your guess is as good as ours is what those are going to look like in the end of it. All we've seen is renders. And I have not seen any kind of landing leg hardware at all. I cannot wait till we see it. I am really curious at how those landing legs, especially for Mars, like self-leveling landing legs, will be incorporated into the heat shield. I want to see that so badly, and although I think it might be a decent ways away until we see that, but as far as I know, we haven't seen anything.
We did see the little crush legs they had for the hop tests. Yeah. That's not what they're going to be doing. No. Those are one-time use only. They got to remove them. That was all early R&D testing. But these landing legs for Mars are, because they're going to self-leveling. We're going to see a lot of changes in these variants as we go forward. Yes, exactly. Saying you landed on an airbag on Mars. Eric Locklear, thank you for becoming a PadRat member and joining us here. Flippers79, yes, you're hearing the audio in the background. You could just hear it in the background underneath us, and that's why when they were out there playing with the cameras and doing all of the batteries, you could hear them talking and cheering and so on. So yes, you are hearing that, and we appreciate your support. Jim, waiting with bated breath here in the UK. Bolton, we get a Chris B to tell us where that is. Let's hope for another catch. Thank you for that store message. Let's see what Jim picked up from the store at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. This shot, where is this one from, guys? This looks like... No, trailer's off to the left. It's under Starhopper. So this is off to the left-hand side.
This is Highway.
This is Highway. That's a great shot. That's going to be an interesting one. You can still see cars going out to the pad, so the roadblocks aren't up. But here in probably about 15 minutes, we expect to see some roadblocks being set up on this camera right in the lower right-hand corner. Those barricades are not there as the roadblock. They're doing some construction. They're digging another trench along Highway 4 just off to the right there. So they reroute the traffic around that construction work. So that's what those are for. But eventually you're going to see here, probably maybe 15, maybe 20 minutes, you'll see them put that initial roadblock up. It doesn't mean cars can't keep going down Highway 4, but they start that pad clearing, letting everybody know that there is a roadblock coming. For those of you just joining us, we are 7 hours, 45 minutes away from the opening of the launch window. We expect to see the catch arms, the chopsticks, slowly open away from the ship. They closed them yesterday during some weather. They're going to open those up, obviously, go into launch position as we keep going. And we'll bring it all to you from all of the cameras that we have out there. The team has been out there this morning doing some refurbishment on some cameras, get everything at the last minute checks. They only have about an hour when they were out there running around, walking around because they're tired. They have put a lot of work in with these cameras, getting things ready to go for the launch this afternoon. Again, that window opens up at 4 p.m. local time here in Starbase. Let's talk a little bit about the weather for the folks that have just joined us. You can see on this shot, nice close-up of Ship 33. The clouds are dissipating, and this is unofficial Gene weather. Hashtag TM. I've been watching the weather really closely, and we do know there is zero precipitation today. We do not expect any precipitation today. The winds have calmed down significantly from yesterday, and the clouds we expect to be dissipating throughout the afternoon. The sun came up about an hour ago, and we can already see it clear. We can see it from our position here. We can see it from the outpost, and it's much clearer than it was. So I'm very, very optimistic. There's our camera. Look at it. Start to see some blue skies. Should be, if everything goes normally, as I say, normally, as everything goes toward launch, we'll start to see things ramp up. So stay right here with our Stakeout. We appreciate you guys joining us here. I've got EJ in the background, got Ryan in the background, and what was that helicopter that just flew by? Was that just that was the Coast Guard ship going to check the exclusion zone? Is that what you guys think that, Ryan, is that what you think that was?
That could have been the helicopter that's been used by SpaceX in the past. It's like a private one. The one that we've seen, I have to look to see which number it is. Let's see if it's on flight radar at all. We'll check.
He's going. He's.
Well, we'll check. Let's check.
It's coming by to say hi. There it is. It's coming right toward us. It's coming right toward us. Questions. Let's get a question for EJ. Here's a good one. EJ. Question from Jan at NASASpaceflight. Would it be possible to do suborbital hops with Starship alone to transport them to the Cape? That's a great question.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, I did the Ryan at the beginning. It's like Kimi Räikkönen. Blah, I don't know. No, it's possible. Who knows what the future is going to hold here? But I think the system is really designed to work integrated right now. I mean, it's possible. Like, SpaceX, you never know where they're gonna go with this stuff, right? Because they're using iterative design. So it's really, I mean, Ryan, you can attest to this. It's really hard to predict what they're going to do. Like, you cast your mind back to when, it was Starship was BFR or ITS and it was made out of carbon fiber, and then all of a sudden, it's like, no, steel. No one predicted that. Nobody predicted that. It just kind of came out of nowhere. I mean, I don't see them, like, right now, from what I can surmise, there are no tentative plans to do any suborbital hops like that. Could you? Yes. Would the FAA be like, hey, you should probably let us know about this? Yes, absolutely. Maybe SpaceX figures something out. That's a good way to transport them. It's possible.
I just want to say that right now, if you were to fully fill a ship and light all 6 engines on the ground, it wouldn't get very far. Just
Yeah.
because the thrust to weight ratio is like 1. Like,
I mean, yeah,
with,
exactly.
with a Block 2. Without Raptor 3, it's like 1. It's not going to get very far. I don't think that has enough. I doubt that has enough propellant to actually get there. I actually don't think you could do it. I don't even
That's
think
a
the
long
booster. That's a long hop. You're talking. Let's see here, from there all the way to the Cape here, which you're also overflying Tampa with this thing, by the way. To try to catch on the tower, you're talking about over 1,000 miles to try to hop that. Yeah, no, I don't think so. You would need a full stack to get that far, I think.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The question was about hop. So before everybody lights us up, the question was, could the ship hop there? And when we say hop, that's not a full stack launch. That's just the ship going up, coming back down. Full stack could definitely do it. Goes into orbit, goes around, lines itself up, comes in, gets caught. Are we going to see that? Potentially. I don't know. I think they're just going to bring a big barge over to Starbase, put a ship on it, and sail it over there. And there you go. It would be a lot more fun to see it fly. And if Elon is any indication, he's going to be like, why don't we just fly it there? Let's go. Fly and catch it. That's going to be a fun stream to do. Sign me up for that one, guys. I want to do that one. Chardy Van Rio, thank you so much. Gifting 5 Red Team memberships. If you are the recipient of those, just hang out. Say thank you in chat because that's really, really generous for those 5 Red Team memberships. Nick, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Your membership helps us do what we do here at NSF. Alejo, there's a name I know. Appreciate your super chat. Do you think we'll see a catch it booster today? Yes, absolutely. Me being the optimist, I want to see it. When do you think they'll catch the Starship? We all think they're going to potentially, but based on how this flight goes, I think that they'll definitely try to do it on Flight 8. EJ, jump in here. You had something to say?
It was more in regards to what we were talking about before. With like the suborbital hops. I remember I said that Starship is an integrated system, right? And Ryan, you're an A&P. You know this stuff. Like sometimes the plane is not moved by just flying it from one point to another. Even an airplane, which is designed to do that, right? Sometimes you're taking it apart and moving it. Airplanes are delivered to airports via truck all the time. That happens. Now, I think that, Gene, you're right with moving it as a barge because, once again, Starship needs super heavy. They're an integrated system, and I know we don't like using that integrated flight test thing around here, right? Like, it's an integrated system. It would be like taking the wings off of an airplane and be like, yeah, let's hop this with no wings. So I think that I don't think we're going to see hops like that anytime soon. But yeah, sorry, the ship kind of sailed, but I wanted to get that out there.
Yeah, we don't need to. We've seen the hop tests. Mm-hmm. Transporting a ship is something completely different. And as Ryan said, it wouldn't go very far. Could it launch? Yeah, absolutely. But it's not going to have that cross-range capability to get there. It's going to need the booster to get it into orbit, and then from there, it's game on. You can land them anywhere. And I think one of the things that Elon said is potentially these point-to-point flights where you launch from a barge off of outside of Galveston and land in Shanghai 8 minutes later. Like, could it do that? Ryan, you said something earlier about you don't see, and I don't want to quote you. I'm totally paraphrasing. Correct me if I'm wrong with what you said earlier.
Yep.
You said you don't see the future of the Starship program becoming as easily reliable as launch a 737, land it, do the pre-flight, launch it again.
In the near future. Near future.
Yeah, because right now, if you look at a 37, this is just with passengers. You can land it, get it to the gate, get everyone off, get everyone on, do a quick look around. Usually you have to put some oils in a 37 because CFM56 it likes to drink a little bit of oil. Sometimes you have to put a couple quarts in each engine, even after a couple flights. And and then you send it on its way about an hour after it lands. That's just the 737. That's 186 passengers. I know UPS and FedEx can do a land, unload, and reload of a 747 in about 45 minutes. Yes, of a 747.
That's crazy.
They can do that. They can land it, unload it, reload it, and send it on its way that quick. But you're looking at a vehicle that's designed for that. It's something that's overly designed, so it's got a lot of weight to it because it's overly designed for all that stuff. It's flying under Mach 1 and whatnot. Then you go to Starship and you go, well, this thing is going to have a lot of reentry heating. It's flying at 17,000 miles an hour. They have it built. Yes, it's very built up, but it's to a point because you can't just add mass to it to make it more... If you know what I mean, to make it like more safe, kind of like there's a lot more redundancy on, say, an aircraft than there would be on like a Starship. Not to say that they wouldn't do that for a crewed version or anything, but I'm just talking like if they were due to turn around with the tanker version, you don't have that same level of redundancy. You don't have that same level of structural integrity as you say with an aircraft would, because you need to shave as much mass as you can off so you can get as much payload into orbit. So there's a lot of trade-offs between the two, and there's a lot more stresses that this vehicle goes through than, say, a 47. I just really don't see them landing it, turning it around in 45 minutes. Remember, it takes them, right now, what is it? It's exactly, takes them from prop load start, which is 45 minutes, takes them 45 minutes and 54 seconds just to load it and launch it. So that's just prop load, not counting if they have to re-chill the tank farm down. You know, there's a lot of aspects to that, so it's kind of
You talk about the stresses on the vehicle when it's coming back in. It leads into a great question from Stephen Lewis. During reentry, does the ship flatten out a bit and thus flex the steel? Ryan, I'm going to let you keep going on this question. You talk about the stresses. What's actually happening to that ship when it's coming back into the atmosphere?
Well, so the heat shield does a good job at either absorbing / ablating the heat away. There's a reason why they're using what they're using for heat shield, because it worked on shuttle very, very well. However, you're still heating the vehicle up. You can't deflect or dissipate all that heat away. So most likely, and this gets into a realm that I don't fully understand, so I guess take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. But from what I understand, when that vehicle goes through that re-entry heating, it'll expand. It'll change shape and expand just due to the sheer shock of what it's going through. So you're trying to push against an enormous amount of air, which is creating a bow shock in front of you. So you're compressing that air and it's pushing back against your vehicle, which is causing the heat up, which is why you get re-entry heating. But you're also flexing that steel or flexing the aluminum or whatever material your vehicle is made of. So you're going through a realm of just intense physics, just to put it that way, that it's kind of hard to... It's kind of hard for me to explain, I guess, because it's hard for me to explain what I don't know, EJ, do you have a better way of explaining this than me?
Oh, yeah, sure, man. Absolutely. No, you know what, Ryan? You were doing good. That was pretty good. That was pretty right to me. You're right about shocks and stuff, and you're right about the vehicle. The vehicle gets introduced to a crazy amount of heat. You know, you say it's going through a lot of physics changes really, really fast. That's right. That's what a shock is in physics. It is a shock loading. In this particular case, you get a crazy shock of heat in a very, very short period of time. I mean, reentry doesn't take too incredibly long. You're introducing blast furnace levels of temperature into a vehicle in like a 15-minute period. That's a lot of heat really, really fast. The ship does expand. It expands. That's going to happen. You got to take into account thermal expansion of the entire ship. And SpaceX is even really SpaceX really has to keep on this because they have cryogenic propellant sitting in there. the ship's getting hot, but it has to stay cold. But these tiles have to protect the propellants. There's tons of stuff going on here. There's tons of dynamics happening here. Thermodynamics. Ho, ho, ho. I know. Tons of thermodynamic. Okay, sweet. Thermodynamic puns. Great. I've been hanging around with Sawyer too much. Anyway, so, I mean, the whole vehicle's going to expand, but here's the crazy part. The tiles are going to expand too. The tiles do absorb that heat. They absorb the heat, and they can dump it really, really fast, but you're going to also dump it into the ship, right? The tiles work like a heat sink in some regards, right? The tiles have to heat up, and that's actually, just on a quick side note, that's the reason why you see gaps in the tiles when the ship's down here, because when it actually heats up, when the tiles heat up, they'll actually butt up against each other and like form a Spartan phalanx or a Roman phalanx formation, right? Like, okay, medieval siege weaponry. Anyway, they'll actually butt up against each other and form a nice seal. But even then, the ship's still going to tank some of that heat. I mean, we saw it on Ship 31. We saw a really, really, really kind of crazy version of that because there was no tiles. But yeah, the whole thing is getting heated up and cooled and heated up and cooled and heated up and cooled. And that does, it can cause tiles to pop off. It obviously going to warp your stainless steel. Stainless steel can tank heat. It can tank heat pretty well because it's steel, but it also has other metals in it, and it does warp. It will warp. We saw the tempering on Ship 31, but we also saw it warp a little bit. But the crazy thing is that when it got back down near the surface, right, it started ironing out the dents in the side of the ship. So yeah, you're right, man. You had it pretty much spot on. There's a lot of dynamics going on here.
Yeah, that was a really, really good question. Great conversation. We're going to see that today during the coast phase. Hopefully, knock on wood, if it launches here in just under 7.5 hours, we should see that what the differences in the TPS they've made. And earlier today, we talked about some of the testing they're doing on the TPS. So if you missed that, I'm sure they're going to talk about some of the changes and the missing tiles, air fingers quote missing tiles, later on when the other team comes in. Matt, thank you so much. Go Starship with a store message. Absolutely, go Starship. Jumping out there, let's see what Matt got from Shop. Flight 7 pre-order patch. Thank you very much for doing that. You can get those at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. We also have the shirts with the patch on it. It's get out there and check it out. We talked earlier about the CubeSats. NSF CubeSat, $5 super chat from Mr. One Wolf. Yes, we need a CubeSat fund. Make sure to put Teapot on. Okay, we'll try to do that for you. Pauline Brock, thank you so much. $6.99 Canadian. Also for the CubeSat fund. I think we started a trend, guys. The CubeSat. Let's get it. Let's get a CubeSat up there. Store message. Thank you so much for the amazing coverage, guys. Can't wait to get down there to Boca Chica for Flight 8. Absolutely. If you have a chance to come watch a Starship flight, come to Boca Chica. You can get out there to the outpost. There are other viewing locations here on South Padre Island. You can go down to the very end. There's the campground down there. There's a big crowd. Don't expect to leave anytime soon after that. It's a big party, big community, lots of cars. Here at the Margaritaville Resort on South Padre is one of the best viewing locations in my opinion. And I definitely recommend everybody come and watch a launch live. EJ, this will be your first Starship launch if it launches this afternoon, which we think it will.
Yes, sir.
You're going to see something amazing. Last time when we went up to the roof, my comms went out and Adrian was like, just enjoy the launch. Yes, sir, I can do that. And I stood there and watched it, and it's something to behold. Mark W. with a $5 super chat. How many hundreds of truckloads of concrete under Pad A's OLM that will have to be removed for the flame trench to go in?
Oh.
Wow, that's a conversation. How much time do we have?
If I remember correctly, they did two large pours when they put in the foundation and the pile cap. Between the two, this is off the top of my head, it was like 200 to 250 truckloads of concrete. something like that.
That's a lot of concrete.
Yeah.
Because I think it was two pours of like 100, 125 apiece, or something along those lines. One for the foundation, the other one to finish it off and put the pile cap in. So yeah, it was a lot. Yeah.
I mean, for what it's worth, Ryan, and people are going to get really angry at this measuring system. Concrete trucks over here are measured in yards, cubic yards, and a concrete truck can hold 15 cubic yards of concrete. And how many did you say came in?
Maybe 200 plus.
That's a lot of yards.
That's a lot of yards. There you go. You don't get this kind of coverage everywhere else. It's a lot of yards. On your screen, what you're seeing is the Raptor servicing stand, I believe, coming into view. Are they going to use that to block the road, you guys?
No. The funny
it?
thing is they move this thing around, but they haven't used it in a long time. They used to use it when they would swap a Raptor out on the OLM. And they if they have to do that now, if they have to swap a Raptor out, they roll it back to Mega Bay 1 so they can use the lovely work stand that they have. It's kind of funny. I don't know really why they keep that thing around anymore, but it's still around.
Yeah.
I was going to say, my guess what they'll use to block the road will be the booster transport stand, which is currently sitting in the ring yard ready to grab 14 if it does end up coming back. So.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Last time they blocked it with the booster transport stand, we probably expect the same thing today when you see that. Yesterday, we saw the Cameron County Sheriff out here already at 8:35. That's the time it is here at Starbase, locally, Central Time. We don't see that yet. So when we see that, we'll put that up on the screen. Beautiful rocket up on the OLM, getting ready for a potential flight this afternoon. 7 hours, 24 minutes. You can hear in the background things going on, live coverage of Starbase. We're going to start to see things ramp up throughout the day and keep those questions coming in. Our Stakeout is going to go all the way to our launch coverage, which begins at 12 p.m. local time here in Starbase. EJ, myself, Doss, and the entire NSF crew will bring you Flight 7 as it happens. A lot of talk about the weather. So let's hit the weather again. There we go. That's an official title. I've given him the official weather guru. Adam Suker will join us, and we'll talk about an official weather. But as you can see on your screen, the weather looks pretty good. The weather's getting there. This is the shot from outpost at the Rocket Ranch, a viewing location. You can go and you can be there. And we might have some folks out there from NSF today. We usually do. Stop by and say hi to those guys. I believe that's where Jack's going to be, but that's unofficial. I don't know if Jack's going to be there. No precipitation today. Cameras are clear. And this is the shot from the Margaritaville Resort. And you can see we're expecting those clouds to dissipate throughout the day. Is it going to get perfectly clear? I don't know. We'll ask Adam. He's looking over the weather data right now. He'll tell us when we bring him in, probably before the top of the hour, to get an official weather update for today's launch. But that is, as we were talking about viewing locations, that's the shot from where we are. And you can see down at the bottom of the palm trees, that's that campground I was talking about. That is going to be just chock full of people watching the flight this afternoon. And it is a really, really cool place to watch the launch from. Yeah, as they remove the ticker, you can see. Really cool. The guys are no longer out there. The NSF team, they were out there the last couple of days putting out the cameras, getting everything set up, and they were out there this morning. So here in a little bit, we've got to go get everybody in position for the launch later today. But you don't go anywhere. The next crew's going to come in. Sawyer, I think, is going to come in, and Adrian, Alex are going to answer all your questions as we for the next couple of hours here in just a little bit. Jacob Bester, thank you for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Awesome support. Nick, another 5 Red Team memberships. You guys are awesome. bringing more people into the community. Niles, with that generous super chat, 24 euros. What is the SpaceX design to transfer Starship? We talked about this a little earlier. We can hit this really quick. Transfer Starship from the tanker ship in orbit. Ryan, I'm going to come to you first on this one. They can refuel 5 ships. This is what Niles is saying, and transfer the ship, dock the Starships for the transfer. What do you think is going to happen when they start to do that with the chaser and the target vehicle and all that?
So a transfer ship?
Fuel transfer.
So, well, the way I think they're going to do it is they'll have a depot, and then they have a tanker. So basically, a depot will be in orbit. They'll send tankers up. The tankers will fill up the depot, and then when it's time for either the HLS mission or Mars mission or whatever, that mission will go up, dock with the depot, fully fill up, and then do its burn and whatnot. Although I think it was an FCC filing recently talked about how there might be 2 refuelings for an HLS mission. One in low Earth orbit, and the other one in a highly elliptical orbit, just before they do the full TLI burn. I don't know if that's going to be 2 depots, or if the depot would change its orbit, change its apogee to come back down, or not. But it's looking like it's just going to be, they'll have a depot in orbit, they'll fill it up with tankers, they'll dock the vehicle to the depot that needs the fuel to then go off and then do its either translunar injection burn to send it to the moon, or the burn to send it to Mars, or anything along those lines. That's kind of how I think they're going to do it, because at least that makes the most sense to me.
EJ, what do you think about the fuel transfer?
I think they're going to. I mean, in what context, Gene? Hold up before I spout off.
So the fuel transfer is one of the big milestones. We all know that. They have to be able to transfer fuel. We don't have that. What kind of planning do you think they're doing? I'm just going to change the question. I'm going to kind of reframe it. Ryan gave a great overview of what that could potentially look like. When the planning goes into launching a target vehicle, my question is more along the physics of how are you going to get fuel settled? Normally, we just give it a little push, but when you have 2 vehicles docked together, is that what they're going to do? Or do you think they're going to spin it? What do you think they're going to do to actually get that fuel to transfer?
There are, wow, take the vehicle. No, I'm not doing that on purpose. I'm actually thinking about the question. Like, there's many ways to skin a cat here. Like, don't do that. Cats are cool. There's a bunch of different ways. You could put the vehicle under acceleration, Gene. That's fine. If you fire both the Starship's thrusters and get your propellants settled, you should be able to use ullage to move them around. You could spin them. I wouldn't do that. You run into some weird centrifugal forces, and intermediate axis theorem with 2 starships docked to each other doesn't seem like the wisest thing to do. You could just have them sit there, and then you could rely on pneumatic pressure with your ullage, but it'd probably be better to settle those propellants. I think they're going to put one into one orbit, let it sit, put an empty Starship up there, or the Starship that needs to go, put that into an orbit, right? And then wait a little while until the orbital track crosses the pads again. We talked about that, Ari, bringing a Starship back down, send the other one, and then just putting it using ullage thrusters to put it under a light acceleration. And when I say ullage, I mean they're using the residual tank pressure, guys, to push the ship around like in space. That's its reaction control system. They're using ullage thrusters to simplify the design. Just putting the vehicle under a slight acceleration and settling your propellant should be enough to move them around. I think that would probably be the easiest way to do it.
Yeah, agreed. There's a lot, like you say, there's a lot of different ways to do it. We'll see what they decide to do when we get to that point. Niles, thank you so much for gifting 5 red team members, 6 red team members technically, because you also gifted 1 red team member. Tony Nagy gifting 1 red team membership. Guys, we appreciate your support. That's why we say thank you so often. Space gifting another Red Team membership. Amazing support. And then I got to get to this one. Will the G-forces affect who can and can't use Starship for commercial purposes? EJ, you and I have a lot of talk. We've been talking every time we're in a car together. We're talking about the potential purposes for Starship, military, commercial. The Spaceman Spiff with a $5 super chat wants actually, let's talk about that. The G-forces affecting who can and can't use that for commercial purposes. Do we have that information of the launch profile and the re-entry profile and the landing profile from a G-force perspective? I'll start with EJ, and if we need to defer to Ryan on this one, that's perfectly fine.
Okay, so to get a human rating on your vehicle, Gene, I know people ask me this all the time, like, what's the difference between a human-rated vehicle and a non-human rated vehicle? Like, why couldn't we have put people on Delta IV Heavy with an Orion? This is ridiculous. What's going on? Part of that, guys, is not liquefying your crew on the way up. I mean, we're delicate meat bags. You don't want to accelerate the humans too fast. Part of a human rating certification is the G-forces involved in the ascent profile that the vehicle can do. I mean, you take a look at Atlas V with Starliner. That flies on a very, very, very different ascent trajectory than just like, say, a regular Atlas. So the Atlas V variant for Starliner is N22. Well, let's compare it to an Atlas 421, which is a similar variant but with cargo at the top, right? It would be 422. Yeah, that would be it. The difference here between a Starliner trajectory and like an Atlas 421 cargo, which doesn't fly anymore, but conditional hypotheticals here. The difference would be not liquefying your crew. Gene, we're talking about probably like, I think the really upper limits for what is really good for you is like 4 to 5 Gs sustained. And I know what people are going to say, like, 4 to 5 Gs, that's nothing. That's, I mean, first of all, okay, you do it then. You do it for 8 minutes. That hurts. That hurts. I don't know about you guys. I flew the hardcore ride at Disney World at Epcot, the Mission Space ride. That was like 3 Gs sustained for like 5 minutes, and I felt like I'd been in a blender. I mean, because you had been. After that, I got out of that, I'm like, oh, so, I mean, that's part of the reason why astronauts are in like peak physical condition or as close as you can get, because, an ascent into space is pretty hard on the body. It hurts.
And as you and I have said in many car conversations, humans are squishy, and you got to be careful with that. So, and I remember back before any of this on your screen existed, Elon was saying it could take 100 or more flights to get to that human rating, and they changed their entry profiles and all that stuff. So literally, Airfingers quote, "We don't die." This is going into space and coming back is not an easy thing. It's doable, but you've got to be able to handle those G-forces. Ryan, let's talk about the Starship payload bay, because we're gonna see potentially, if they launch today, and it looks good that they are, we're gonna see a test deployment with the payload bay. And the first time we saw the payload bay open, we were all like, "Ooh, that looks," as to use your word, janky. They've made a lot of modifications since then. They feel comfortable about launching these. There's inside that ship right there, guys, on your screen. There are 10 V3 Starlink simulator payloads. What are we looking for from a? Talk us through what we're expecting to see today from the payload deployment, and then I'll get to a question from the chat.
Yeah, so was it Chip 28 at this point was the one. There's the last one that they opened the payload bay door on, and it looked a little janky on that one, as I said before, but. It's this door is a little bit more reinforced. It's got some extra structural integrity behind it compared to the old door. It's kind of hard to tell if they've really upgraded the mechanism that opens and closes it. I don't really think they have that much. The biggest upgrade is the PEZ dispenser itself. There's been a lot of refinements with it. And basically what they'll do is the Starlinks hook into a chain system. They will open that door, and 2 at a time, they will basically fling two sims out at a time. The system will then lower down the whole stack, The next two will hook in and get flung out, and they'll lower it down and flung. It'll basically do it until all 10 are flung out of the payload bay and deploy. It won't really be deploying them; it'll be deploying them, but in a suborbital trajectory, so they'll burn up. But it's a really, really cool system. It only really works for Starlink because there's no other satellite that's flat that can hook into the PEZ unless someone designs another one that can hook into that. So, like, when they do go for larger payloads, they're going to need a large payload door like Shuttle. There you go, Shuttle again. But
Yes.
it's going to be it's going to be fun to see it actually in operation. I really, really hope we get there's two views I hope we see. So one is inside the payload bay as the system is working and flinging the Starlinks out. The other one is what looks like a camera that's on top of the FTS box on the ship. That camera is looking straight up the nose of the ship. So from that camera, if there's enough light, because unfortunately with the one downside of them launching in the afternoon is the fact that most of the flight will be during the nighttime before it then crosses into morning, basically, and lands in the Indian Ocean. Will basically be you'll get to see the Starlings like just leave the ship outside of the nose cone. So it'll be kind of cool to see if we can see it. Maybe they have some light or something in the payload bay that'll shine out and light it up, which would look really, really cool too. But yeah, that's kind of what we're looking at.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well. And guys, before you blast chat with, do they have a camera on one of these Starlinks? We don't know. These Starlink simulators, we don't know. We all hope they do, because that would be amazing to see it float away from the ship. That would be absolutely incredible to see. Lucas wants to know, and Ryan, I'm going to come straight back to you for this one. Do you think SpaceX will upgrade anytime the ship payload bay for bigger modules? And we can bring EJ in on this one as well. But Ryan, what do you think the options are for Starship's payload bay going forward?
Well, before I get into this question, I'll just kind of tack on to the thing about cameras on the Starlinks, or the sim links, dummy links, whatever you want to call them. I have not seen an FCC filing for broadcasting off of those deployed payloads. And as far as I understand, with it being a separate entity being deployed, if they were to put something on there that is broadcasting something, they would need a separate FCC license in order to do that. Whether if it was to communicate either with the ship itself or with a ground station. And I have not seen anything that says that they have that. So I don't think we'll see them. But we might have to wait for actual Starlinks for that to happen. But as for the door itself, for future doors, I'm kind of... I don't know if they do a chomper like door, like one big door that opens with a hinge near the payload bay section, and it kind of clamps in and everything like that. Or if they do a split open door, kind of like Shuttle, where you get two doors that opens up, and then they'll close in and clamp. Whatever they do, it's going to be integrated into the structure of the nose cone and the ship itself. And they'd have to go through all the checks that they did with Shuttle to make sure it's closed and locked and aligned before re-entry. Otherwise, you might run into problems. So
Ryan, I got a question. I mean, like, there's no FCC filings for this, but okay, forgive my ignorance here regarding FCC filings with these. Is it possible that SpaceX took like a Starlink V2 mini hardware and just kind of, hot rodded this to one of those dumb links, right? So we wouldn't see an FCC filing, or would there still be one pertaining to this exact mission regardless of hardware?
I think it would have to be pertaining to this mission.
Yeah, okay, cool. That's what I thought.
There is a person that is coming on after me who would know more about the FCC filings than me, and that person is Alex. But, It's, as far as I understand, they would need a separate license in order to do something along those lines. But then again, it's SpaceX, and it is, yeah. So I guess we just have to wait and see what happens. But
Yeah, exactly. I'm kind of wondering if SpaceX is going to surprise us or not.
I expect them to. If anybody's going to do it, we talk about the number of upgraded the cameras to what 30 cameras on this vehicle. 29 of those are going to go straight to the control center. Hopefully, we'll see more than just one. But I love the Raptor skirt, cams and the shot down and up the vehicle cams. We'll see what happens. But I'm looking for some surprises. We got some last time. I'm expecting to see some this time around. My vote, by the way, EJ, real quick, my vote is for Chomper Payload Bay. I think that would be really cool. What about you?
Everyone knows what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
I want shuttle payload bay doors. Now that I swear, that is not because I love the shuttle. That's because I think, regarding a reusable payload bay design, there is convergent design here for the exact same reason that every car has. I shouldn't say every car. Reliant Robbins entered the chat. Most cars have 4 tires, right? There's a convergent design here. I think to do the necessary type of ground operations to be able to rapidly put payload in and out of a payload bay, having that chomper fairing is going to get a little, janky, as Ryan said, because how do you get payload in there? The chopper fairing, what is the chopper fairing going to retract like a drop top convertible or something? Having the sideways opening doors that open up like this, not like this, actually allow you to put a mating device on there, like the rotating service structure from the shuttle, or the payload changeout room if you like Slick 6 Vandenberg pads for the shuttle. That allows you to move payload in and out of Starship really, really, really fast over the chomper fairing. The chomper fairing kind of gets in the way. Now, I think it's important to understand that it's SpaceX. If they want the chopper fairing to work, they will find a way for the chopper fairing to work. But I think, doors that open up like this, I'm making hand gestures like you guys can see me. I think doors that open up sideways, similar to the shuttle bay, is more of a convergent design for payload bays, and I think that would be the way that I would do it. But then again, like I said, that's why we're in the booth.
We'll see as they get more variants out. We'll be here to cover it and see all of the changes to the Starship as we go forward. We're about to jump out of here, guys. So I want to thank a bunch of people. Don't worry, the coverage is not going anywhere. The next crew's coming in. Sawyer's going to come in. Alex and Adrian are coming in, and they're going to have some more questions. Keep those questions coming in the chat at NASASpaceflight. Craig Lieberman, thank you so much for that $10 super chat. Super generous, and we appreciate the kind words about our coverage. Sean, thank you so much. Thank you for what you do. Store message. Probably picking up that pre-ordering that Flight 7 patch. From shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Kevin, thank you for that super chat. More CubeSat funding. More CubeSats, more better. That's what we were talking about that earlier, and I think that's a thing now. Awesome. Zachary, ready to light this candle. Thanks, NSF, for all the great coverage. Well, Zachary, thank you for being here. We would be here. We love having you guys here. We would be here anyway talking about this stuff and learning a lot. As we go forward. Our launch coverage, the Stakeout coverage, is going to continue all the way to our launch coverage planned right now for 12 o'clock local here in Starbase. EJ and myself, Doss, will be on the launch coverage, but Adrian will be there, Alex will be there, Sawyer will be there, all the guys in the field, Jack and everybody else, all the guys behind the scenes will be there getting ready for this launch. I know weather has become a major question, and you can see the clouds on your screen. Yesterday was absolutely rainy and cold and not what we wanted, but today looks a whole lot better. And all through the Stakeout, we've been talking about the weather and our assumptions. Well, we finally get to bring Adam Suker on. Adam, I'm going to just throw the question out there. I'm going to wait for you to unmute before I know you're there. Do you have a full weather report for us? So, Adam, join the chat. Tell us what's going on with the weather today.
Hi, yeah. So luckily, as you can see on the camera view right now, it is much different than it was yesterday. Yesterday we had the really nasty conditions, drizzly rain, low clouds. Well, luckily, like I was explaining yesterday, today's going to be a much better day. The morning's still starting off with those, clouds, but a lot of those clouds will be burning off through the afternoon. And so we're actually going to see conditions clear, a lot more sun come out. By the time we get to the 4 o'clock hour, we should see only maybe a few passing clouds at that point. We could see a few passing high clouds. Most of all, the low clouds should be good and gone by then. And just looking at, overall, the temperature will be roughly like 60 degrees. We will still have a north breeze that's going to be roughly 15 knots. I know you were talking about knots earlier, so, that's probably roughly, 18, 19 miles an hour. We'll still have a north breeze, but that low-level wind, so the wind that you feel at the ground when you're standing there, it's actually going to be coming up a little bit today, but it's through the afternoon, but it's actually going to be tapering back down as we get closer to that 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock hours. So the wind's actually going to start slowly relaxing, which should hopefully keep them within the threshold. Now, looking at winds aloft for today, they actually fit very close to the same winds that I saw with the last flight, Flight 6. And so it's very close. So I know they're going to launch weather balloons really when they get really close up to get the full final, okay, we're good, especially with the flight level winds, because that was something that we were watching earlier in the week that looked concerning. But the models are coming in and looks like the winds could be within threshold. It should be just below those threshold numbers, but they'll launch weather balloons once we get much closer to, probably 2-3 hours out, because they want to verify that the models are actually correct and that it will be within limits. So I feel like today looks like a pretty good day for a launch weather-wise.
Awesome. Adam, thank you so much for keeping an eye on the weather for us. And I know Sawyer is going to be asking you later for an update as we get closer to launch. Our launch coverage starts at 12 a.m. I'm going to jump off and hand it over to Sawyer. Good morning, Sawyer. How are you doing? We know Sawyer is going to be there, but when I bounce out of here, Adrian and Alex are going to be answering all your questions. Keep the questions coming at NASASpaceflight in chat. They're going to be able to answer those as we get closer to this launch. And again, for those of you just joining us, we just passed the 7-hour mark, and for our no earlier than time, which is 4 p.m. this afternoon. Our launch coverage with EJ, myself, Dawson, the entire crew are going to be doing that at 12 noon. And Sawyer and Adrian and Alex are going to take over the Stakeout. So stay right where you are. More coverage is coming your way. Sawyer, how are you doing this morning?
Hopefully you should be able to hear me now.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go. It absolutely fantastic. I mean, we are ready for the second heavy lift launch of the day. A sentence I never thought I'd be saying, and it is absolutely fantastic. So, yes, Gene, thank you very much for the hosting duties, and I will take the baton at this point. For those who don't know, I am Sawyer Rosenstein, and I will be your host for the next couple hours here on the Stakeout stream. Gene, thank you very much once again for all of your commentary this morning, and hopefully you get to enjoy the launch. So, let's kind of get caught up here as we hear some venting there. Let's kind of get caught up on where we are as I jump into things here. EJ, can you give me a quick rundown?
So, I've been here since the very, very crack of dawn here. And, as Adam was saying, Sawyer, I'm looking where Gene and I are at the hotel. We're at Margaritaville, and we were looking at it. And I'm telling you, yesterday I couldn't see Starship, but now I can see it. And not only can I see Starship, but I can see some blue sky, just like you guys can see some blue sky on the camera. So I think what Adam was saying, I don't know, I'm from the Northeast, Sawyer, like the weather guy. I don't know, but I think Adam is right. I think he's right on. But yeah, we've been just sitting here answering questions, and hopefully we get to see a good launch today, dude.
I mean, that is always the goal, is to get a good launch, and most of the time, any launch is a good launch. So, glad you're able to actually be down there for this and able to actually see it, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's good to be down here. I like South Texas. It's quite nice. The food is great.
Oh, I'm sure Texas barbecue is absolutely delicious, among other things.
Yep, it's good stuff.
And a reminder, you can tag us at NASASpaceflight, and we will do our best to answer as many of your questions as we can throughout this stream. We may not be able to get to all of them, but ask away, and we'll get them in this little software we have behind the scenes, and we can take a look at them. Here's a question from Fionn, and I'll throw this one to you, Ryan. They're asking, why is the color of the Blue Moon Starship more purple compared to, say, New Glenn last night, which was more blue, when they're both methane and liquid oxygen?
I think it has. I mean, when I was looking at New Glenn last night, there's a lot of blue, but I definitely could see some purple in there. I think it might have to do partially with the cycle of the engine a little bit, but I think if we did see a Starship Flight at night, we would see a decent amount of blue and a little bit and purple in there. We just don't have a comparison yet because almost all the other methane rocket launches that we've seen are at night. Terran 1 was at night. Vulcan's been at night, other than the one Vulcan flight during the day, and then of course New Glenn at night. So I think I'd have to reserve my judgment as to why until we see a Starship Flight at night to really see if it really is more purplish or if it is like a blue spotlight to the ground, which was really, really cool to see on New Glenn.
I mean, yeah, that is, the color was absolutely gorgeous, but hey, the giant mock diamond that we do get here, still absolutely spectacular. Which, by the way, EJ, we talk about the mock diamond, so as we talk about the exhaust, we see what kind of looks like a giant diamond shape forming inside the exhaust plume as it lifts off. What exactly is that, EJ?
Okay, so that's a shock diamond, Sawyer. Basically, what that is a result of, and this only really happens kind of in the lower parts of the atmosphere, down near the ground. You really generally only see it on first stage engines. What's going on there is that the atmospheric pressure is pushing the gases coming out of the rocket engine back in on each other. They're collapsing in on each other. And that diamond is formed from the interaction of a circular plume coming out of a circular nozzle, right, going out and coming back in, kind of like an hourglass almost. If the engine's really cheeching, you could see multiple ones form in succession down the exhaust line, which is actually, it's really, really cool. Now, once again, guys, I want to keep in mind, like, this only happens really when there's atmospheric pressure. On vacuum engines, you don't really see it as much. But on super heavy, right, you're seeing that phenomenon 33 times over and acting as like one giant spike. You actually see a very similar phenomenon on Falcon 9 too. It basically forms one gigantic shock, but on Falcon 9, you're not going to be able to see it because they're using RP1 and liquid oxygen, so you generally get a lot of other unburnt combustion byproducts in your plume. But with methane, you can really, really see it, and it is beautiful. You could, Sawyer, I will add that you can see it most clearly with RS-25s with shuttle motors, but I'll probably get slapped for saying that.
No, just marking off the bingo cards, which,
yep.
Speaking of marking things off, we mark off here on the timeline. You can see the road closure going into place there. It looks like the final cars are heading out and away, but roadblock coming up. And Ryan, there's a couple different roadblocks, so which one are we looking at?
So we are looking at the roadblock at LBJ Boulevard. That one is the initial one, the one they use for all their testing stuff, if they're doing a static fire or things like that. That's what we're looking at right now. It's the initial one where they close off Highway 4 from the end of the village all the way down to the beach. The beach closed text has also gone out, so the beach is closed and the road is closed. So basically, final stragglers will start to clear out as the sheriffs go down and clear out the beach. SpaceX will clear the pad and make sure there's no one left there. That'll happen over the next hour or two, and eventually they'll all clear out, and then the tank farm spool up will happen around noon, give or take, is when the Pope vent should start, give or take. And then once they start to get close to prop load is when the road closure will fully move. So we'll fully move to our Massey's River site all the way back. That'll become the hard closure, because they close the production site, the village, and everything because they're loading so much propellant on this vehicle, and they want to keep it closed out, so in case of a blast or whatever, so in case of an overpressure event, basically. So they set up at both roadblocks to begin with, but once they really start to get close to prop loading, they'll move this roadblock back and make sure that there's no one in the way. So
a huge milestone, at least, though. One step closer to launch. I do want to thank a couple people here for their support. Dennis, thank you very much for pre-ordering the patch for Flight 7 at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And saying to Chris, yes, I'm buying something and I'm super thankful all you do. Great way to support the work. Thank you very much for the kind words there. Chris, going back to the conversation, you guys were talking about the thermal expansion, saying, watch the first Falcon 9 landing. Watch how the ship changes shape. It's moving in every direction. Fun to see. Which, that was also a really cool conversation, I just have to say, from a viewer perspective. Emma, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Finder, more support towards the NSF CubeSat Fund. See if Jack and the crew can catch HLS landing. We've got Enraged Bacon saying the jeans sounded like the space version of Mike Rowe from Dirty Jobs. That's pretty cool. Lauren, thank you for the kind words. Neil saying... what my idea is, in my previous message, if SpaceX designs a fuel starship, not a tanker, so they use the transfer ship to boost 5 ships to Mars or the Moon. I'm guessing, EJ, that's related to what you guys were talking about earlier?
Yeah, sorry about that. I missed the mic unmute button.
It's okay.
I was like, no. Sorry, what was that? What was the comment? Just to be sure.
It's on the screen there for you also. If SpaceX designs a fuel starship, not a tanker, so they use the transfer ship to boost 5 ships to Mars or the Moon.
A fuel starship, not a tanker.
Isn't that what a tanker is?
I'm a little bit confused. Yeah, this is why I wanted the question reiterated. Niels, I'm not 100% sure what the difference is in your mind here. If you could pop into chat, dude, I'll try to make sense of it. But as far as I can tell, their fueling in their tanker starship would be the same thing. What is the difference to you? And then maybe we can get a good answer there.
Yep. Just again, tag us in chat. Appreciate the asking though through the super chat there as well. Also, Austrian Cheesehead, thank you for making me hungry and becoming a Red Team member. And Sven, thank you for becoming a Red Team member as well. So as we take a look at the vehicle right now, you can see there the chopsticks still closed around the vehicle, standing tall on the orbital launch mount. Darren is wondering, Ryan, any clue why the chopsticks are still closed?
Just because SpaceX wants them closed. There really isn't a distinct reason as to why. Whenever SpaceX wants to open them up, they'll open them up and deploy the landing rails in preparation for catching the booster. So at some point they will open. It could definitely happen any time over the next couple of hours. So it's something to watch out for. It's a good sign when they open. That means that SpaceX is proceeding into launch readiness and count. So it's something to watch out for. But there's no particular reason as to why they've kept them closed. It's kind of just when they want to open them. So
because SpaceX.
Yes, because SpaceX.
And as we look at the vehicle there's one other interesting question about it. Again, we have the brand new version 2 of the ship portion. Booster, still kind of the version 1, but obviously there are probably plans to make parts of it more permanent. So Space Womble is asking, EJ, why do they jettison the hot staging ring instead of just keep it on?
Well, it's because that's a what's called a stopgap. That is a quote unquote temporary solution. Anybody goes, it's that kind of temporary solution. No, they added the hot staging ring because when believe it or not, when Starship started flying, like on Flight 1, there was no hot staging ring. They still were going to try to do kind of a conventional. I say conventional. Flight 1 was anything but a conventional kind of staging. So this shows the iterative design that SpaceX is working on. They can switch gears really quick. Oh, you know what? Let's build a hot staging ring. Let's put it on there. And I'll tell you what, guys, the fact that they were able to modify the vehicle while they're doing test flights like that is pretty remarkable, and have the pad and the ship and everything all still jive together and work correctly is pretty darn impressive for what it is. That's pretty good.
They modified
go.
their entire staging system between the first and second flights.
Yeah, that's no joke, dude.
What?
That's pretty good. That speaks to the engineering chops that SpaceX has. I mean, that's the kind of chops you need to catch a boost. You know what, Sawyer? I've been hanging out with you too much.
I love it. It's spreading. Spreading. It's great.
Stop it.
All the puns. Well, while they jettison the hot stage ring, I think it is time to jettison you guys so that you can actually get preparations ready for launch. Thank you. Yes, EJ, thanks for being on.
Well, hey, thanks for having me, guys. It's a privilege being on here, and yeah, it's just a good time. Thank you very, very much. But I got to go help Gene and everybody get ready. They're looking at me like tapping their wrist going, what are you doing? What are you doing, man? Come on. All right, so I got to head out. Thank you for having me, everybody. I'll see you, chat. I'll see you guys around for the launch.
Awesome. Yes, enjoy your first Starship launch in person. And then we also had Ryan. Thank you, Ryan.
It's a pleasure as always, Sawyer. I can't wait to see this thing launch, and I will see you guys another day. I'm not going to be able to be on the launch stream, but I will talk to you guys another day, hopefully on a Raptor side or something covering what happened on this launch. So can't wait to do that. So you guys all have a good day, and let's hope for a booster catch and a good flight.
Exactly. Thank you again. And don't worry, you're not stuck with just my voice. I'm sure there was a bunch of cheers that just went through the crowd saying that. But we have some of the most knowledgeable co-hosts that I know, even though all of them kind of are. Adrian is joining us. Adrian, how's it going?
It's going absolutely fantastic after what I would call a bit of limited sleep after New Glenn. We are here again. It all feels like one giant blob of amazing space flight in the last few hours.
That is true. And again, it still boggles my mind, like I said when I came on, that we're talking just hours ago.
Yes. How? What is time?
You're telling me what is time indeed. And it is time to also welcome in Alex. How's it going, Alex?
What is time? What is anything, right? It's going after New Glenn and now Starship. Boy, there's a lot of things to cover, right?
That is probably the understatement of the week. There's a lot of things to cover. So as we take a look right now, again, Starship on the pad, a little under 7 hours away from what hopefully will be an absolutely beautiful launch of Flight 7. So as we take a look at the ship, which you could see on screen, Adrian, can you kind of just go over, for those who don't know, some of the major changes that we're seeing with this new version 2 ship?
Sure. I mean, the most visually striking change is for sure the flaps change, I would say. You can see the forward flaps have a bit more updated design. They're also moved away a bit from the TPS side, as you can see there. So basically the main purpose, as we understand there, is to get the hinges that have been an issue on these flaps in the past out of the plasma flow. So that is one of the most visual striking changes. However, there are other changes. From what SpaceX has posted on their website, there was a complete redesign of the avionics package, both hardware and software. So that is one major change. The tank is actually bigger. This ship in general is able to feature more propellant. We, of course, have several tests they are running on the thermal protection system, from missing tiles to some of the tiles being just weirdly shaped. To there's wonkiness on this TPS. I'm gonna say that it's kind of funny. We also have a complete redesign of the power system of the ship. Power units, they have all kinds of high voltage that has been redesigned. They have 30 more vehicle cameras that have been installed on this. They have a data connection that is able to transmit up to 120 megabits per second in real-time high-definition video. And also, this ship features 10 Starlink simulators who are not functional, but very similar in size and weight to what an actual Starship Starlink satellite would look like. So they are also testing the deployment system. Yeah, I think that was about it.
That's all, huh?
Yeah, that's the list.
Also, I'm amazed they can get 120 megabits when I can't even get Wi-Fi in my kitchen.
Yeah, they have better internet. Like I told this the other day to my parents. By the way, this ship that has better internet than you.
You gotta love it. So while we're talking about the TPS there, as we continue to look all the way down to the base of the orbital launch mount there, Alex DS is wondering, do you think the ablative mats underneath the tiles could retain or hold water, and would that pose a risk? So, also, for those who don't know, is there anything underneath those tiles attached to Starship?
Okay, I mean, you need a whole read of that again, because that was a long question. It's
Wait,
actually
Alex
two
saying
questions.
something was too long?
No, because I need to get I'm just starting the commentary. Okay, I need to get my
It's all
brain
good.
wired into commentary mode. Oh yeah. So about the holding water, that's one of the things that I've always been kind of curious about these tile systems. And Sawyer, you're gonna probably bring up shuttle. I'm gonna bring up the shuttle before you do, because the shuttle had this problem, right, of the humidity and the water getting into the tiles. That was a big issue. Like after every reentry, if I'm not mistaken, they had to reapply the same coating to be able to reuse those tiles and not get wet, essentially. So this is one of the things that I've always been curious about Starship. Like, what are they going to do? Are these tiles suffering the same kind of thing where if they get some water inside of them, because these, like, you see them and they seem solid, right? But they have little holes and everything. Like, that's the whole deal. It's ceramic material that has a lot of little holes inside of the structure, and so what that allows them is to not have conduction of that heat in between, inside of the tile, and that's why they are so good at rejecting and keeping the heat away, because it doesn't transfer as good through the material. In fact, again, with a shuttle, you probably have seen this typical video of a red hot tile from the shuttle, right, getting out of an oven and things like that, and people are holding it, and that is precisely because of that, because it's like this material that conducts very poorly the heat, and so that way it doesn't get down to the body of the vehicle. So one of the things is that usually when that happened, when you got water on one of the tiles from the shuttle, usually what that happened is that the tile did not work properly because it got within those orifices and empty spaces within the structure of the tile. And so I'm not so sure how they deal with that with Starship, because it's not Florida humid, but it's still humid down there at Starbase. And of course the ablative mats as well, like any other material, not just the tiles themselves, also the ablative heat shield underneath, and the system, like the glue system for some of the tiles that are glued, the fillings that they have in between the tiles as well, so that they don't crash against each other when they expand and things like that. So we really don't know the answer to this question, but it's a great question, and I wish SpaceX were to be able to talk about this. It's probably proprietary and things like that, and secret sauce kind of thing, but that may be one of the things that they are also trying to figure out on these flights, right? Like, this is already the 7th flight. They're doing a lot of material testing in this vehicle for the heat shield and everything, so you never know.
Yeah, especially with SpaceX, you never know. And one of the fun shuttle facts in terms of that whole waterproofing, so to speak, if you've ever seen any of the shuttles at the exhibits or seen video of the underside, and it looks like there's a circle in the middle of some of the tiles, almost like someone injected something, it's because they did. They would re-add all of the waterproofing material after each flight if they were reusing the tile. All the brand new tiles that were flying on their first flight didn't have the circle because they had it coming from the factory.
So you could kind of spot on every shuttle how much of the TPS was deemed good for the next flight.
Exactly. Yup. And you can also tell if you go to any of the ones in the museums which have flown on more than one flight and which ones haven't.
It's interesting. I didn't know that. That's totally cool.
Oh yeah. Want to thank a couple people here. A bunch of stuff coming in the store. Anonymous, wondering how many platypuses could fit in the Starship payload bay. That's a ChatGPT question if I've ever heard one. Also, is that the plural platypus? Platypuses, platypi?
I have no idea.
Yeah. And then Mark and Robin also getting the Flight 7 patch pre-order, saying thanks for the great flight coverage. I'm glued to my TV. Well, we're glad you're watching with us. Appreciate it. And then we have some awesome support coming in from Craig becoming a Capcom member, which gets access to the NSF Discord. You can come in, chat with us about everything from spaceflight to sports ball to food, you name it. We've got most of it. As well as Jean-Francois Martel, thank you for becoming a Launch Director member, which is even more support. In addition to everything with Capcom, you also get your name at the end of the Flame Trench and NSF Lives here on the channel. Christian, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. Andre saying, send it, as Walt Disney would say. It's fun to do the impossible. I feel like that's from The Office, where it's like, you know, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott. I don't know if Walt Disney actually said it like that. Christopher, thank you. I'm a Pad Rat member. Gregory saying, go Flight 7. Still hoping they will have cameras on the Starlink dummies. I absolutely agree. And in regards to that, I'll throw this one over to you, Adrian. Do we know how much those satellites weigh a piece for the simulators that we're seeing? Or are we up to 100 tons for 10 of them?
I do not, Alex, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I do not believe we actually know the exact weight yet of the Starlings on Starship Red.
Yeah, and one thing that I will say though, it's definitely not 100 tons for 10 of them. We do know at least that back in the day, so I'm going to do a bit of history of Starlink, right? You remember how at the beginning of Starship's sort of career in 2020, 2021, they were launching on Falcon 9 the Starlink V1 satellite and the V1.5 later on and everything. When they started with the full stack operations and everything on Starship, by then they were already talking about the V2 satellite. And that was going to be launching on Starship. It was going to be this big, huge satellite, about 3.5 meters in one direction, and the other direction will be 7 meters. I don't really remember which side was actually which, right? But anyways, 3.5 by 7 meters each satellite. So essentially, when you have two, next to each other, you have a 7 by 7 meter sort of square, which is the PES dispenser. Now, the thing is, since then, those Starlink V2s have evolved. So now they're calling them Starlink V3, and that's because over time, they have been able to fly a lot of these hardware for the V2 satellites on the V2 minis on Falcon 9, because they made like a shrink down version, right, of those satellites to fit inside of Falcon 9. And one of the things is, for the V2 satellite, we know that those, at least according to Elon, those were going to be 1 ton and sort of like a quarter of a ton, so 1.25 ton in mass each. Do the V3 satellites share the same kind of launch mass? We really don't know, but they seem to be about the same size. They just seem to be like a lot more advanced. Like they have been able to, during the last few years since he said that, they have been able to evolve the satellite. We've seen that with the Starlink V2 minis, right? SpaceX at the end of the year, they said that they have evolved that they have optimized those satellites. They have put a lot more, better technology on them. So potentially, I'd say they may even could like, I'm just going out on a limb here. They could even be lighter than those. Like they might be like a ton or something like that each, because if they have improved systems, if they have upgraded all of their stuff, you could think that maybe for the same amount of volume of shape of the satellite, they have been able to fit more things that are even lighter, right? It's like I'm just kind of sort of making that up, but like think about it. They've done that with the Starlink V2 Mini. They say that they have reduced in a 25% or something like that the mass of the Starlink V2 Mini to be able to fit more on Falcon 9. Who says they have not done that with Starlink V3, going from V2 to V3, right? So,
And
there's a good chance that these are not even close to 10 tons. Just saying.
this is probably something that is very interestingly monitored by the Starlink team, because you cannot produce a Starlink satellite like, hey, Starship's ready now, let's quickly produce satellites. There's probably a point in which you change your production chain to V3, or like adjust it, or ramp it up. And I wonder if they are really like very closely paying attention to this program and be like, when is the moment where we hit V3 mass production? When is the moment where we really kick into gear and make sure we have enough V3s to support Starship when it needs the payloads? And that is a super interesting, from a logistical standpoint, adjustment that they have constantly probably going back and forth, which is very interesting to me. And I think that's probably a major part right now of their planning.
I mean, yeah, that's been their goal all along. That's the only reason we have the V2 minis for the most part, is because they're waiting to get the full-size ones on Starship. So that is...
Yes.
Go for it, Alex.
I was going to mention, because I just remembered, I was talking about how they optimize the V2 minis and how they make them smaller but even more capable. And, well, not smaller in size, but like lighter weight, right? Like they reduced the mass by 25% and they still made them even more capable. In fact, spoiler alert, next week we're going to have a Falcon 9 launch which will carry 27 of these Starlink satellites that are, V2 minis. So even then, they will demonstrate, like the maximum that they have launched so far has been 24. And this one is from Vandenberg, which was 23, the maximum from there. So that means they are able to pack more of these satellites on board. I will not be surprised if later down the line, those V3s that are going to be flying on Starship, there's like a V4, a V3.5 or something like that. Like, these satellites are going to keep improving. And guess what? That's the whole deal with SpaceX, right? Starship has been improving, Falcon 9 has been improving, the Raptor has been improving. Like, everything at SpaceX improves over time. They don't just, sit down and they're like, oh, okay, and twiddle their thumbs and everything. Like, no. Even when they are in full production, they're like, okay, how do we make this even better than it is already, right? And they try to improve all of this precisely to deliver an even better product.
Yes, and for the people that actually use Starlink, I'm sure they are also greatly appreciative of it.
Yep.
Yes.
Now, I do want to address the elephant in the room instead of elephant, because we've been hearing, as we're talking, all of these crazy loud venting noises. Adrian, where is that coming from?
This is the tank farm. The ship itself is not really a focus point of SpaceX yet. How you imagine this is the venting will start at the very core of the tank farm, and kind of it will go out of there over time. You will see different kinds of the tank farm cooling down. You will then see at some point propellant lines to the ship and the booster cooling down, and at the very least, you will see the ship and the booster cooling down. So what we hear right now is the tank farm going into preconditioning. They are letting the nitrogen mostly flow at this point, because nitrogen is one of the first things that moves in this tank farm, because they use liquid nitrogen to cool down all the other commodities. So what you hear right now is probably this tank farm really starting to be like, oh, am I used today? Do I need to be active today? And I think that's what we're hearing.
Yeah, definitely we'll see the frost continuing on those tank farm areas. And yeah. It's getting exciting, the fact that they're already conditioning that.
Yes. Everything, like, we are already further than we were in the last attempt, because we have a proper full roadblock and everything. Everything seems to be looking a bit better. As we heard from Adam earlier, like, weather is certainly not as bad as it was before. They, of course, still have to do some work with moving the roadblock back, and we still have 6.5 hours in the countdown. But from what we can tell, I feel confident to say SpaceX is at least committed to progress further into Counter Day.
That's what we want to see. And again, we saw a couple different of the roadblocks there. This is the one that just went up a short time ago, and we are getting closer.
Yep, we do.
Oh, I was going to say, let's go back to the idea of payloads. I know they were talking about this earlier with EJ and Gene and Ryan, but it is a good point of Steven asking, could the Pez dispenser handle single satellites that are, say, the size of 2 Starlinks? And what is the future then of being able to deploy these type of satellites? Alex, you want to try tackling this one?
Yeah, so that is a great question. That could be like maybe Starlink V4 or something like that, right? But that is one of the things that I guess we'll find out in the future. I'm not sure though if the current Pest dispenser will be able to do that, or if they probably will need some kind of design change or like small kind of differencing in how they attach to the hookups to the Pest dispenser. That could be an upgrade in the future.
I also think there's a very good chance that we will see repurposed Starlink-like satellites for other purposes. They have done that in the past. We have seen Starlinks for military applications. We have all kinds of modifications to this. I feel like there's a very good chance that at some point somebody at SpaceX is like, why not offer this as a satellite bus? And just basically create a Starlink Starship stack that just is modifiable for your needs.
I'm glad you said that, Adrian, because they have done that already, actually, with the Starshield. So
yeah, I'm like the military applications. Yes.
Yeah, but like this whole thing of taking the Starlink satellite bus and go to a customer and be like, hey, here, you can put all your payloads, your fancy stuff that you want on it. There you go. Like, they could really do that because they have already done that, at least with the government, right? With the Starshield satellites, both for the U.S. Space Force and also for the National Reconnaissance Office. They have done that at least with multiple different satellite constellations that they have been not just built, but also launched for both agencies. So there's a good chance that might happen in the future, or that other companies may build their own flat-pack satellites. I know at least one company out there, I think it's K2 Space, if I'm not mistaken, which is making big flat-pack satellites that are, like, they are advertising those as launching on Starship. Like, it's not just an ideal, like, they are literally saying, these are very heavy and very big satellites, and we're building them to launch on Starship. And they are also flat-pack, because that's sort of like an ideal way of packing your satellites, right, for launch. But there are already companies out there that are even trying this, so it's not a hypothetical now.
Yep.
Exactly. It's exciting. I know I keep saying exciting because I'm very excited for this. But also, we haven't seen that ever before, where they take, say, a different kind of satellite, like maybe a military spy satellite, and then convert it into, say, an orbiting telescope.
No, who would do that?
But yeah, they've been repurposing all these satellite buses essentially for years.
Yeah, it's smart, right? Why develop twice if you only have to develop once and put a different sticker on it?
Exactly. While we're talking again still about the simulators, oh my gosh, the name, the Ghost of Ship 26. I love the name. Asking, how long will the Starlink simulators stay in orbit before they fall back to Earth? Adrian, you want to take that?
They will technically never, I think, stay in orbit. They will be deployed on a trajectory that very much puts them into something that you would love if you go like skydiving, because they will be released on the same trajectory that brings the ship down into the water a few minutes later. So this is more a test of deployment and a test of subsystems than it is really in any shape or form like an orbital test. There you can see it. And the Starlinks will be released on that same trajectory. They are not boosting them up, and they will stay in any shape on the orbit. They will just blow up in the atmosphere in a few minutes after release.
Yeah, I will expect something similar to where Flight 3, Ship 28, ended up in, as you can see there.
Yep.
And I know there's been the hope that maybe they'll have some cameras on there to get an external view of things from the view of a Starlink.
Please. I'm just telling, like, if they don't have one Starlink that has a camera that looks back at the ship, what are they even doing? I need that.
Yes, I need it.
Yeah, like, I really need this.
While I have you, Adrian, I know we talking about these heavy lift rockets here. We have Starship. Of course, we had New Glenn this morning. Baker's wondering if you can compare the Raptor 2s to what we saw last night with the BE4s.
So a BE4 is a bit of a different design concept. The motto or the guideline that BE4 is designed to be a medium performing version of a high performance architecture. What Blue Origin wants to do is develop a very reliable, very well performing but not overly crazy engine that just works. That was their design goal with BE4 from the get-go. Raptor is the definition of a push. Like, it's basically how much can we squeeze out of this? And it's very different design philosophies. The thrust per diameter on Raptor is ridiculous. It's I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's about double what BE4 is and double what a lot of other engines have. Raptor's ability to pack so much thrust in so little space enables Starship as a program, because they need so much thrust, because this is a heavy vehicle thanks to the structure they have used to build this, and Raptor is packing a punch. It's a really capable power.
Yeah.
Especially after watching last night when New Glenn went so slow off the pad with that low thrust to weight ratio. This one's still a lower thrust to weight ratio, but definitely ends up looking a little faster with the Raptors underneath it.
Yeah, Raptor being a full force staged combustion engine is it was very much like a let's try to get this done, but very much also the situation that they know this will be a challenge to get to. And to be fair, Raptor had a lot of challenges to get to this. I know we are now talking about Raptor as a very reliable engine, and to be fair, it has been in the last few flights, but the road to this was painful. They had all kinds of Raptor issues on the early suborbital hops. They had all kinds of Raptor issues at McGregor, and it took them a lot of money and a lot of sweat and tears to get to this point where this is probably one of the most impressive engines humanity has ever designed.
Yeah, and not just the Raptor itself, right? It's also the interaction between the vehicle and the Raptor, because even during the hop test, the launches were happening just as fine, right? Like the vehicles went up and they were able to power through, and the Raptors will fire for 4.5 minutes during the ascent portion. But then when it was time to do the flip, they will just, go sideways, and not in the good way, right? Because they will just essentially not have enough pressure and things like that. Like they were just learning how to have that interaction between the Raptor and also the vehicle. With Blue Origin, they did all of that, sort of in the design phase, in the blueprint phase. They were trying to get all of that together. And frankly, they kind of also had a bit of a help by flying those B4s on Vulcan, right? Twice, in fact. And so that kind of was able, they were able to get that data a little bit early on. But definitely, amazing performance of those B4s on the first try. But again, that also needed a bit more work, beforehand to get that down. And that's sort of the difference here, I guess, in the philosophy of each company.
Just to give you some numbers here, the throat diameter of Raptor is 1.3 meters, while the nozzle diameter of BE4 is 1.9. So there's a good 60 centimeters difference in their diameter. And Raptor is about the same thrust as BE4.
Yeah, and even like the Raptor is also like it packs a punch even compared to Merlin. Like the Merlin engine is so the Raptor engine is only 1.5 times larger than the Merlin, and it can pack 2.6 times more thrust out of it. So it's quite an interesting thing, when you increase the chamber pressure and you just put it to the limits. But that's also one of the differences, right? Like on Merlin and also on the BE4 as well, they just don't try to get as high pressure as they're doing with Raptor. And so, but again, different philosophies, different approaches. Even within the same company, they could have tried to get Merlin to really crazy high pressures, and they didn't.
Yeah, I mean it's an open cycle engine, right? It's the definition of let's just make it work, which I worked well for them, right? Like they didn't have to struggle a lot with Falcon engine problems because they choose a path that worked for them, and I think they did the exact right thing then, and I think they also did the exact right thing now because they now have all that knowledge. Now they can really put this all into use in Raptor. But doing all of this without the groundwork of Merlin and understanding engines, I don't think they would have been able to do this.
And also we're talking about the fact that we're dealing with 33 of these Raptor engines on the first stage versus 7 for New Glenn.
Yes. It's 33 engines is an absolute beast. Like I cannot even imagine the complications they have even in the startup sequence. Because if you imagine the startup sequence, there's so many ways you can introduce asymmetrical thrust to this rocket. So there's probably a lot of thought even in that kind of sequence. While on lots of other rockets, they just ignite all of them at the same time.
Yeah, and even the shutdown sequence, remember one of the N1 flights, remember when at the beginning they were like, 33 engines, that's like the N1. But the N1 had one issue, at least I think on the last flight, on that fourth flight, it was very close to shutdown of the first stage and switching to the second stage and onwards. But it got lost because, the G's build up as you go up and burn all of the propellant, and they needed to shut down engines to be able to get through the last few seconds of the first stage ascent on N1. But when they shut down the engines, even though they were staggered, that shutdown, that sudden release of all of that acceleration shattered a lot of the internal components of like the manifolds and everything, and that's what made them lose the rocket. Look at Starship. Every single time it does a hot staging, it shuts down 30 of the 33 engines, and it does this staggered shutdown as well, and it's just fine. Like, that's also really complicated because you're going from 4 to 5 Gs maybe at that point to going down to essentially almost nothing. And so that's really a sudden change on your systems as well, not just for the launch, again, also for the shutdown. And so that's a lot of engineering going on there. Not easy.
But SpaceX is able to do it if anyone's able to do it, that's for sure.
Yes.
And we're able to do what we do with thanks to support from viewers like you, including Gregory, pre-ordering the Flight 7 patch at shop.nasaspaceflight.com, saying, "Go Flight 7." Oh, still hoping they have cameras on the Starlink dummies. Agreed. Anonymous, also from the store, getting the patch. Greetings from U.S. East Coaster, temporarily in Eastern Europe. Thanks for the tireless, or tiring, work this week, as always. Thank you for the kind words, and yes, East Coast, West Coast. Good morning, Liquid Oxygen, to you as well. Thank you, Lox. Kevin Riley, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Echo saying, Mom says it's my turn with the launch complex. Nice. Doug saying, keep up the great coverage. Harrison also getting more items from the shop here too. Saying, love the coverage. Got to see New Glenn in person last night. Keep up the awesome coverage. Oh, I'm so glad you got to see it. I mean, that was absolutely stunning. Jeffrey, NSF, thanks for the great coverage from USA in space. Here's a question from Ron Smith. Adrian, I'll give this one to you. Can SpaceX launch with mixed types of Raptors, aka some V2s and some V3s, or do they have to switch over completely from one to the other?
on one single stage, it's probably gonna be hard. So I wouldn't expect them to mix like Raptor 2 and Freeze on for example, the booster. What they can do is probably having Raptor 3s on the ship and Raptor 2s on the booster. I wouldn't count that out. So I totally wouldn't be surprised if we first see the switch to maybe Freeze on the ship. And that could totally happen. I don't think they would mix on a single stage. That sounds like a hell for any person that designs fuel adapters.
Yeah, that does not sound fun for them. But hey, like you said, we'll hopefully get to see maybe some V3s flying soon? Question mark. Don't forget, you could also watch them being tested. McGregor Live 24/7 here at NSF.
The problem you quickly run into is so Raptor 3 is very different in thrust, and that usually also results in things like, for example, fuel rate changing. So how do you even balance the situation that your engines are now having different fuel rates on the same core? Like, you then need to basically design different pipes and different slots, and it's a mess. They won't do it.
Yeah, almost like in Kerbal when you set up the fuel transfer lines totally wrong and one tank is draining so fast and the other's totally fine.
Don't you love it when you decouple your second stage and suddenly that has no fuel anymore because you use it for your first stage?
Oh, I'm sure all Kerbal players have been there before. I've done that way too many times.
Yep.
Joel getting a bunch of items from the store here. Thank you for getting the Flight 6 patch, the Flight 2 patch, and pre-ordering Flight 7. I don't think we have an exact answer to this yet. Alex, do we know if they've put out a maximum wind Starship can fly in?
I'm not sure we really know about that because it's not like SpaceX tells us, hey, this is our weather forecast and everything. Like we normally do, for example, at this the Space Launch Delta 45, where they have the 45th Weather Squadron, and we get these sort of forecasts and everything. I just don't see that, at least in terms of like the official communication. We do know, because they have launched already 6 times, which sort of winds seem to be at the very least what they seem to be launching at. Flight 6, for example, barely had any wind. I think that the most windy one was closer to Flight 4, if I'm not mistaken, which was quite interesting because it was also but that was windy at high altitude. Because I remember they were holding, in fact, for the winds to clear a little bit, for that to get out of the way. But yeah, the intensity of the winds, we just don't know. That's a short answer, I guess. But we can probably infer that. Maybe we can get Adam later to like go back and see what the forecast was and what the numbers were for previous flights and get some kind of constraints on which ones they might be, and even compare that to yesterday, because it seems like maybe yesterday that was also a bit of a rough thing as well. We can probably do that. So come back later and see if we've been able to go through that.
Yeah, and the other thing to keep in mind is we're not just talking ground level winds. Of course, the big factor is also those, exactly, the upper level winds, and in particular the wind shear that it can cause. You go up 1,000 feet and then you keep going up and all of a sudden it hits you in the other direction. That's a lot of work for those engines that can actually gimbal on Starship's first stage on the booster. So that's why they keep an eye out on that. I'm sure just like they do with all the other launches, they'll send weather balloons throughout the day to measure those upper level winds, right?
There's so many factors that go into weather. It's so many. There's also things in consideration about cloud layers, about all kinds of different phenomena that can annoy you on the way up. For example, we had situations where you cannot launch through too thick clouds because that can create kind of like a self-induced lightning, which is not that great for your electronics. Unless you're Soyuz, then you don't care.
Well, the Soyuz is a whole other ball game. But yeah, I mean, sorry, my brain just totally stopped working there. Sawyer.exe needs to reboot.
I heard the Windows error sound. Didn't.
Yeah, I was totally going to respond to something with that, and then my brain just said, nope. I promise we're
You're
all
not.
super awake here. Continuing along then, I'm sure I'll randomly remember it in the middle of one of Alex's answers and go, oh yeah. As we take a look there again, you can see the roadblock on the left, Starship on the right, and here we are stuck in the middle with you. But that's what we like to see, is everything progressing in terms of those road closures, and then we've got the road closure even beyond the other one. So this, Adrian, is the farthest one, correct, that we're looking at?
Technically not the farthest, because there's the soft closure all the way in Brownsville. You not even get to this point if you're not having ground there or you're essential personnel or law enforcement. Like, this is already the second one, but they're already starting to lock that down. That is good sign. Like, I like the fact that we also see a sheriff now here. But there you can see, that's the launch pad.
Hey, look at
that is our usual standard closure point that we see on normal testing. On high fuel load testing, we sometimes see them moving back all the way to there, to the full stack closure point, because the fuel load is just inducing too much risk, so they need to make sure that they have personnel cleared. And all the way back there at Brownsville, at the very beginning of Highway 4, there's the soft roadblock. That is where you can't pass if you're not essential personnel or have ground or like live in Boca Chica Village.
And thank you, Ryan Caton, for the awesome graphic showing where all of those are.
Absolutely.
Who's also pushing the buttons and pulling the levers for us at the moment.
Yeah, Ryan doing a lot here.
And some of our viewers doing a lot here as well. Bideford, a name we see regularly here. Good morning, Adrian, Alex, and Sawyer. Have we heard a confirmation from SpaceX that we are go today? And wondering why the chopsticks are still closed around the ship. Alex, still go today?
Yeah, so far so good. It seems like there's no updates, so no news, good news, I guess. The last thing that we know, at least officially, is that they were going to be attempting today. The road has closed, as we saw there. The sheriff is already clearing the beach and everything. Like, all of the things are getting ready for that clearing of the launch site, because in about 2 hours, if they are still tracking the opening of the window, we should start seeing that tank farm becoming alive. Very slowly at first, but it becomes alive at around T-4 hours.
Yeah, I lost my point. I'm infected now, Sawyer.
Yeah. Well, normally I just share puns. Apparently now I'm also sharing brain function.
I found it, actually. With different rocket companies, you sometimes have to pay different attention to how they communicate. We have the other example of ULA. ULA have this live ticker that they issue, which is very helpful. And usually silence there's bad. Like, if you don't get another updates, that's bad. With SpaceX, it's kind of the other way around. As long as they're not talking, that's usually good. Like, if they don't talk, they progress.
Yeah, especially the contrast of hearing out loud all the go, no-go polls versus SpaceX just hitting some buttons on their computers and going, yep, we're good.
Yep, it's totally different philosophy, and it's something especially we as journalists have to adjust to, right? It's a thing of, like, you want ULA to talk, you don't usually want SpaceX to talk. That's usually not a good thing.
Yeah, it's backwards, it feels like.
Yep.
E.T. with the $50 super chat.
Wow.
Thank you. Wow, yeah. Saying there have been stunning pictures from downrange for many of the Falcon 9 launches, of sunlit backlighting for the Falcon 9 jellyfish. Do we think that people in, say, Southwest Florida, Western Cuba, or any of the Caribbean area might have a chance to see something today? Adrian, what do you think? Maybe? Maybe not?
To my knowledge, the Caribbean area actually gets to see it. Parts of Florida, like, you can see it a bit flying by. I'm not sure if we have a visibility graph here, but there are some parts of Florida and also the Caribbeans that can see it, depending on visibility, because at that point the ship is high enough up and you just get a lot of reflection and you get the engines firing. So that usually helps. I think there it is. So you can see the launch notmar. Basically, if you're close to that launch notmar, you have a very good chance to see it. You can see that, like, the whole like southern tip of Florida potentially, usually you have a very good chance there if the visibility allows. But as we always say here, just try it. You will not see it if you don't look. That's the one thing you can guarantee.
That is true. It never hurts to go outside and just take a look up once it launches. Just have us on your phone with you as you go out and hope for the best.
I did
Of
that,
course.
or I do that for some of the Dragon missions, because if they, like, there are some missions of Falcon 9, especially if they launch, what is it, north and east, as opposed to south and east. If they go north and east, you have sometimes chances to see it here from Europe, because it basically flies, the second stage flies directly over Central Europe, and ignites also here lots of times. So I have seen Falcon 9s in the past igniting over Europe. It's kind of cool.
Okay, that's actually really awesome. I like that.
Yep.
And
Yep.
yeah, if you do go outside, maybe happen to snap a picture of it if you're anywhere in that area, send it to us on social media. We're on X, the Everything app. We're on Facebook. We're on Instagram. We're on TikTok. All of those. Check out the NSF socials. You'll also get all the updates on everything that is going on with all of the launches. And we are now approaching the 6-hour mark. About 6 hours away from the opening of this launch window, which I believe is what they're targeting for liftoff, is right at 4 p.m. Central.
Yeah, usually they target the opening of the window and then might change it. With SpaceX, they also tend to do kind of funnies, and as always, if there's the time of 4:20 in play, I will never rule out the fact that it could be 4:20. It's a rule. You have to follow that rule if you follow SpaceX. It can happen. So I will throw that into the mix. Again, SpaceX has holes in the Starship countdown, so they will target probably the opening of the window and then see what fits them best.
Couple more bits of support I do want to hit here. Diane saying, I have a rocket hangover from last night and wake up to Starship 7 launch today. Go SpaceX, thanks to NSF crew, you're the best. Thank you. I like that. A rocket hangover. Although that would be assuming that we actually got sleep in between the launches. Noah, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. I'm going to throw this one to you, Alex. Minor Downfall saying, how many years before Arianespace got a Starship class rocket? Ariane 8?
Uh,
What the Europeans get a kick out of that?
I think I may be retired by then. And that's, I don't know. It could be quite a while until any of that. I think there's a good chance that any other company at Europe, within the continental Europe, they may get something Starship-like even before Arianespace. Yeah.
We've seen what? How many launches of Ariane 6, by the way?
1.
Right. So I don't think we're close.
Oh, hey, does Ryan have this like on a drawer or something? But that is not a real concept. That's like a study that they did in 2023 RFA for ESA. It said like, hey, if we were to do a fully reusable rocket, this is what it would look like. It's not a real concept.
If you want to be really frustrated about Ariane 6, the one component that is really, really new, which is the APU, was the one that didn't work. Yeah, it's a thing. I wish all the best to their success, but sometimes the cadence of European spaceflight is frustrating. And to be fair, I don't. We have time, right? I can go on a quick tantrum about European spaceflight. This is not like something that I solely blame on Ariane. It's just a commitment and funding issue sometimes, where we get in a situation where we have look at the situation for Falcon. How Falcon was funded. It got big contracts from players that had the money to fund that and had the willingness to just risk that money to develop a bigger rocket. That is not the funding case here. It's just not the money that is easily here yet, and it's not being committed. And if you don't have that money, it will always be hard for other companies such as Ariane, RFA, ESA, whoever, to develop bigger rockets, because you will need a lot of funding. Like developing a bigger rocket will cost you more than 20 million. To word it like that. So it's not only one company's fault. It's I feel like sometimes it's a bit of complacency, because we know if we can't launch it, we can still launch it with Falcon. That's my overall feeling I have. I should write write something about this at some point.
Oh yeah, no, we don't really talk that much about European spaceflight because it's been kind of quiet, but it's still pretty active and hopping, and we even have our interview series that we've been doing with some of these European companies too.
I've been doing that. Forgot.
Yes. It's kind of amazing how many of these, like, I applaud everybody who's trying. Like, I applaud all of these startups that are trying to get innovative concepts into the air. That's cool. That's amazing. We just need more funding and more willingness to support these projects. I feel like that's the underline at the end of my rant.
Wow, Adrian, we should probably do a video about this, right?
And we should. Can we spoil it that there was at some point there's the idea of just letting me and Alex talk about European spaceflight and coding that as a video?
I'd watch.
Yeah,
great members content.
Yeah, that could be.
I have opinions.
Me too.
Yeah. And again,
look at that! The chopsticks are opening.
All right.
Sorry for barging in there.
No, thank you for doing so. That's the point, is to be able to explain what's going on screen. So, how are the chopsticks set to be positioned for the launch itself, and when do they actually go into kind of that catch configuration, Alex?
They should be going now. So one of the things that they should be doing now is opening. And when they open, they will also go up. So, hey, this is one of the interesting things that is changing for this flight. The ship is taller. As you can see, it's a little bit taller than the previous ships. It's 1.8 meters taller than the previous version. However, the lifting points, the sort of like sockets that they have to be able to lift the ship, are lower down on the vehicle, and they are lower than what the vehicle goes up in length. So that means that the chopsticks are sitting lower on the tower when they are hugging the ship. So now when they open and they go into the catch position in launch, I guess, because it's both launch and catch, when they go to that launch position, they're going to go up as well. So they're going to open and go up. Yesterday when we saw them closing, we also saw them going down, so that they can, interact and interface with those sockets on the ship and hook to them. So that's one of the other things that we'll see. Maybe in the background we can get some kind of time lapse of this, because it's a very smooth and very slow movement. And for people wondering why this is slow, is because they don't need it to be fast. But you can see there, it's going up. See? You can kind of see it there, that it is already going up as well. So this is a very smooth and very slow movement. The fast movement needs to be reserved for that catch.
Yeah, those do have to close pretty quickly at that point.
Yep.
I always when people are like, they could open it faster, I'm like, yeah, you could also park faster with your car and like slam the brakes at 50 miles per hour in the parking space, but why would you?
And another thing that we usually get this question, because I'm gonna take advantage of this view. Sorry, Sawyer, because we get the question, those pins that they use for the catching of the booster, they also use them for the lift. But on the ship, they now have these non-structural catching points, so that they can sort of verify that they can go through re-entry and whatnot. So people are wondering, then how do they lift the ship? And the way that they do it, as I was sort of hinting about earlier, those are the catching pins, by the way, flying on today's flight. Those, again, they are not structural. If they were able to try to lift or even catch a ship with those today, with this ship in particular, they will not be able to do that, because like they will break off. They are not. They are just bolted onto the outside of the ship. They're just there to test that they can survive the re-entry through the atmosphere at orbital speeds. So how do they do it? Can we go back to the other one? Because we were seeing a piece of our no. The view on the right. Thank you. So that view on the right, you can see on the chopsticks there are like little knobs extending inwards. Those are pins. So the way that they've been doing so far is the opposite of how they do it on the booster. The booster has pins that goes out and sort of they are attached to the chopstick landing rails, and that also works for the catching as well. But for the ship, the pins are on the chopsticks themselves. And what the ship has are holes on the outside where they just, those pins go in and sort of nudge inwards, right? And so that's how they are able to lift the ship. And so those systems, the one for lifting and the one for catching on the ship, at least for now, those will be separate. Maybe in the future they will be combined into the same thing, but you never know. We'll see what they do in the future.
We will see. Time will tell. And while we're talking about, obviously, the changes we mentioned there, that this is version 2 of the ship, eventually I'm sure there are plans for that version 2 of the booster, but Todd was asking, do you think they'll have to make the tower taller before Block 2 booster and Block 3 of the ship? Alex, I'm going to throw that one back to you.
Yeah, so one of the interesting things is that the second tower is actually, it's taller, sure, but it's only by like 1 meter or something like that. It's just slightly taller than this tower. By all means, it's essentially a rounding error. They are both the same height. So how do they solve this? We think by two ways. So one of them is most likely the OLM will be lower. We'll have to see that, of course, because they're still sort of building that piece of hardware, both the OLM and also the flame trench out at the launch pad for Pad B. But we think that what will happen is that the booster will also sit lower, because that OLM will be lower, and so the booster will be going there. The ship will also be going on top of the booster. So overall, the full stack will be sitting lower. So you see there that OLM is elevated relative to the tower. It's about 18 meters above ground. And so that means that the tip of the ship is very close to the tip of the tower. Now, do they really need the tower to be bigger then? It seems like for Block 2, no. Block 3 will be even larger. Do they need that? Hang on. So what do they actually need for the tower, like for the tower to provide things to the vehicles? Well, the booster, if you stretch it, then you can see there that quick disconnect arm that supplies all of the power, the propellant, and everything to the ship will have to move up. And they seem to have accounted already for that on the second tower, because it will originally sit lower and then potentially go up. That's one of our theories, at least, with how we see some of the connections for that quick disconnect arm. And the chopsticks, how do you solve that? Well, the chopsticks, you can just lower down the lifting points. And guess what? I just explained before that they have already done that on Block 2. They can do that on Block 3 as well. So how do you solve this with the same kind of tower height? Sit with, the rocket sits lower on the tower. The QD arm just needs to be elevated a little bit to accommodate for future booster stretches. And the ship, if it gets stretched, well, just lower the lifting points. That's how you deal with that. So we don't think they need to have a taller tower. We have already seen that the other tower is the same height by all means. So, yeah.
And of course, we have the second tower that's also being built too. So I'm sure any slight modifications they might need will already be going into that. I do want to continue thanking some more people here. Pal9000 with the 60 euros saying, thank you, NSF team, for all you do. Go Flight 7. Absolutely. Go Flight 7. Alan, thank you for the 5 euros as well there. John saying, thanks everyone. Enjoy the stream. And that is pre-ordering the Starship Flight 7 patch. Which, by the way, Adrian, how are we doing on how many are left in the shop in terms of being able to get a patch for yourself?
If you want one, I would start to slowly think about placing that order. We are right now at less than 30% left of the initial amount of patches we had. So
Wait, only 30%?
Yes.
Oh dear. Okay, I'm
Yes.
gonna go and buy that. I'm not yet.
It's a thing. We are quickly going through that stock. We honestly we didn't expect this many people to order it that fast. So we are certainly in the last 30%, and based on I'm actually tracking some quantities a bit and looking at the pace we are selling right now. There's a very good chance the stock will not survive this launch stream. So I'm just saying it. Don't be mad if you wait to tomorrow and you don't get it until then anymore. There's a good chance it will sell out during the stream. I also want to quickly, Ryan, if we have that ready, mention the fact that there is a new metal print from Max in the store that you can see there in the top left, which is a streak shot of today's New Glenn launch. And I mean, there's not much to say to this besides the fact that it's an absolutely amazing shot. And if you want to have New Glenn on your wall, that's probably your way to go. So head over to shop.nasasspaceflight.com. Again, it's one of the best way to support us because you get something in return, and also get to show others how excited you're about spaceflight. So thank you so much for all the support.
Yes, and even if you can't support monetarily or the shop, just being here helps. And I know it's cliche, like, subscribe, all of that, but it really does. It helps YouTube know, okay, people like this. Maybe I should recommend it to other people, and we can continue to convert the globe into a world of space geeks.
And also asking questions, Sawyer, because sometimes really like getting the right and cool question we can talk about for a bit is so helpful. So if you just tag at NASASpaceflight in chat and ask cool questions or questions that interest you, that is honestly a great way to help us here.
That too, yes. So again, cliche, but appreciate all of it. And subscribing, by the way, is free here on YouTube. Gabe also getting items from the shop. Another patch for my Starship flag. Keep up the great coverage. Love from California. Gathering friends and neighbors to watch launch today. Cheers. Oh, that's so cool. Again, like I said, convert the globe into space geeks. I am all for it. Neramus, thank you for becoming a Padrat member and then gifting a Red Team membership right after. Anthony and I saying, why are people asking if we are watching for 6 hours while multiple devices monitors exist? I mean, yeah. Appreciate y'all hanging out with us here during the Stakeout stream. And we will also have our launch stream, of course, coming up at around noon Eastern is when we'll bring in some more people too. But you've got the three of us for right now, Sawyer, Alex, and Adrian. And then,
I remember before I was involved with NSF, I used to watch NSF during the early hops, like the SN5, SN6, SN8s. And I used to have my phone like very perfectly placed on work on in a way that nobody could see that I have like the stream open there for like 6 hours, because they used to be like some of these hops were like during work hours in Europe.
Yeah, not the friendliest for European time zones with all these launches here.
Nope, certainly not. Actually, this week is kind of okay, I feel like, with New Glenn being at like 7 a.m. and Starship being at 11 p.m. Honestly, we had worse. We had way worse.
Yeah, it's funny whenever I talk to my parents about it, and it's, oh yeah, it's a 1 a.m. launch, staying up for it, whatever. They're like, couldn't have picked a better hobby that, isn't terrible hours and is not guaranteed to actually happen.
Everybody always warns you as a child to not become stuff like a line cook, because you will have to work when others have free time. And then we do this.
Yeah, seriously. Swiss Sky Productions saying, hop hop, big success for Flight 7, great coverage. Thank you very much for that. Gort from Ort, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. Jason getting item from the shop and says, we've come a long way from watching stubby tanks blow up in the middle of the night. Thanks for the continued amazing coverage. Go NASA Spaceflight, go Starship. Thank you for that. And Helge, thank you as well for the 24 euros. Thank you guys for providing great space nerd content. Oh, I think that is our pleasure. So as we take a look, everything proceeding, chopsticks now open. Seems like the pushers are moving out of the way as well. So far, so good in that front. For those who might not know the exact profile, KSP2, rest in peace game, asking where is Starship land? I'm sorry, I had to. Where is Starship landing? So can you kind of just help us out here, Adrian, of where each portion of the rocket is supposed to land?
Some of these have multiple answers, so bear with me here. Of course, the launch itself is from Boca Chica, which is South Texas, Brownsville area. The booster has two potential landing zones. Either if they decided to go for an abort, they will land a bit offshore, very much in visible range in the Gulf of Mexico. If they go for a catch, well, your landing site is right there. That's your landing site there. The tower. They want to attempt another tower catch where they want to make sure to get that booster back. The ship itself will fly a very similar trajectory as the last few flights, will go all the way down to like the southern tip of South Africa and then re-enter again there. You can see there, that is the re-entry NOTAM, somewhere between Africa and Australia. And right there, you can see the landmass of Australia. So that is about the expected area where the ship will come down. So no ship catch on this flight yet. However, they have, Elon Musk has hinted that a ship catch very much is in the books for Flight 8. Or like in the playing field, I should say.
So that perfectly segues into a question that we got here. John Ulrich is asking, do we think that this is the last suborbital IFT? They said IFT, just pointing that out. Alex, do you think this is the final suborbital mission?
So I'm gonna say maybe not, but it might for the foreseeable future. Like there could be future flights that are also suborbital. But especially if they are, now that I'm thinking about it, especially if they are point to point, right? But I do hope we get to have an orbital flight for Flight 8, because then that might mean the ship is coming back to the launch site. Because obviously it needs to get into orbit because of all the alignment and whatever. It needs to get into orbit to be able to come back to the launch site. And so I do hope this is the last orbital flight in a good while.
Yeah, it will be nice to see it enter orbit. Because, again, technically, and all this is very much a technicality here, we did have New Glenn and Blue Origin enter orbit before Starship. Again, the caveat, of course, being that SpaceX probably could enter orbit right away. They just have chose not to. But technically, they win the baton on that one. Now, in terms of when we might actually see all of these upgrades, so we're talking about the catch. I'm going to ask two questions. One is, when do you think we see the ship catch? And then the second from Ethan here is asking, when do you think we'll see version 2 boosters as we see this version 2 ship? Adrian, I'll start with you.
When we see V2 boosters, close to the end of the year is my expectation. Somewhere like Elon Musk has talked about, somewhere down the line of the year. I think expecting it somewhere around the end of the year is very much reasonable. So that's my expectation as well. And what's the other? Sorry.
Oh no, the other one was just, when do you think they'll go for the ship catch? What flight number?
9. I'm gonna say 9 or 10.
Alex, what do you think?
Or hang on, because you had different questions there. So do I answer first the question about the V2 boosters?
Sure.
Okay, so I think that might be in. We've seen at least booster 17 is still block 1, maybe 18, 19. I really am hoping that the next few boosters are already block 2. We'll see. That's my hope. Probably, realistically, it might be a little bit later down the line, maybe booster 20, I don't know. In terms of. Hang on, what's the other question?
So we have all been awake.
Well, yeah.
No, it's because I was reading off. We have prepared here a tweet from one of the SpaceX officials that are working on this flight, and so I was sort of reading through the tweet. Yeah, so there you go. This is Shannon Diaz. This is the director of Starship Engineering at Starbase. So I was reading this off. Sorry.
No, that's okay. As it says there, all right, spaceflight fans, let's see if we can make this monster rocket doubleheader happen. Sky's clearing here in Starbase. Time to see how ship V2 likes the gauntlet we've laid out for it to fly through. Ooh, I like that, throwing down the gauntlet.
So sorry, nice. I was, this is one of the things when there's a Starship flight, I'm usually looking at different things, and so my mind can wander off for like a few minutes, and I'm really sorry.
That's all right. And speaking of things clearing up in the skies, this is a shot from Das, who's out in the field, right behind the hotel near Margaritaville there. It looks relatively clear. I mean, obviously a heck of a lot better than what we saw yesterday with all the clouds and rain that they didn't end up going for the launch attempt with. Let's see. Here's one from the visualists. And this, again, I don't know if we know the answer specifically to this, but Alex, I'm going to throw it to you anyway to speculate. Why is Starship oriented the way that it is? Is there a rhyme or reason to which side the TPS is facing compared to the tower kind of deal, if that makes sense?
Well, you can look at it. The whole reason why is like that is because if you think about it, you need to fuel the rocket, right? For the booster, you don't have TPS, so that's kind of easy. You can probably put the quick disconnect on the other side, and that will not be a huge change. And in fact, that may be the case on Block 2. We'll get to that when we get to those flights, of course. But the ship, as you can see, there's only one side when you can put all the interfaces, right? You could probably do something like the shuttle, where they had these sort of doors that open and close to be able to go through the engine section and be able to provide all of the propellant to the engines. But it will probably be quite a mess, right? Especially if you wanted to have a rapidly reusable ship and everything. The easiest way is just to put everything on the leeward side, on the non-TPS side. And so that side really needs to be close to the tower, because that's the one that actually carries all of those propellants and lines and power lines, all of the things that the ship needs to be able to run while it is on the ground. And so that's essentially why that's the orientation of the ship. I guess you could, in theory, rotate it 180 degrees, like put the leeward side away from the tower, but then you will probably have like some kind of weird shape on your QD arm, on your quick disconnect arm, to reach out to the other side. It's not impossible, but it's quite weird, right? So I guess this is the most simple way.
That is true. It definitely seems the simplest way. And for those who might remember Shuttle, yes, of course, I got to bring it up. That was also very strangely oriented in that pretty much as soon as it lifted off, you had the roll program, like from the intro for NSF Roger Roll Atlantis, to get it on that correct heading in the alignment that they prefer for launch. So sometimes you're kind of constrained to the tower, and the tower dictates a lot of how vehicles are built and the direction that they start in. Now, I mentioned the tiles. Oh, there's the shuttle. Look at this.
We're showing shuttle on a Starship stream? Wow.
So you see, again, right now, orbiter on the left, tanks on the right. So it lifts up, and then there's the roll program. So
it's down, wings level.
Yeah. So now it's in the correct orientation that it wants. So they kind of do a full 180-degree turn there to align it, versus Starship would kind of just go straight. So thank you, Ryan, for pulling up shuttle video. I never gets old, especially that being the final shuttle mission. 135. Let's see. While we were talking about the side that we're facing, I mentioned that one side also has the tiles. Pope Spice is asking Adrian, with all
Yes.
the tiles missing, do we think this thing will make it to the ground in one piece? What's the tile situation for this one?
It's interesting because you can see it there in that shot. There are quite a few missing, because they are risking. We're risking a lot, as the question refers to. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they lose the ship, and I feel like SpaceX is very much accepting that risk, that they might lose that ship, and just test out things and test out limits. They are very much pointing out the fact that they are once again pushing the limits on this flight, and they are looking at what that ship can take, and they are looking at all kinds of different tile systems that they are testing. So, yeah, I mean, with testing comes risk, and if they lose it, I don't think that's an immediate moment of panic. And it's also one of the excluded areas of the mishap investigation. So even if they lose the ship, it wouldn't trigger a mishap because during re-entry they're allowed to do that.
Yeah, and this is the whole deal of flight tests, right? Like, they are flying this on purpose with those missing tiles precisely to get that information. They obviously want to have as much data out of these re-entries as they can, especially before they start actually landing them and reusing them. But by then, you could expect this probably to look a lot more cleaner with no missing tiles and things like that. Someone was asking in chat if that's like, oh, did they fall off? No. This is on purpose. Like, they just removed those tiles, and I'm mostly sure that these spots are hugely instrumental. Like, they probably have sensors all over the place to be able to get to know what's the status of those regions when they get exposed to the plasma. And also, it's not completely empty. Like, one of the things that you can see there is like some kind of black material there. That is the ablative material that is sort of behind the tiles as a backup material. So they're using that to be able to also test that material as well. And I'm definitely sure they're going to get a whole lot of data out of this flight through that re-entry. And hopefully, especially on those new forward flaps that we're seeing there, one of those pictures from Tyler Gray.
Great shot of the tiles on that, absolutely. We have a lot more people to continue to thank here as we continue to count down to the launch of Starship's 7th flight. 5.5 hours from now, that window opens. Jamie Todd saying that we should include human figure in one camera shot for scale. We have some scale graphics sometimes. We'll see. Maybe we'll pull that up later. Jumbo, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member, along with Thomas, also becoming a Pad Rat member. Christopher, saying, having a bad day, you always make it better. Thanks, guys. Well, hopefully the day gets better for you, and thank you for the kind words in pre-ordering the Flight 7 patch. Alejandro, how appropriate, saying, I'm Alex, and I'm buying, pre-ordering Flight 7 patches. Wonder who that could be.
I don't know. It's me. Yeah, I said I had to buy those. Sorry, pre-order those. So of course I had to get in the shop and get those. Yeah.
Yeah. Quick mention about that pre-orders process. By the way, they are since it's hard to keep up with SpaceX cadence. These are pre-orders of patches, and we expect them to ship in February.
Ooh.
And we will notify you once that has happened.
Look at that.
Speaking
Difference
of the scale,
between yeah.
Ooh.
Difference between block 1 and block 2. As you can see, it's not a huge difference. To be more precise, that 121 meters, that's actually 121.3 meters. And then on the left-hand side is 123.1 meters. So it's just 1.8 meters of difference in the full stack. It's not that taller. But it's quite taller compared to other rockets. There you can see New Glenn just launched a few hours ago. SLS as well. Both rockets are SLS and New Glenn are as tall at that 98 meters in length. Quite taller though. Like those three are the huge rockets. You can see there to the other sides, Falcon 9 Space Shuttle, Vulcan, and Launch Vehicle Mark III from India. Those are a lot smaller compared.
I mean, you're not kidding. That's a great size comparison, by the way.
Ooh.
Everything seems kind of small next to Starship.
Hey, look at that.
Except the VAB.
But
Yeah.
even still, the fact that there's barely a 20-meter difference between the height of Starship and the VAB, which is absolutely massive, it just gives you a sense of the scale of how big Starship really is. Unbelievable. Also, with Big Ben, Statue of Liberty there. Thank you, Ryan Caton, for these awesome overlays to be able to see these comparisons. Really awesome. Jack, getting an item from the store, saying thanks for the amazing coverage. Chris, thank you for the super chat. Paul, saying I like turtles and Sawyer puns. Well, thank you. I'm glad you like them. It's not many people do, so I appreciate it. Raymond asking, can you think of any technical or design change related reasons why they couldn't refly grid fins on the booster? Are they planning to refly the grid fins once the booster comes down and refly it, Alex?
Well, I'm mostly sure what they're asking is because on Flight 5, Booster 12, the inner grid of the grid fins got a bit twisted with the hot staging, right? So maybe in the future what they just do is they just replace the grid fins. That's one of the things that I will be the least concerned of about this system when they reuse Block 1 boosters. Block 2 boosters, the grid fins are a lot lower on the vehicle, so it seems like they will not be impacted by the hot staging exhaust. So that could be one of the improvements to avoid the warping and everything. But I can see them, you got to think about the grid fins, for example, on Falcon 9. Those are titanium. They are cast titanium grid fins, really big. These, though, on Super Heavy, they are steel, right? Like, these are just steel plates welded together. Those are a lot cheaper and probably much easier to manufacture. They could just spool up another, 4 grid fins of these and just, if they want to reuse them, just put a new set of grid fins and off you go, right? Like that could be one of the things, just like they do with the hot stager. Like the hot staging ring is jettisoned and it's not reused or anything like that, unless they go out and fish it. But that's a whole different thing. The point is, if for whatever reason they wanted to reuse these Block 1 boosters, the path to reusing those boosters, it doesn't seem like a really big deal. It doesn't seem like it's a showstopper. They could probably just as well get a new set of grid fins out there.
Talking while muted?
Probably, yeah, because it's been very quiet.
Yeah, that me being quiet, that's when you know I'm muted.
Hey, we've been told in the back channel there's a possibility we are at pad clear. And you know how we're going to be able to tell that? Adrian, counting cars, right?
Yeah, it's all the way down to cars. There's not that many cars to count anymore.
Yeah.
So that could be the situation that we are running into. That they are actually at pad clear, which means they will start to very much flow propellants here very, very soon through that tank farm and preparing to fuel Starship up for a 7th flight.
Yeah, and along those lines, Adrian, Kyle was asking, when will we see the Pope vent start venting?
At T-4 hours-ish is, I think, what I would refer to. Correct, Alex? Like, it can be a bit of a trickery spot.
Yeah, it sometimes depends a little bit, and also the behavior. It seems like it varies as well compared, like even a pre-launch testing versus an actual launch campaign. but I will say, yeah, around the T-4 hour mark, with huge error bars. Like it can be plus 30 minutes or minus 30 minutes. Like it is around that. Definitely, sometimes if it is closer to T-3 hours, we've seen that there's been a delay. We'll have to see that, of course. We're still an hour and a half away from that T-4 hour mark on the countdown. So, we'll get to there when we get there. But definitely good sign. If they are clearing the pad, if it's already cleared, then that means we are about to see that tank farm spooling up.
It's getting real again for the 7th flight. So what are we going to be looking for then, Adrian, indicator-wise, before they start the fueling? Obviously, we've been hearing the venting, but are there other things that need to start up first?
Yeah, the vaporizers will start to get frosty a bit, because they also need to start up the vaporizers there. In general, you will see some puffing and clouds from the tank farm in general, as they start. Like, you cannot move liquid nitrogen without creating some sort of condensation. That's a good thing, because you will come in contact with surfaces that are probably not fully insulated. So once we see that, we are really knowing that they're going into the countdown. In general, it feels like so far, knock on wood and everything else I can knock on here, they're not really, like, there doesn't seem to be any showstoppers as of now. Everything just progresses. Everything is just checking down the boxes. They're doing everything as we expect them to do at the times we expect them to do, which is always good. Like, there's nothing that makes me be warned right now.
I'm not gonna say anything. I don't want to jinx it, but like you were mentioning earlier, no news is good news right now.
Yes, absolutely.
Robert, giving a shout out, Go Pink Racing. Anonymous, thank you for ordering from the shop, getting one of Max's prints. Let's see which one we got here. There you
By the
go.
way. Oh, wonderful. That one. I will get that one as well.
Yeah, the
as
one,
a New Glenn fan.
The one punching through the clouds right there is absolutely spectacular. Speaking of clouds.
Yeah. It seems good, right? Because you can see, so where is Brownsville here? Brownsville is in the very left side at the very bottom of Texas. There, where the cursor is now circling. And it seems like there's a big cloud layer, but that cloud layer is kind of pushing down a bit. And if this graphic is to believe, if the trend continues, this cloud layer could exit Brownsville over the course of time. Of course, we are still very early. It could still be a situation where this might change. Weather can be a bit, adjustable over time.
Thanks,
but
Ryan.
There we go, Ryan using all of actually good handwriting, Ryan. So yeah, it's not looking too shabby at this point. I will summarize it like that.
So, you remember when they were gonna launch from an oil rig or something like that? Look at those clouds on the on the Gulf. We're gonna see all clouds on those onboard views down when, of course, it's gonna be already above the clouds. But I mean, those views back on Earth, they're gonna be just clouds.
Also some update here from EJ at the hotel, saying the clouds are indeed moving south, and EJ is also confirming he can see blue sky from the hotel. So yeah, this is the kind of good news we wanted to. Thank you, EJ, for that update.
Yes, and thank you, Ryan, for also circling the clouds so we know what the clouds were.
Yeah, thank you so much. I didn't really get to understand what clouds are.
Yes, Ryan, the one who doesn't do weather, but does the weather, as we saw.
Ryan
during
Art.
the New
Yeah, he
Glenn
also
series.
doesn't do maps.
But he kind of
Does
yeah.
maps.
Yeah, Mr. Map there. But yes, thank you as well for the Ryan art. Gerald will get more items from the store. Alex just saying bacon. I don't think that's this Alex that we already had. Alejandro getting something from the store. Matthew started collecting patches since I've been a SpaceX employee. Now have flight 6 and 7. That's awesome. Enjoy. Andrew, it's a patch. Thank you very much. Hopefully that was the reference you were trying to make there. Chris, thank you for the super chat. No message, but still appreciated. James saying thanks, adding these to my collection with the stickers for Flight 7.
Yes.
Which, yes, we have stickers again. Sharon getting a couple items saying thank you to all the live streams and videos. Say hi to my son Daniel. Hi, Daniel.
Hi, Daniel.
Hopefully you're enjoying the stream, and hopefully we get to see an awesome launch coming up sooner than later. And then let's see, getting a bunch of items from the shop. Philip saying, hey, they might catch a booster. Did you hear?
That's correct. They might be catching it on. I'm looking forward to that Raptor site again, where we will once again sit down there and be like, they caught a booster.
A different Sawyer saying, gotta keep my collection going. Thanks for all you do getting item from the store. That's a name you don't see very often, let alone Sawyer on the air with Sawyer getting something from the store. John, thank you for the amazing coverage. Go Flight 7. Appreciate it. Anonymous getting more items.
Ooh.
Boy, the store is busy today.
Yeah, quick update. The landing rails are going up on the chopsticks.
Ooh, can you talk a little bit about the landing rails and
Hey.
how they assist in the catch?
Yeah, they're more like a cushion a bit. They are there to for the pins to connect to, and then they bounce a bit, so you don't have like a full stop hard landing. They have some wiggle room there. So they are very much just like two cushions that are on these chopsticks that are helping them to bounce down, reduce the hard landing of the booster. So these landing rails going up, it's a very good sign. They are bringing basically the chopsticks into catch position. And again, last time the only reason they didn't go for a catch was a communications issue between the tower and the ship, and they have said that they have introduced additional redundancies to that system.
More redundancy, more better?
More redundancy, indeed, more better.
Yeah, and hopefully everything works so that they can actually go for the catch. And it is worth reminding people, Alex, who may not be regular watchers of these, there's a lot of things that have to be in place for them to say go for catch, right?
Yeah, they do. So they do both automated checks, and also they themselves through the launch control teams and everything. They go through all of the systems and make sure that it is all ready for that catch. As you can see there, that animation overlay on the live view. But that's one of the things that we saw for Flight 6, where apparently at least some of the sensors on the tower seem to not work after launch. And so Booster 13 unfortunately had to essentially do a booster offshore divert, as we heard on the callouts. And so, yeah, that's one of the things that we obviously are not wishing for today, that they actually go through and get that booster back on the launch tower. But if for whatever reason those health checks were not to go good again, then of course then they will also do that splashdown. That's one of the things, right? That everything needs to be correct and everything needs to be ready for that catch. And I'm of the opinion that if everything is ready and everything is prepared, then a catch is mostly assured. And that's what we saw on Flight 5 with Booster 12, where, they gave the go for that catch and it happened. And so that's what I'm thinking will happen as well on this flight and future flights. Because of course, if everything is ready, why couldn't be caught, right? So just do it. Tolkien, well muted. Probably.
Yeah, sorry, I'm pulling a Jack
There you
today.
go.
Jack did it like 6 times on New Glenn stream, so...
Yeah. No, it's fine. I was just saying, do it. Just do it. Don't let your dreams be dreams. The Shia LaBeouf video. Anonymous with a great question, and I'm going to need your help with part of it, Adrian. So first off, they say hi from Germany.
Yes.
Regarding future KSC launches, how long would a booster or ship move from Roberts Road to 39A take? do the roads need upgrading? And what would we see? The same type of hangars, a beefed up version in Florida. And at last, there is a part that is in German saying, keep up the great work. I'm just going to copy and paste it in the back channel so that you can hopefully translate it. And then also, if you could help us just with what is the plan for Starship and Roberts Road?
So Roberts Road very much will be the production facility for starships and boosters at the Cape. To get to 39A. Oh, that's a good question. How long they will take? I'm trying to. I have the map. I have the map open here right now. I mean, there's quite some issues on that way. I know there's some all sorts of like landlines and stuff in there. So I'm not even sure which road they would take. Would they take like potentially like the connector? I have no idea. Alex, do you have like a good estimation of how they get from Roberts Road to the pads?
Well, they have various roads. So they have the first Roberts Road, and then you can go from there. There's two different paths. You can go north through the, I think it's Avenue Way or something like that, and then up to Schwartz Road to the north, and then you get into the Kennedy Parkway, or you can just go straight to Kennedy Parkway through Roberts Road. And for those that don't know, Kennedy Parkway, that's the big road that goes south to north across the Kennedy Space Center, and that is the one that goes by the VAB. Like you will have the VAB to your right. And then there's another road that you have to go to the right across the VAB to get down to the launch site. And that's the one that we actually see a lot of this hardware always rolling by. So we're definitely going to see that on Space Coast Live cameras, because that's the road that we always see, boosters for Falcon 9, and even New Glenn, we saw that booster as well rolling by through that place as well. So, whenever that happens, just tuning into Space Coast Live, because you're going to see that.
Absolutely. Der German text, by the way, is in German, genug Kaffee aufgesetzt oder läuft die Maschine 24/7, which translates to, do you have enough coffee already, or is that machine running 24/7? The answer is right now I'm still on energy drinks for the stream today. I'm not really I don't know. Today's not a coffee day for me. I'm not sure.
No, you need the harder stuff, the instant jolt of energy.
Yes, definitely. With New Glenn and theirs in play as well, we are all running on a bit of lower sleep than usual.
Yeah, that's an understatement. That's for sure.
Yeah, we had moon missions as well in there.
Oh yeah, we had those two that launched as well. Good point. Niels, by the way, clarifying earlier what they meant by the variant. I believe was talking about that with EJ. Starship variant with 5 docking ports. By docking 5 ships to the transfer Starship variant, they only have to start the Starship transfer ship engines to go to the moon or Mars. Okay, I kind of see what you're getting at there. Anti-Life, love the chance to see this in my lifetime. Would golf ball dents help at all for re-entry heating, or would the added weight from surface area offset any gains? Would they put little kind of like grooves in the metal? I don't think so, right, Adrian?
I feel like that would be bad for residue plasma, because you're basically building like little plasma pockets.
Yeah.
And we have seen in the past that these plasma pockets can be quite bad. So I'm not sure if that's a good idea. They probably, like, I'm not a expert on re-entry dynamics, and to be fair, it's a topic that is in general doesn't have that many experts. So I'm not sure fully, and I don't want to even make a final and conclusive answer, because I feel like I feel underqualified to talk about the regime of re-entry plasma.
There are a lot smarter people that that's their whole job, is to figure all of that out.
Yep.
I mean, including the crazy ideas of, you know what, let's throw a thermally cooled tile on there, which Joe is wondering, Alex, do you have any details on how that one tile is actively cooled, and where is it on the ship?
We actually have no idea. that's one of the problems of this. There's only just one tile that is actively cooled, but we don't know how or why or like how do they do that. We don't know. Or is it transpiration? We really don't know either. We don't know if it's closed loop, open loop. Unfortunately, they have not really explained. Maybe, who knows, later today, they'll explain a little bit more because closer to the launch, they'll always, go through more details on what they are actually flying. Or maybe not. This could be one of those things, right, that is SpaceX secret sauce and they don't really talk about until like many flights down the line, many years down the line. It could be just as easy as that, to be fair. And I wouldn't be surprised. But hopefully that is not the case and we get to know it very soon.
Yeah, again, just the idea of it, though, is still so cool to me. Yeah, it's the idea of, it's meant to resist heat, but let's just keep it cool. Musical Wolves, will SpaceX deploy a Starlink or only demo the opening of the door? If deployed, what will happen to the Starlinks? Adrian?
Oh god, let me actually get to the question. Will the SpaceX deploy a Starlink or only demo the? They will actually deploy 10 Starlinks. They will deploy 10 of these. It's hard to say Starlinks. They're not technically Starlinks. That I feel like that implies a bit more power than they have. It's more like a mass simulator Starlink dummy. I think they were referred to in one of the daily as dumplings. So yes, they expect to be deployed, and after that will burn up during the re-entry in the atmosphere.
In fact, I can confirm that SpaceX has modified their website to be able to include this. They say, while in space, a Starship will deploy 10 Starlink simulators, similar in size and weight to the next generation Starlink satellites, as the first exercise of a satellite deploy mission. That's pretty much what they say before, but now they said, hear this, the Starlink simulators will be on the same suborbital trajectory as a Starship, and, this is the new thing, are expected to demise upon re-entry. So they have literally modified the website just to add this, probably because people were asking this a lot. Maybe they're watching our stream, who knows. But, that's a good thing that they are confirming that they are expected to demise or burn up upon re-entry, and that's one of the things that we see through the other ones that are operational, the Starlink V2 minis, the Starlink V1.5, V1, and everything. Those were supposed and are supposed to be fully demisable, and when they re-enter, they just turn into vapor essentially.
Yeah, that's going to be a rest in peace Starlink simulators. I do like the dumb links. That is kind of funny. Jordan saying they'll have the stream on all day long. Can't wait to see this new version fly. That is true. Basil Faulty, maybe John Cleese himself, gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much. Also becoming a launch director. Again, one of the highest levels of support that we have. You'll get access to the NSF Discord. You will get your name at the end of all of our NSF lives and Flame Trench shows. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm guessing, do either of you get the reference, by the way? In their username?
No.
No.
Oh, neither of you have seen Faulty Towers. Oh, it's so good.
I've never even heard about it.
I'm probably too European for this.
It was a European show, but yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay.
It was from the UK.
Oh, it's from the UK. Okay, that's not European.
Yeah, they just... Wow, that's harsh.
Sorry.
Back when that was recorded, it was, okay?
Yeah, but it never made it, at least. It never made it, like, to my area in, like, knowledge in Germany. But to be fair, that could also be the lack of pop culture knowledge.
That's all good. There's a lot of people in chat that are quoting from it. I love it. It's a shame it was only 12 episodes, but still brilliant. Adrian, as
yes.
one of the people that deals with the FAA the most, EMP is wondering, do you expect a timely FAA approval for a SpaceX orbital flight?
At this point, I would say yes. The FAA and SpaceX have worked on, I feel like, good terms and good timelines the last few flights. And we know that they have already started some approval processes for future flights. I would be surprised if we see any big regulatory hurdles going forward. The FAA seems to be very willing to and they always have been. Let me put this clear. The FAA has always showed very much, I think, that they have no intention to hold back this program. It just sometimes comes down to the fact that they need to also uphold regulatory requirements. I would be surprised if there's a hold. This vehicle at this point is entering a good matured state, and I think once they have properly demonstrated the orbit capabilities, which they are very keen to do, the FAA will allow them to do orbital flights. I think the ship catch will require some tricky modifications of the launch license. I think the realistic way how they will do it is the re-entry will always point to a point over the Gulf of Mexico, and then they will use the ship cross-range capabilities to basically fly from the water into the tower. That's my prediction on profile, because I think they don't want to fully re-entry over populated areas.
And again, it also helps for this particular flight that they did have the approval early on. So once they got the approval for Flight 6, they also had the approval for Flight 7. And despite all of the massive changes that were made to the vehicle, since the trajectory is still the same, it does not change the impact to public safety. So with no change in public safety risk and pretty much the same profile, they could change a bunch of tiles, change the entire, again, where all the fins are and everything on the ship, and still be under the same launch license. So it'll be interesting to see once they do go for that orbital part for that license. There was just the modification for Flight 7. Miss Daisy, thank you for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. And then Helga with a really interesting question. We obviously talk about the goal to be going to Roberts Road and things like that. The question is, what about the future of Starbase? Will it become a regular spaceport? Will it be possible, for example, to choose other launch vectors directly eastward, crossing Florida? So once they start launching from the Cape, what happens to Starbase, Adrian?
It's a good question. What about the future of Starbase? I really think, realistically, I don't think Starbase will become the place where the most starships will launch from. I think that place goes to the Cape. I think that will be the most common Starship launch location, because it is more built for these kind of huge operations, and it is also probably has a bit of a better supporting infrastructure than Boca Chica, which is very much in the middle of nowhere. I'm not sure, because Starbase is very limited in the ascent corridors. It's not really optimal in terms of spaceport, and I think down the line they will be able to fly over Florida from there, and other areas once they are able to properly manage that. Because we have also seen Falcon 9 is able to fly over populated areas if they adjust accordingly and if they are able to prove that it's safe. So I think that down the line is the thing. However, again, Florida is just a better place to launch from than Boca.
Yes, because East Coast, West Coast. I agree. Yeah, speaking of launches from Florida, this is a bit of a kind of controversial question, but I still think it needs to be addressed because we're talking about all the big heavy lifters with New Glenn, with Starship. Alex Brandon's wondering, considering Starship can put more mass into orbit and to the moon and won the lunar landing contract, what is the point of SLS within the idea of making a permanent base on the moon?
I will touch this. I will touch the subject first if you want to, and then you can all weigh in if you agree or disagree with my opinion.
Yeah, sure. You can go. So wow, that's quite a venting.
That's quite a venting. I think SLS is a very good way to safely transfer astronauts into low Earth orbit and into lunar orbit while all the other systems mature. I think especially in the early phase of the program, there's a very good reason to have a very proven, safe, and also a board motor, motor enabled way to go into Leo and beyond, and then transfer to Starship, and so you don't have to do like belly flops with crew. I think with New Glenn and Starship down the line maturing and becoming more capable, I think there is a time and place to potentially phase out SLS. But I'm not sure that is like in a short time. It's probably a bit of a longer time, but I think there's a time and place to phase out every single rocket, and even SLS is not the rocket that has like unlimited usage ever. So I think that's my opinion. I think in the beginning of the phase there's a good reason for SLS. Down the line we will see.
Alex, what do you think?
Yeah, so, what's the point? One of the problems that especially NASA has is the funding, right? And so Congress calls the shots. That's the one that gives NASA the funding to be able to keep all of the lights on and everything, right? And so SLS was was imposed by Congress way back in 2011, and we're stuck with it. NASA is stuck with it unless things change in the future, right? But it's just the method of transporting people to the moon, and it is a government transportation system. There are many ways you could, in theory, in the future, modify not just Starship, but also maybe New Glenn, who knows? Because it's also a heavy lifter. Even if a Starship was not around, you could probably just, kind of have some kind of mission that uses Falcon Heavy instead to do that as well, and maybe some modification, like some weird modification of Dragon and things like that. Like, as we're seeing in the last decade, there are other ways of doing things, right? They might take a bit of time, but just like on spaceflight, everything takes time. Starship was delayed a few years. Falcon Heavy was delayed lots of years. New Glenn was delayed a lot of years, but they're here. They're already working, and they're definitely a lot cheaper. And, they are trying to get costs down and things like that. And also they can fly more often. That's one of the problems as well of SLS. So we're stuck with SLS and Orion for now until all of these systems are mature enough and there are plans in place to be able to get, humans to the moon. But guess what? Once you get to the moon, what do they use? As that comment was saying, Starship. It's going to use the Starship vehicle to go down to the surface of the moon from lunar orbit. New Glenn will launch the Blue Moon lander as well from Blue Origin. That Blue Moon lander will also carry astronauts from the lunar orbit down to the surface as well, starting on Artemis 5 and onwards, unless, things may change, may very well change. Let's admit that, like, there's an incoming administration, right? And so things may change. I do think, though, that the goal of landing people on the moon, that's probably not going to change. And maybe soon also people on Mars.
Yeah, right now it is
timed that
hard.
with the end of that video. I'm so good.
Perfectly done. I mean, yeah, right now it is part of the program. So it is a joint effort. Down the line, as you mentioned, I could see it being phased out, but for now, it's going to play a crucial role in bringing the people up. That way, SpaceX can focus on, hey, let's get all the tankers launched. Let's get the actual HLS lander launched and not have to worry about the squishy humans inside during the liftoff process. That can go to NASA to deal with the Orion part of Artemis.
Yeah, and we're seeing all of these systems because people always bring up Starship, and I just reminded people of the Blue Moon system. It's not just the lander; they have a transfer vehicle from Lockheed Martin. Remember, like they have this big transfer vehicle from low Earth orbit out to the moon. like that, instead of carrying the Blue Moon lander, you can just put a capsule. You can just put another spacecraft there that carries people. Like you can do things, right? As they say now in the internet, like you can just do that. If they wanted to, they could develop that. Of course, it's going to take time, as you mentioned, right? But you can have an alternative. It's not that we can just, stay always with the same things all the time. And that's one of the exciting things that we're seeing lately. There are new stuff coming up. We saw that New Glenn fully successful. Well, the booster did not land, but that was like a secondary objective. But it went to orbit. It did the full mission that it was supposed to do on the first try. We have a new vehicle, and Starship today, of course, 4 hours and 51 minutes from now, it's going to launch again, debuting that new version of the ship, more capabilities, more time in space. It's going to be exciting, you all.
You've been around DOS too long if we have Alex saying it's exciting, y'all.
It's spreading.
Hey, I went to North Carolina once.
I've also included it in my wordings. It's too good to not use.
Seriously. Snotgarden with a $50 super chat. Hello to my favorite NSF commentators. Oh, thank you.
Aw.
I won't tell the others, I promise, even though it's just broadcast on the internet. If anyone in chat can visit Kennedy in Florida or Starbase in Texas, highly recommend it. Had the trip of a lifetime. Go lucky number 7. Thank you, Snotgarden, a name that we do see often here. As gross sounding as it is, we do appreciate having you. Carson getting something saying hi from the control rooms. Well, hello. Yeah, thanks for joining. And along those lines, also...
Of course, the patch.
Yes. And along those lines, we actually had someone anonymous saying, as a tech that helped build all engines for this inaugural flight, thank you for the spectacular image of a momentous event. That's cool. Love seeing all the people that work on the vehicle sharing their passion here too, and just getting to enjoy it. It's got to be so cool to design something, put all your blood, sweat, and tears into it, and then actually see it go to space. Also, Ronald correct, OV-105, optimal orbiter, go Endeavor. Becoming Red Team member, Brian getting their first flight patch. Here's a question from Morgan. I don't think we know the answer, and that's literally what they're asking. Do we know anything about the electrical systems on the booster or ship? You want to take that?
I don't believe we'd have that much info besides the fact that they just redid a lot of that for ship version 2, right, Alex? Like that's the main thing I'm able to bring into this conversation. They redid a lot of the electrical systems recently.
Yeah, I mean, in general, Block 2 is like a complete redesign, right? In a broad kind of answer there. But yeah, the avionics, of course, and the power systems and everything has been completely redesigned, revamped, upgraded, you name it, right? I mean, there's a big wall of text here on the website from SpaceX. That's all we know right now on what is being upgraded, but things like, adding additional capability and redundancy for increasing complex missions like propellant transfer and ship return to the launch site, avionics upgrade with a more powerful flight computer, integrated antennas which combine Starlink, global navigation systems, and also backup RF systems, radio frequency systems, into one single unit, which will explain why we see fewer of the other traditional antennas that we saw on earlier ships. Things like, a redesigned inertial navigation system, star tracking sensors, integrated smart batteries and power units that distribute data and 2.7 megawatts of power across the ship to 24 high voltage actuators. And an increase, and this is another thing as well, to more than 30 vehicle cameras, giving engineers insight into hardware performance across the vehicle during flight. This is a whole redesign on all of these systems, which of course will help a lot, not just on this flight, but on many future Block 2 flights. And you can bet that's even going to get more upgraded in the future.
Oh, that is for sure. There's going to be even more upgrades coming, even though this is already a huge upgrade. And again, taking a look at the roadblocks here, it looks like roadblock getting into place as we continue to inch closer and closer, or sorry, centimeter closer and closer to a launch. And a reminder, there are a couple of different of these kind of keep out points, right, Adrian?
Yeah, absolutely. This is the one that they will vacate as soon as they move into prop loading. And they will go all the way back to, but it's very close to our river location. Because this is very much not a safe area in 4 hours and 47 minutes from now, when there is so many propellants in flow. So they are very much leaving that area soon. This is just a very easy way to to control access to the beach, because down here there is no other roads joining Highway 4 anymore to go to the beach. Basically, this is you go to the beach or you don't go anywhere at all.
Roads? Where we're going, we don't need roads. Actually, we still do need them. We just need them blocked off.
I heard there's a company that builds a road to space.
Huh. Oh yeah, I've heard about that. That was good. That was clever. So as we continue to see those roadblocks go up, fueling coming up soon, or at least the spooling up of the tank farm, I should say. Fueling is obviously going to be a lot closer to launch itself. But everything looking fantastic. As mentioned, this will have the Starlink payload simulators, and those will be ejected from the Pez dispenser kind of system that they have on board Starship. Alex Roberts wondering, will SpaceX ask customers to design these quote-unquote Starlink-shaped satellites, do you think?
Usually it's the other way around. You go where your customers want to go, and I expect this to be the same. I still think there will be some sort of chomper design to make it more traditional in terms of what is available for their customers. Maybe they may give incentives to design these chomper designs, but they don't make it necessary. I think there will be a payload door or a chomper or something like that.
There we go. Yep. I'm sure there are people that will be designing, I guess, flatter satellites in the meantime, but it seems like the main priority is, while they're doing the testing, just focus on Starlinks and work on something for additional payloads further down the line.
Yep. Absolutely. This is I mean, the way they are designing it first right now is to address the immediate usage point they have. The one thing they can immediately use it for is deploy Starlinks. So they are designing it for exactly that. And modifying the payload door is not the biggest thing once they are at cadence. So, yeah.
While we're talking about those satellites, Christopher is wondering, Alex, what would happen if they were unable to deploy the satellites? Can they attempt landing with the additional weight on the ship? Would that change the dynamics? What's the deal with that?
That is a great question. I hope we don't have to figure that out, because of course we want those satellites to be deployed. But I don't really know. I guess we'll see if SpaceX has some. Again, I don't want to figure that out, because of course that will mean the deployment test is not successful. But if were to happen, I guess SpaceX has some kind of plans in their in their whole list of different alternative plans for the ship. We'll see.
Indeed, we will see. I'm trying to keep up with everyone for all the messages. I just need to thank everyone here. By the way, Matthew's saying, can we get actual Klingon as a language for the Starbase updates?
No, but you get Spanish and German. So,
yeah, for those who don't know, we used to call them dailies, but the updates of what's going on at Starbase there are multiple audio tracks now, so you can listen to the ambient, you can listen to Das speaking English, Adrian speaking German, Alex speaking Spanish. So these aren't the AI voices; these are real people voices.
And just to point this out, because first off, Alex and I think I can speak for you as well here, Alex. It's honestly a lot of fun to do these, and we are not translating Das. We are just we get the same feed as Das, and we also talk over it. So if you speak two languages, you kind of get two different POVs of what we think about the topic. It's kind of cool to do that. It's really fun because you're the one rule we have is you only have one take. You have to one take it. So you cannot like watch it first, make notes and stuff, and get ready, and then you do it. Like we just watch it, and whatever sparks our mind, we talk about, and it's honestly really, really, really funny.
Yeah, and that's essentially what does. It's like a casual commentary of what's going on screen, talking about the things that we see happening at Starbase on those clips that we roll by and everything, and and this might be just me or might happen also in German, but I see some of the Spanish comments saying, "Wait, this is not technical commentary," and I'm like, "Yeah, that's what DAS does, right?" Like we explain things, of course, but we're not technical. We're not super highly engineers or anything like it. We're not working at SpaceX or anything. We just say the things that we think are happening on those clips and sort of explain it down to earth, essentially, for regular people. And that's one of the things that and no scripts as well. So we have to do that off the top of our heads as well. Like sometimes I see Daz asking chat, "Hey, maybe put in the comments this and that," and I'm doing the same thing and things like that. One of the very important things that happens is that at least in Spanish we don't have a lot of the terms that we use, like chopsticks. Yeah, I can translate that directly right into Spanish, but that's one of the things that then sounds weird in your own language because you use that all the time in English, and so that is quite a thing, but I have fun. We've only done twice this so far, mostly because there's been you can see there the Starship on the launch pad, and so we haven't had the time to release more of these lately. But next one I'm gonna be there as well in Spanish, and Adrian, you as well in German, and Daz in English.
Yes.
I still love the fact that for the payload dispenser, the PEZ dispenser, the translation just goes to toaster.
Oh no, it's not the translation. It's just that I was saying, the whole PEZ thing. It was a thing. I remember, having those when I was a kid, but it's not a thing lately, or at least I haven't seen those for a while. And so I was like, you know what? Like as I was doing the video, you know what? That actually looks more like a toaster. You know how you put the bread slices on the toaster, and then it pops out when it's done and everything. That's more or less what it looks like, like a toaster.
Oh, I will toast to that. That's for sure. Sorry, that was bad.
Sawyer.
I mean, I've had better, I've had worse, but yeah. Let's get into some of the fun speculation type questions. We knew a lot of the fact stuff. Let's get our thinking caps on. So, in terms of predictions here, Give Bread is wondering, prediction-wise, what is the chance of getting off the tower, getting to orbit, booster landing, and the ship landing for this flight? What do you think, Adrian?
That's a lot. What is your prediction? What is the chance of? I think they will go for a catch. I think, getting to orbit, they're not technically doing that. Like stable boost. Like I think I think there's a very good chance they will go for a catch for this flight. And I think I would give the chance of the ship surviving 50-50 because they are doing so much experiment on it. There you go.
Not bad. Alex, your thoughts?
I think we might see that launch. So obviously getting off the tower is a 100% for me. And then getting to orbit, of course. Well, I mean, getting to orbit. The suborbital trajectory, almost orbital trajectory, right? I think that will also happen. Even with all of the ship changes, I think there's a good chance that we'll still have that because the Raptors are still Raptor 2s and everything. Although, as I mentioned before, the interaction between Raptors and vehicle is also important. But I think we're in safe territory, at least with those first two. We've seen that ever since Flight 3, right? So I think we're in safe territory with those. Knock on wood. I'm just jinxing it right now, I guess. The booster landing, as I said before, I think if everything is ready tower-wise and booster-wise, they're going to get that booster catch. And the ship landing, I'm really hopeful we see some clean... I mean, it's probably not going to be clean because there's a lot of missing tiles on purpose on this ship, but at least the flaps, for example, not getting burned through and things like that, and that landing on the ocean in daylight for the second time, I cannot wait for that.
I'm going 100% success, hopefully.
Yeah.
I think they'll be able to obviously get the launch off. I think they're going to go for the catch, and then I think the V2 ship is going to make it all the way down to the Indian Ocean. So now comes the next speculation question. S. Dender is asking, and this time, Alex, I'll start with you, and then we'll go to Adrian, so we'll reverse it. When do you think Starship will become so routine that it's boring?
Depends on each people, right? People are still watching Falcon 9s. I'm watching Falcon 9s, and it doesn't seem boring to me. It's routine, but it's not boring. I guess it's sort of like planes, right? You get on a plane, and even if you've flown hundreds of times, it's probably not boring anymore. It's like it, because it's still exciting to ride one of those or even watch them as you go to the airport and things like that. And so I think rocket launches in general, at least for me, my own opinion, of course, my own experience, they're not gonna get boring, even if they do get routine. For Starship, of course, that's the same. And for every Starship launch, you're gonna get that RTLS, that return to launch site of the booster. I think that's quite an exciting feat, even if, we are on the 1,000th landing on the chopsticks in year, I don't know, 2045 or something like that. Like, I think it's gonna get really exciting, even when it is routine, because there's gonna be a lot of different missions to different exciting places. Like we saw 2 days ago, that Falcon 9 launch of the 2 lunar landers. It's a Falcon 9, it's routine, but the payload that it is carrying is super exciting because we're gonna get those 2 landers out to the moon, from different companies, different countries. Starship will do so many things out there as well, not just itself, but also launching different exciting payloads. So it will get routine, but not boring, at least for me.
Adrian, what do you think?
I mean, the thing that will always have spaceflight going for it is the overarching endeavor. Will going to the moon become boring anytime soon? Will going to Mars become anytime soon boring? Probably not. And these are very much connected to these kind of vehicles. So, will we ever get bored of seeing people depart to Mars? Probably not I would expect not in our lifetime.
Yeah.
Will we be bored of payloads flying to other solar systems? No. So, no, I don't think rocket launches will become boring anytime soon. Will they become more safe, more routine? Yes. But there's still so much to talk about in space, and there's so much we don't know. I think it's only getting started.
It is absolutely just the beginning. Also, I mean, there are plenty of people out there that are plane spotters, that are av geeks, that love airplanes. People go and watch airplanes take off and land all the time just because they find it interesting or exciting or cool. I think that's what it's going to be with this, is there are the people that are like, oh, okay, it's another launch, it's just a launch, and then you'll still have that dedicated group that goes, you know what? This modern Marvel technology is still pretty darn cool. And
I mean,
think it'll become that.
Oh, when we talk about things like, where do I go to watch a rocket launch, right? And we explain there are different places where you can do that. There's still that for airplanes too. Like, there are some airports out there where you have spots literally for watching the planes take off and land. Like, it's still happening with planes, and it's been around for like what, 120 years, right? So like, it's gonna be the same with rockets. I can bet on that, and I probably will not lose any money.
Yeah, I think the only way spaceflight becomes boring anytime soon is if we stop pushing. If spaceflight stops being like the big frontier to explore new things. If every single launch is just a telecommunication or GPS satellite, yes, then at some point it would become boring. But I don't see that happening.
I just saw in chat someone making the point, even train spotting, and that's even older, right?
True.
Like, it's I mean, there are exciting things out there that are really interesting to. I mean, even cars. There's races and everything. Like there's all sorts of interesting things that you can just watch. You can do things.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't see it getting boring. The day it does, send me to a hospital because something's wrong.
Someone saying in the chat as well, horse races. See, like, can we go even older? Like a fireplace, maybe.
Are you trying to summon Chris Bergen by mentioning horses?
Maybe. Yeah.
Horse shuttle yard. There you go.
There you go. Nuka, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. Anita, thank you for all detailed info. Hopefully the launch coming up. I agree, that is the hope in just 4.5 hours. Dominic, go Starship, go. Thanks, NSF people. Turtle Sanctuary, I say it fresh out of Waldorf today, which prefers Caesar salad. Jared ES, when will we get the UNEF Starship Flying Dutchman? Might need a shiny beer can first to help. Thanks for the streams, looking forward to the launch. Anonymous, I appreciate the pun. Gotta patch 'em all. Like Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all.
Yes.
Yeah. Getting the Thrust Collection stickers, as well as pre-ordering the Flight 7 patch. Anna, with the $20 super chat. Coffee for all NSF staff. Stat! Although, I don't think any of us are actually drinking coffee right now. I think we're all on, energy drinks or things with caffeine in it, right?
Yeah, I'm on the last leg of my current energy.
Yeah, I've got a caffeinated seltzer, so I hear you. And Alex apparently on orange juice. Anonymous, I like Starship. Do you like Starship? I like Starship.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, orange juice, by the way, not a bad choice for these long all-nighters. As a person who did a lot of LAN parties in their life, making sure you have a good supply of good vitamins and everything is very crucial in staying awake long. So just putting that out there. I get the orange juice. I also have been in the past for some marathons, like chuck a liter of orange juice.
That's what I was doing last night during New Glen, so I hear you.
Yep.
Basil Faulty, it's going to be a busy year. I need you all, viewers and NSF crew, to be safe, be well, stay productive in your respective fields. It's a small world, have big hearts. Thank you, that's very nice. Paul Boyle, looking to plan a trip to see a launch this year. What rocket would I have the best chance of seeing launching on schedule? I'm sorry, I laugh at the question because it's rockets. It never goes smoothly. But if I had to guess, I would think Falcon 9 is probably your best bet. Any Starlink Falcon 9 type mission from the Cape. Would you agree, Adrian?
I mean, if you stay a week at the Cape and you time it to a time where maybe Alex is not there yet because that will result in a grounding of Falcon 9.
Hey, come on.
You have a pretty good chance to see like two or so rocket launches. Just look if Alex is at the Cape. Again, if you go there, there's a good chance there's a grounding.
And then what? Gage was also there and didn't end up getting a launch because of all the scrubs, was it? Or who was it?
Yeah, that was also, I think, the grounding, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, when I went in September, but I didn't go to the Cape. To be fair.
Yeah, but if if Alex flies to America, be prepared for Falcon 9 to have a mishap.
Jeez Louise.
It happened too much.
Yeah, if I had a nickel for every time that happened, I'd have 2 nickels. It's not a lot,
but it's
but you get it. Can you tell we're all a little tired and loopy still, but absolutely loving these gorgeous views with Starship hopefully taking off 4.5 hours from now, the opening of that window. This, again, the version 1 of the booster and the first flight of the version 2 of the ship portion of Starship. For those maybe kind of just joining in, we talk about the version 1 versus the version 2. Alex, what is all the new stuff that we have here on version 2 compared to V1?
Oh dear, I even have like a cheat sheet kind of thing, right? And it's still like 1,000 words long because it's still a lot. So let's go from the top, I guess. Not literally, but in general, it is larger. So it's 1.8 meters taller. It is. It has a lot of different redesigns, but one of them is that stretch tank section, which in turn, at the same time, you got a smaller payload bay section. But this is one of the new things as well of Block 2, is that the nose cone section is much more better utilized. And so what that means is, in turn, you have the same amount or even more useful payload section than on Block 1, because a lot of the systems on the nose cone have been simplified. The structural systems, for example, have been simplified to just stringers instead of frames and things like that. On the nose cone, now I can do the pun starting from the top. We also have the flaps have changed as well. They are, as I usually call them, more leewards and more nosewards. So they have moved to the leeward side and also closer to the tip of the nose cone. That you can see they are also smaller in size. And what that means is they're going to be away from the blunt of the plasma as the ship goes through the reentry, especially the hinge portion of those flaps. That also simplifies a lot of the other internal components, by the way, of the nose cone. And on that payload bay, we have a new pest dispenser. Today on this flight, there are 10 Starlink simulators flying on this flight. Hopefully in the future, we'll see up to 54 we think may fit on that pest dispenser. Also a new payload bay door and everything. Also a new heat shield. So these heat shield tiles, according to Elon, they are less fragile, less prone to cracking and breaking away. Still, underneath of those tiles, they have a backup ablative material which they can use in case they do fall off. And in fact, for this flight, SpaceX has removed a lot of tiles from the heat shield side of the ship in order to be able to test some of those different places of the ship against that heat of the reentry. But they do have the backup ablative material. Another change as well. You can sort of see there is also the communication systems, those 2 Starlink antennas. There are another pair of Starlink antennas on top as well. A lot of the raceways as well have been changed. Those pressure lines, those power lines have been changed. Even the flight termination system, raceway, and the charges have been changed as well. It's a complete redesign, you all. One of the things that actually has not changed is the aft flaps, and that's kind of good because it didn't seem like it was a bad thing. But there's a lot of changes. Another thing that has not changed as well is the engine version is still Raptor 2, although the engines do have some different configuration compared to what we saw on previous ships. But as I said, lots and lots of changes. I just scrapped the surface. Like it's just a little bit of what I said compared to what it's actually being changed. Lots of upgrades, and we're going to be covering that over the course of today's broadcast. Although today's broadcast is this Stakeout stream, it's almost near the end, right? We're going to get to that launch stream hopefully in about half an hour, maybe.
Yeah.
So yeah,
This is flying by.
It really has, even though Starship isn't flying yet.
It's lovely.
Yeah.
What also has been lovely, I'm not sure we will present this, but I love that recently we have seen officials of both SpaceX and Blue Origin share very nice words to each other on X and have been very friendly to each other as a competition. I don't know why, but I think that's a very cool thing. Because while I love competition between them, I also love when it's a friendly competition and there's also mutual respect between each other. And honestly, the best thing that can happen for spaceflight is that both companies try to be better than the other and just develop based on that. So very, very cool to see that.
they're space bros.
Yeah, I mean that is a good point in that Elon did send a congratulations to Jeff Bezos for achieving orbit on the first flight, just as Jeff tweeted out a short time ago to wish good luck to Elon and the whole SpaceX team for this flight. So, Team Space, that's what it's all about. Team Space here. Rocket's good. Michael, go Flight 7. Yes. Nathan wondering, what's the estimated first launch for Tower 2? Ooh, when do you think that's going to be, Adrian?
Somewhere to the end of the year when booster version 2 is coming. Yeah. I think somewhere to the end of the year. I will not give a number.
Alex, what do you think?
I think it's probably going to be, towards the end of the year. And that's probably going to be also the first flight of Block 2 of the booster. I'm mostly sure they cannot fly Block 2 from Pad A on this configuration. They probably will need to redesign all of the ground systems for that. But yeah, we don't know what is which of the missions is going to be the first launch of Tower 2. Unfortunately, we don't know that. But it's looking like it's probably going to be later this year. Right now, just to give a quick status update, because I've seen also people, having questions about Tower 2 status in general. So I can probably use this question for that now that we are here. The tower is complete, structurally at least, although they're still adding a few upgrades here and there to the structure. They have also added all of the piping system, like, propellant lines and everything. They are now putting together the flame trench for that launch mount essentially next to the tower. They're putting together also the launch mount at Sanchez, at one of the locations here at Starbase. They're putting it together and getting that complete. And so if you watch our daily, well, I guess not daily, but our Starbase summaries and our weekly Starbase update videos, you're going to get all of the updates on that as we go by, and we see those upgrades, those progress and everything. So, check that out, because that's the best way to keep, to be kept informed of all of these as we go through the year. And hopefully we get some big things coming up really, really soon, and not just this launch.
Exactly, yes. And thanks for the update on that. Inza is wondering, does it matter at all for the launch trajectory if Starship is being refueled in space? So Boca Chica, Mars, and fuel missions, Cape Canaveral doing cargo missions. What do you think, Adrian? Would that make a difference?
Well, technically, it very much matters, because you need to rendezvous in orbit, which means you need to make sure you're phasing somewhere in the same orbit. Just so people have the better understanding, every time you round the Earth, the Earth moves below you, which means you're kind of phasing by 90 minutes, if you're in Leo, about that every single rotation. So you either have to launch at the very same time as the one thing you want to refuel, or probably with some, about a 24-hour delay. Otherwise, you will just reach the object, or you need way more propellant to reach it. So phasing is very much a thing that we already seen. You can kind of think about this whole fueling up process very much to docking to the ISS, right? Because the ISS is a target object in Leo you want to reach. So... And you cannot reach the ISS every single second of the day. You can reach the ISS during certain phasing windows each day.
Exactly. And for those who might not know, part of the original orbital design for the International Space Station, of why it's in the inclination it is so that it passes over all of the different launch sites. So you can launch crew and cargo and things from Cape Canaveral, and it will pass overhead. It will also be able to launch things from Baikonur in Kazakhstan, because it goes overhead of that. So the whole orbit is literally designed to make it as easy as possible for orbital rendezvous. Ethereal Swordsman and Basil Faulty getting into things via super chats. So I guess thank you for the super chats. Vanessa, great coverage as always. Looking forward to launch in a few hours. Yes. Craig is wondering, what would be the comparison between New Glenn and Starship? I mean, Alex, we've got two of the biggest rockets out there now. How do you compare the two?
Well, as they say, I cannot compare my two childs, right? No, but it is true that they are different vehicles, right? Starship is larger and wider. It can launch more payload into orbit, and it is fully reusable. That is correct. But also remember, Blue Origin's New Glenn rocket is their first orbital rocket, right? There was no kind of Falcon 9 sized rocket in between or anything. They went from New Shepard, this stubby little rocket, to this 98 meter, 7 meter wide rocket that is the New Glenn rocket. And of course, as we mentioned on that stream for New Glenn, do expect bigger versions of that rocket because they have publicly talked about this. There are hints out there that they're maybe building larger versions of the rocket, maybe one with 9 B4 engines with a third stage, right? Like, well, there's been hints out there already that they are planning big things for New Glenn's future. So yes, Starship is larger. It's 123 meters tall, and we're gonna get that overlay, I bet, because we switched to the view of the overlay. But while that spills up, we have the Starship 123 meters tall for today's flight. New Glenn is 98 meters, so it's like 35 meters in difference in length, and in the diameter. New Glenn, the main vehicle structure is 7 meters wide. The base flares out to about 8.5 meters, but still, kind of like 7 meter wide kind of vehicle. And Starship in that case, it's 9 meters wide for the tank section and everything. Of course, the flaps, the base also flares out as well with the Raptors at the rim of the bottom of the booster and everything. But main vehicle size 9 meters wide. We did not show the overlay. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I mean, both of those are still massive in size, especially 7 and 9 meter diameter vehicles. Who would have thought that, especially when you have something like Falcon, which is, 3 meters?
Yeah, Falcon is 3.6 meters in diameter, so New Glenn is almost twice, and Starship is almost 3 times. So yeah, that's a lot larger of a vehicle, both for New Glenn and Starship, than what we are seeing more often.
Exactly. Now, one thing we haven't really talked about yet with this particular flight is we have a piece of history that is flying on board this flight in the form of, Adrian, a reflown engine, right?
Yeah, there is an engine on this flight that has been previously caught, which is quite amazing. I'm looking forward to see if we get any more info on that by SpaceX. But yes, there is an engine that was present on a B12 that has been removed from B12 and is now present on this engine. I think the suspicion is it's most likely the 314 engine. But it's not exactly 100% confirmed yet. But yes, it's cool. You could say it's the first Starship program reuse.
There you go. Yeah, little piece of Flight 5 flying on Flight 7, and as you said, hopefully we'll get more information on what it is exactly, where it is, all of those details. Hopefully, it is the 314 Pi engine.
Yes, that would be quite amazing.
Oh yeah. Let's see here. Adam is wondering, Alex, do you think they would add a flame trench on Pad A if/when it is redesigned down the line?
Yeah, I think we're gonna see that for Pad A in the future, because obviously once Pad B is online, then Pad A needs to be adapted to the next version of the ship and the booster. Well, the ship, it can fly already as it is, but the booster will need a new ground support system, like everything new, essentially, because that's where you have all of the clamps, the booster quick disconnects, all of the systems for holding the vehicle in place. You have all of that there, and I think we're probably going to get that flame trench there as well. That seems to be also what may be happening at 39A. They are starting to put all of the the foundations for that as well. So definitely one of the things that we should be on the lookout for.
Yes, be on the lookout for that. And also, thank you for saying the name of our Friday shows that we have here at NSF, The Flame Trench. Don't forget to check that out, 5 p.m. Eastern, where we talk about all of the happenings in spaceflight for that week. Things tend to get spicy and go totally off the rails. It is a fun time for all, so check it out if you haven't. Fridays at 5 Eastern.
Yep, pending the exact plan for whatever we do tomorrow is very much depending on what happens here today.
Yeah, that's a good point. So, but most Fridays, then, we'll say.
Yeah, there's probably, if this goes, there's probably a good chance that we have some sort of review show somewhere.
You know what happens on Fridays too? I just remember Twist. This week in spaceflight. I'm writing that right now as we are live.
Multitasking, writing, and answering questions at the same time here.
Yeah.
I'll give you a second then to keep writing it while I thank some people. Vbjorn saying, thanks for the great coverage. Been around since the early Hopper days, and the journey would not be the same without your company. Enjoy some North Korean dollars. The NOK.
That insider. Disclaimer, that was an insider of a person misinterpreting the NOK. That is where it's that coming from, and it's a very, very old tank watching insider.
Yeah, they go all the way back if they know that joke.
Yes, we know it's actually Norwegian kroner, but it's more fun to say the North Korean dollars. Daniel, up, away, and back. I like that. Pre-ordering the Flight 7 patch. Again, that patch available for pre-order, but also available right now is mugs and sweatshirts and shirts with the actual patch logo on it. So if you like the design for all the Flight 7 stuff, you can pre-order the patch and get shirts and mugs and things right now.
Yep,
Kenneth.
absolutely. And we are flying through the patch stock. I'm just pointing that out again.
Yeah, oh gosh, a lot of these are store messages here. Kenneth, go Starship, go NSF. Mark, purchase one for the day. Need an option to pre-order the Flight 7 money shot prints.
We'll see.
Yeah, this is where I would put my photo if I had one. Brian is wondering, what are the odds that SpaceX have mounted cameras on the Starlink mass simulators to provide external views? Alex, what do you think are the odds?
Sorry. Yeah, I think we have a great chance of getting that.
That is the shortest Alex answer in history.
I sort of started answering it, and then I found out that I was muted, so I had to shorten that. Sorry.
My prediction is there's for sure a camera somewhere on there. The question is, will we see it?
Yeah, that's a whole different thing.
Yes.
That's true, yes. Here's one from, I believe it's Devoho. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Adrian, timeline-wise here, when will the orbital tank farm start spooling up?
We are very much at the point where we stare at that Pope vent, because it should come up in a 10-minute time frame or so. That will be our big indicator that they are really pushing towards a launch in about 4 hours from now. But as Alex will probably point out, so I will just beat him to it, that Pope vent can be a bit an unreliable indicator. Sometimes it comes up as late as like 30-40 minutes late.
Yeah, one of the things that we are not just seeing but also hearing is those vaporizers seem to have at least spooled up a bit. That's an even earlier step on the whole process. They aid on the pressurization system of the ground tanks, of the storage tanks. And so even before the Pope vent starts, those also need to spool up as well. It's just, it kind of depends. Sometimes it's even more unreliable because sometimes they're even active while no launch is happening. And so that's one of the things we can hear some of those systems running. One of the things that we also might see is they're going to get a lot more frosty. Right now, it doesn't look like it, but they seem to start being running and everything. They're going to vent as well. But that's sort of like an every now and then you can see a little bit of venting there already, sort of on that vertical tank in the center towards the bottom. You can start seeing some of that venting and condensation. One of the things that will happen is that when that Pope vent starts, that's when the those ground tanks right now, they hold some of these hold liquid oxygen. That liquid oxygen will be transferred to the subcoolers, and then on the methane side, that methane will be transferred to the subcoolers as well. So a lot of these pipes will get frosty and everything, and as they transfer that, you need to get back some of the reclaiming systems and everything, and that's what the Pope vent is about. It's just, you know, part of the tank farm system to be able to do that. Someone said in chat, that's a lot of pipe work. Yes, it's a big rocket, lots of tanks, lots of pipes, lots of vaporizers. That's what you need, and we're gonna see a lot more of this in the future for to support also launches from Pad B.
Yeah, so again, these different vents that we're talking about, the Pope vent, things like that, for people who maybe this is their first stream or they're wondering what we're talking about, Adrian, can you kind of just give us a rundown of what we mean? We're watching the Pope vent, we've got vaporizers. What does all that mean?
It's a excuse me. It's a spooling up of the tank systems that are needed to basically pre-chill everything and to get the conditions of the temperature of the propellants in the right shape and form. It's very much a very step-by-step process. It usually starts more of the core of the tank farm, where you will see things freezing up and starting to condensate and everything, and then it will start to move out a bit more, and you will see more and more condensation, and then the prop lines to the vehicle and to the pad will get frosty and will show condensation. It's basically a step-by-step process to condense this monster of a tank farm and get it into the exact right conditions you need to fuel a rocket. So that is what we will see in the next about 3 hours until they will start propellant loading. And then one of the first step is the spooling up of that nitrogen system, and we expect the Pope vent to be very much part of that system. That is it, by the way. And we are awaiting basically white smoke from the Pope vent. That's why it has its name, because that confirms that SpaceX is indeed preparing to bring in all of these systems to prepare loading the rocket.
Yes, and compared to when they pick a new pope, same thing. The white smoke that says a new pope has been selected, so that's why it's nicknamed the Pope vent.
Yeps.
Let's see here. Israel, thank you for the store purchase, pre-ordering the patch, saying thanks for the outstanding coverage. Ethan saying first patch purchase. Thank you for the best coverage I could find on YouTube. Well, thank you. George saying go for catch. That is what we're all hoping. WB
Yes.
Hokie gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Ari becoming a Pad Rat member. Hokie also with the $25 super chat saying this is for your great coverage, NSF team, and to troll EJ in chat. 2 of the best things you can do all at once. Support and troll. So thank you. Anonymous, we all love and appreciate all that you do at NSF. Thank you all very much. Go Flight 7. John, go SpaceX, go Team NSF with the $25 super chat. Thank you, John Vanderlar, for that. Meese becoming a Pad Rat member. Joel saying, always love your work. I have all the patches on my wall. And then we have 2 messages basically asking the same thing. And as we approach the 4-hour mark, I want to hear both of your thoughts, and I'll give my opinion after. They're both wondering, do you think they'll catch today? Do you think it's likely to catch? Adrian, I'll start with you, and then Alex, I'll ask you the same.
I think the question is if they will commit for a catch. My overall feeling is if they commit, they feel good about it and they will catch. If there's some sort of communications issue, something, and they won't commit, of course they won't catch. I think that's the big hurdle. I don't think conducting the catch itself is the big hurdle.
Alex, what do you think?
I think there's a good chance that we get to see the catch, but also, as Adrian mentioned, if for whatever reason the systems do not look good, Then we're back to Flight 6 territory, which I don't want to be fair. We saw already that catch on Flight 5, but please again today on Flight 7. Thanks.
I mean, yeah, I have a good feeling about it for this flight, for whatever that's worth. I do have a good feeling about it. And as you're both saying, I mean, if they give the commit to go ahead for the catch, I think that they'll be able to catch it, no problem. It's just getting to that point. And a reminder that there are multiple things that have to happen for that catch. Everything through all the onboard computers needs to check to make sure everything is going correctly with the ship, to make sure that everything is going correct with the actual catch tower itself, to make sure all of the winds are okay. And on top of all of that, you still then have to have a manual commit to the catch as well. So the flight director will actually have to press a manual button that says, yes, we are going to go ahead and try and actually catch this thing. So lots that needs to happen to make it actually land. But once it does, I think we'll have the catch incoming. And I did see people asking, why aren't they doing orbit this flight? So as we had New Glenn reach orbit last night, Adrian, is there a reason they're not going for orbit yet, do you think?
I think one of the tests they will conduct on this one is again like some in space flight light capability. I think they really want to make 100% sure that they can deorbit Starship at all given times, because this is a big rocket. You don't want to have an uncontrolled re-entry in any shape or form of this rocket ever. So what they are doing is, I think, really making sure they have this process nailed down. Once that is the case, then they will go to orbital attempts. And I think it's a bit of the size of Starship here is one of the concerns.
Oh, absolutely. Let's see here. Terms of other questions, Yoli is wondering, Alex, is the separation going to be lower in altitude because the upper stage is heavier?
That is a great question. Unfortunately, we don't have any details. You could think that might be the case, right? But also at the same time, the Super Heavy booster was not fully loaded on previous flights, and it seems like they also didn't really push a lot the performance of the booster. So they might compensate that by just flying it a little bit more, like a little bit more, of pushing the performance of the booster. In fact, if you look at the timeline from SpaceX, it seems like at least some of the ascent portion of the booster times have not changed by much. It's just like maybe a second or two moving one way or the other, right, on the timeline. But other than that, it's pretty much the same. So I could see that happening, that they may push a little bit the performance of the booster, and that way they can compensate for the heavier ship.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to even, again, I'll bring it up the shuttle days, when they realized that the RS-25s could actually perform better than they originally thought. Those would throttle at 104.5% of their maximum rated thrust. I'm sure as they continue to fly more of these and get more Raptors ignited, that we'll see something similar of, you know what, let's push these engines, see if they can give a little more oomph for us. Let's see. Want to thank some people. Tratus, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Brian, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. And Anonymous from the store saying, thank you, NSF, for bringing us the absolute best coverage and the best merch too. Let's go Starship Flight 7. Absolutely. And by the way, while I have the member note up on the screen there, don't forget that members will get access once we get towards our actual launch stream of the members multi-view.
Speaking of that, Sawyer, I'm sorry to interrupt. We have confirmation from SpaceX that they are still targeting the opening of the window in 4 hours. T-minus 4 hours until Starship's 7th flight test, and all systems and weather are looking good. Sorry, Adrian.
No, it's all good. I mean, that weather thing is the biggest thing for me here to observe.
Yeah.
Like, they are saying weather is looking good. Not weather's looking okay, or we are watching weather. They're saying weather is looking good.
That is good. That is what we want. Everything proceeding. But yes, as I was saying, don't forget, if you become a member, We have the members multi-view that will be going live, where you'll get to see all the different cameras that we have around Starbase, so you can get all of the views of Starship's flight. So if you're not a member, now would be the perfect time to join so that you can check it out for yourself. Nano is wondering, as we look at this nice wide shot here, are there any plans, Adrian, to expand Starbase that we know of?
I mean, that's a constant process. They're building a tower right now, the second tower. They're building more infrastructure about that. I think the question is more, where will it stop? Expanding Starbase is an ongoing process that has been ongoing since the early Hopper days. They will at some point will have to, so they are running always into some limits of the national the nature protection area. There has been in the past some trade-offs also with the county and the state about certain areas they want. But it's an ongoing process, and I feel like SpaceX always wants to expand more and more.
Yeah, I think the biggest physical expansion coming up will be more down at the Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, as they work on launching from 39A, potentially launching or catching at 37. So I think that's going to be where the most expansion is. And also bulking up Roberts Road, which is where they currently refurbish the Falcon 9 stages to be able to work on Starship.
I agree.
I did see one question. Again, the hope is that they actually go for the catch attempt. Alex, why are they going for a catch rather than the typical landing that we're used to seeing?
You mean versus landing legs, or just the splashdown? Okay. Well, that is in order to reduce the amount of not just the mass on the booster, but also the amount of processing, because the only thing that you will need to do if you only catch the booster is just settle down the booster on the launch pad and drain back all of the propellant and whatnot, and you're safe. Whereas for Falcon 9, for example, it's landing out there in the ocean on a drone ship, right? When it's doing a drone ship landing, which, to be fair, it's like 80% of the time, right? If it's landing out there in the ocean, it needs landing legs. Then when it comes back, you need like a few days for that transportation back to the shore. You have to fold the legs. You have to process all of that. Like, it's a lot of time wasted and a lot of work that you need to do for that, which you can save by doing that return to launch site and landing back at the launch tower. Sure, you get a little bit less performance on the rocket, but you get that benefit for a rapid, more rapid cadence, more rapid reusability, as they like to call it.
Rapid reusability, gotta love it. 1979 Camaro, where's EJ when you need him? Love listening to y'all, great coverage. Going to have to go break earlier to be able to see this. Are the flaps still centered on the ship, or are they offset, Adrian?
They're offset. They are moved a bit. I'm always bad about this. They're a bit away from the flap side, so that's the movement that has been performed there. Leeward, thank you.
Leo, getting some stuff from the shop, saying shopping some birthday presents while supporting NSF. That's a win-win, right? Thanks for all you guys do. That is a win-win. Aaron, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Keith, getting items from the shop. Go NSF, go Flight 7, go Suni and Nick outside the ISS on NASA EVA 91. Nice to see them doing spacewalks again. Avap, thank you for becoming a Padrat member. Kim, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. And The Guardian, small donation, but big thank you to an already very tired NSF team. Pride keeps you all going. And it's nice to see all of those new members joining as well, because we will have the members multi-view to go along with our main launch broadcast, which is coming up momentarily. Adrian, thank you for being with me here for the end of the Stakeout stream.
Absolutely. This flew by, Sawyer. I enjoyed these 3 hours so much. And again, we're just getting started.
It did not feel like 3 hours. Thank you, Alex, as well.
It's been a pleasure, and hopefully I see you all also on the launch stream.
Yeah, again, we're not done. We will be going over to the main launch broadcast which is also right here on NSF. Believe you can even probably stay here and it should redirect you right to it. Ryan Caton has been the one helping to push the buttons and pull the levers here for this portion of the Stakeout stream. We also had EJ and Gene and a whole bunch of people on earlier. So let's head on over. Let's go to the main launch broadcast. And thank you everyone for joining us. This has been the NSF Starship Flight 7 Stakeout stream.
And here we go.
We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Planet.
Water towers, fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside FTE off. Bring in FTE off.
It's orange! 145! Oh my god! Oh my god! Decollage! What is it? Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.